Greetings and salutations, race fans, motorsport lovers, and others, and welcome to the 15th running of the Simola Hillclimb. It is unbelievable to be here. The weather, you can see, is a little bit cloudy. We had a small shower of rain. Let's check out, see if it actually is wet. Yes, it's wet. It's not rainy. We've got a full field. One man, Rodney Green, has been here for all 15 of the Simola Hill climbs. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Cars are about to start on their warm-up run. The conditions are a little bit tricky this morning. We've got a full studio anchored by Sasha Martinengo. So guys, welcome to the 15th running of the Simola Hill climb.
Well, I'll mention it again. It's the 15th running of the Simola Hill climb. What a pleasure it is to be here. The atmosphere is incredible. A little bit of rain overnight, a little bit damp. Look at the three of us all dressed in our classic car Friday. Thank you very much to our design team. Which would be Chiro, Clifford, and myself. But you had a wonderful experience coming up from Cape Town yesterday.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was fantastic. It's so nice to see you guys.
Yeah,
it's so nice
and
to
also
see
to
the
bring
team.
Clifford in on the full team.
And you know, we're the three Muppets or the four Muppets who sit in front of the cameras. But really, we can't do this without the team behind the cameras and the people who make this whole thing possible. So thanks to them, and they are the superstars who will be bringing the 15th Simola to your computers, your phones, your TVs throughout the weekend.
Yeah, please, if you're on the live stream right now, please share it. We'll post it also on the social networks as well. Cliff, we had an enjoyable day yesterday, but I mean, today everything just starts ramping up.
It starts, and like Chiro said, we're the four months, but I think the last place I'd like to be right now is going up the hill in these conditions, because it's not raining, but it is slick, and when you've got a classic car, do you want to put it in the scenery? Probably not.
Yeah, no, you don't really want to do that. I think they're going to be pretty tender on the first couple of runs. There are warm-ups, and then as the day progresses, you know, I'm no meteorological expert, so I'm not even going to try and predict. Whatever's out there is everyone has to deal with it at the same time. But we have some brand new entrants this year. There's a look at the pit lane at the moment. They're still waiting, just checking track conditions. You can see Colin on the track there as well. There is Margaret, who's going to be kicking us off. Margaret White in the Austin 7. This is a car that dates back, I think, to 1830. No, okay. I think it's about 80 years old or something like that.
Really, I think it's something like 75 years or something like that, and they've got like a whole banner in the pit lane which looks proper, but there's the full history of the car.
Yeah.
And pretty much the only thing that's changed over the years is the number. Other than that, it looks pretty much stock from when it was created. But what a beast!
Yeah, it's something very, very special. Of course, we all get ourselves amped up for the weekend, for the King of the Hill, where the real beasts come out. But to acknowledge the history of South African racing, and there's Margaret going up the hill, South African racing, and still, Chiro, some of the outstanding vehicles that we still have within this country.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for the networks and the sort of people who have come into my orbit over the years, and the businesses and all the rest of it. And truly, South Africa has one of the most remarkable motoring scenes in the world. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. And it's everything from a car that was made long before we were all bad ideas in our parents' minds, and all the way up to the 1600 horsepower monsters that are going to come out over the weekend. It's just it really is one of the most remarkable motoring scenes on earth.
I mean, listen, she's not going to break any records. Margaret, 750cc 4-cylinder, 2 minutes and 5. Just to let you know, we are expecting in King of the Hill a time somewhere in the 34s. Okay, 34 seconds. So they could go up and down 5 times, and Margaret still won't get up. But I mean, listen, it's wonderful to see something like that. I mean, yeah, we've got another Austin 7 as well. Just wonderful. So, I mean, you know, when you see these pictures, it's just something very, very special. Clifford, I mean, you're probably the youngest out of the four of us.
I mean,
It's my beard throwing you off. I think.
Spray.
What's happened is my hair no longer grows out the top of my head. It only comes out my nose, my ears, and my chin.
Well, I know the
So
feeling.
now I'm just embracing what I have left, you know. But I think it's pushed me up into, look, it's working for George Clooney, you know, the salt and pepper.
Oh,
thing.
yes.
So I'm going to be the next Nespresso ambassador.
Well, I must just say your coffee's better than his. Just there we go. And your looks as well, you know. But I'm biased.
I'll definitely vote on the second one, but I'm still waiting for my coffee, so I can't go on the espresso puncher. But you know, we're talking about 2 minutes, but I mean, that car is probably going as hard as it can go. That's the ride of your life, you know. So I mean, like we said, 34 seconds, but 2 minutes in that car, I think is still one hell of a drive.
If you're tuning in for the first time to the Simola Hillclimb, we cannot emphasize how steep this hill actually is. You know, television gives you a three-dimensional picture, and you know that picture over there looks relatively flattish, but it's a massive climb from where our start line is to the top of the Simola Hillclimb. So you know these cars are under some serious pressure just to get up that last little bit.
So the elevation change of the course over 1.9 meters is over 160 meters.
Yeah.
So that gradient, and I'm no Excel spreadsheetist, but it's steep. It's very, very steep. And what's phenomenal about the track record, which I think is now in the 34s with Andre Bezzetenote in the Gould McLaren, his average speed up the hill is over 200 k's an hour.
It's incredible.
So when your first data point's 0 and your final data point is who knows what he's crossing the line at, and then the average of those data points between 0 and there is 200.
Yeah.
That's quick.
Very impressive. One of the most beautiful cars ever built, in my opinion, the Jaguar D-Type going up. Everyone's going to take it nice and easy. They want to feel out the track at the moment.
Yeah.
It is damp. You can see one or two little wet patches on the side. So, as we all know, when a tar surface gets a little bit of water, it mixes with the oil, and I believe that oil and water don't mix very well.
Yeah, and I mean, coming back to that point, as well as your 200 kilometers now up the hill average. But the other thing that's quite a big thing to note is that there's absolutely no runoff on this course whatsoever. So you've got to make sure that you're 100% precise when you're hitting your apexes, because otherwise that's going to be a very, very sad trip home with your car.
Yeah, it's pretty hairy up there. One of the reasons I'm sitting here in the commentary box is because after my foray up the hill in 2022, I decided that I'd run
record holder.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
record
you.
holder.
I've got some cool news about that as well. Actually.
Okay.
But I decided that actually I had no talent left. This was the limit of my ability. I started scaring myself over the finish line, and I thought, you know what? I'm in one piece. The car's not in the bin. If they want me to commentate, I'm coming back.
Take the win. We take the win.
The win was, and you know, that i4 M50, you know, it was flown in for Simola. It was the only one in South Africa.
Incredible.
So when we were starting to get close in good times, the guys from Beamer messaged me and said, listen, try find a balance between going for the record and bringing the car back.
And you're just like, I'm going for the record. And you got the record as well. It is Classic Car Friday here at Simola, the 15th edition. Expecting massive and record crowds. It is a little bit fresh, temperature-wise. And of course, don't forget, in Classic Car Friday, nobody is allowed any heated rubber. And it doesn't really help much in any case. You have to try and generate that heat as you're going up the hill. And then, of course, the warmer the tires get, the more grip they get, then the braver you've got to become as well.
Yeah, cold tires, cold ambient temperature, cold tarmac. So, and then one of the trickier aspects of hill climb, especially if you're sending a rear-wheel drive GT40 up the hill, that's probably Brian Bruce in one of his GT40s, local hero Brian Bruce from Knysna. You do not really have an opportunity to. By the first corner, you kind of have to have a feel for where your tires are, really. And there we see him struggling off the line a little bit, but this is just a shakedown. But hill climb is particularly tough, and that's why you'll see when the monsters come out over the weekend, They are allowed tire warmers in some of the classes, and it does help. It helps a lot. By the time you get to first corner, you have a sort of an idea of how much traction you have.
So, of course, they're all categorized. These cars, so we're in the H2 category. Peter McPherson in the GT40 going up. Beautiful car. Beautiful car. I saw a drag race on YouTube with an original GT40, then the GT from 2006 and the GT from 2017. And even though this one was left behind, it just still is a very, very impressive car for something that came out in 1967.
It's nice to see that particular car back on the road as well, because if I'm not mistaken, it is Brian Bruce's car. He usually lets someone else drive one or two of his cars. And I think pre-COVID, he did go off in the first corner. It wasn't too bad, but the car did need some work. So it's nice to see it back on the road, back up the hill. And the GT40 also has a storied history with South African car culture. The Superformance or the high performance cars built in PE are so true to the original that Ford gave them chassis numbers.
Incredible.
Yeah. So the best GT40s in the world are built in South Africa. Yeah.
The Evergreen, an amazing Jennifer Abbott in her fabulous Porsche 91. It's a 914. Yeah. She loves this event. That family is just steeped in Porsche history.
Not just Porsche history, but I know Jen is also like a pretty fast bike racer as well. She can really hang loose on the track, so
and horses.
And horses,
so she's an all-rounder.
Yeah, out in the back of Kyalami there, they've got a lot going on, but she can definitely hang loose. But she's been pumped for Simola. I mean, when I've chatted to her, she's been ready for it for a couple of months. So good to see her out on the hill.
Yeah, magic.
So that little magic Porsche there on, I think, the first S last year. Do you remember, Sasha Clifford, do you remember that entry into, I think, the second or third S at the top caught a lot of people out last year? We saw a lot of oversteer moments. I think Miss Abbott was the first person to actually experience that oversteer moment in that particular car, but she did extremely well. She kept it on the black stuff, didn't go farming in any way or description, but that's going to be interesting to see if that particular issue is back this year on that corner.
Yeah. That Anglia just looks so well prepared. Beautiful.
Known to the youth as the Harry Potter car.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible. So here's Advocate Bezuidenhout's son, Jean-Dre Bezuidenhout, in the Porsche 944 Turbo Cup. Great to see father and son, although we do have a little bit of disappointing news, and that is that Mr. Bezuidenhout's Gould for King of the Hill, the engine is still being rebuilt, as far as I have heard, the latest from the pit lane. They might fix it tonight.
Is it? I heard a rumor that there is a second Gould.
Yes, there is.
On the way.
There is.
Which means that, because look, the Gould is about as special as you get for a hill climb car.
Correct.
I mean, that the only thing you could pitch up with, I think, faster than that Gould, could go faster, is an F1 car.
Probably.
I mean, it's literally built for this. The tires are so soft and sticky on that Gould that when they wheel it out to the start line, it still has not cellophane, shrink wrap on the tires, because if you just put it on the ground, little stones will stick to the tires. So it's the tires, it's the car, it's the lightness, and that's why Andre Bezuidenhout has the record. And also, all credit to him. The car can't go up the hill without him. So very brave to push that car up the hill in 34 seconds. But we do have a second Gould this year,
which is very, very impressive. So Jean-Dre Bezuidenhout setting a little bit of a benchmark of 1:01, 1 minute and 1 second. These times are not really significant, but I suppose everyone wants to see where they are. The classic Fiat 131. This is the car actually I learned how to drive on. Hey. Funnily enough, with this car in its original form, these spark plugs face down.
Oh.
Yes. So if you drive over puddles, because it didn't have a plate at the bottom, if you drive over puddles, all of a sudden your car stopped and you didn't understand why, and you went, they just got the spark plugs just got full of water.
possibly the most Italian thing I've ever heard.
Oh, it's classic Italian. Just classic Italian.
So, Sasha, this means if that was the car you learned to drive in, right?
Yes.
And it's available. Next year, Classic Car Friday, you got to get in that car up the hill.
Well,
I'll go chat to them in the pits.
I think it's also one of those sort of talent things, Chiro, where
you got to do it.
Know your ceilings.
I think Sasha's cutting himself short here because I saw what he could do yesterday in a rental and I was blown away.
Oh, there you go. You know that old saying though, nothing handles like a rental.
Ah, incredible.
And Sasha definitely reiterates that saying for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Cliff. Yeah.
Thank you, Sasha.
No problem. I'm so glad you enjoyed the experience.
Was it a Vitara Brezza?
It was a hybrid, but I've
hybrid.
never heard it squeal
A hybrid.
out.
Yeah, there we go.
So living the life.
So Sasha was just practicing for next year.
It's just getting in the zone.
Cobra. It's a brave choice up the hill.
I think traction's going to be an issue here for sure.
Yeah. Is that a Fiat as well?
That's also
the same
another
Fiat.
131 as well. That's there's two of them.
Screen,
So wonderful to see two Fiat 131s. One is a 131 Abarth, the other one a 131 Racing. Listen, a Cobra is probably one of the scariest cars to drive in normal conditions, dry conditions, sunny. I mean, to drive it in this.
Yeah.
As you can see, taking it rather gently.
That's tentative, eh?
A Cobra, so you can.
It's like me in the rental.
So you can you can go to Cape Town right now and rent a Cobra, right? Self-drive. It's fascinating because it has a Lexus engine, a 1UZ, which is a very good way of making a Cobra reliable. And it's got a straight pipe, so it sounds like a Cobra as well.
Yeah.
But I've done it. It is a fantastic way of getting sunburnt for 8 hours while going deaf. And not being able to parallel park it because it doesn't have power steering.
Yeah.
So no, Cobras are a huge amount of fun, but just bring sun cream.
So you've just sold me. I'll take 3.
There we go.
Yeah.
Done.
Listen,
I'm the PR for Cobra.
For
Hire.
Cobra, you're gonna get sunburnt. You can't park, and you're gonna build your biceps just to try and handle the steering.
Oh, also, do you know what's also fun? So there's a saying in Cape Town: if you don't like the weather, just wait 20 minutes, right?
Correct.
So we were out full sun, then we went around the mountain into another weather system, and it started raining. The Cobras don't have roofs, so we pulled into a garage and had a
Waited 20
pie,
minutes.
and that's what we did. We had our Cobra experience on the forecourt of the garage.
Classic Volvo coming up.
Wow,
Chris
that is
deploying the B20.
That is cool to see.
Also, it's incredible the value of these Volvos over the last couple of years. They've really become, a really well presented, well looked after B series are really fetching some impressive numbers.
The highest mileage car on earth is, I think, that Volvo, or a very similar one.
Really?
I think it's the Volvo. See, this is hopefully the director doesn't get annoyed with me for Googling while I'm talking. But this is very interesting, I promise. Let me see. Highest mileage car on earth. I think it's a one-owner car. It's a red one, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Volvo P1800 holds the Guinness World Record for the highest mileage car. Okay, it's similar to that one, the exact same car. A staggering 3,250,257 miles.
Goodness gracious.
It's a lot of miles in a Volvo.
It's about
That's
4.5 million on the same engine.
That's unbelievable. On some of my travels around South Africa, I bumped into just near Oudtshoorn. A guy's got an Isuzu Bakkie with over 2 million kilometers. He actually has it on the side of his Bakkie.
Wow.
And I stopped the guy and I said, no. And he there we go. He's got legitimate records. Over 2 million kilometers in his Isuzu Bakkie.
So that Volvo in good old metric has done 4.23 million Ks, and unfortunately the owner did pass, but the car's still on the road. The car's still on the road.
That's a testament to Volvo, you know what I mean?
He drove it for
incredible.
50 years.
That's incredible. And he drove it a lot.
I mean, incredible on one hand, but quite sad on the other that the only car you've probably ever driven is a Volvo. That's quite sad.
That's my phone ringing. That's Volvo head office.
Offering you the new electric.
No, they want you to test drive
I'll
their
say
car.
that's the last call that they'll make. You know what I mean?
All right, we've got classic Datsun. We've got an Alfa Julia Supra on track at the moment. There doesn't seem to be any spitting of
that's
rain. That's a beautifully presented
Or
car.
oil.
Are you saying that just because there's
tough
Alphas
car.
on track? Yeah?
Yes.
I'm just trying to see where you're going with this.
You know what? There's nothing in the world unpleasant about anything about Alfa Romeo.
I think
And that is not even a bias. That's just straight fact.
I think the broadcast team should just quickly put what our director just said in our ears out onto the live
I think we
broadcast.
should.
So that everyone knows we're being held hostage.
Yeah. There will never be an utterance in this conversation about anything negative about Alfa Romeo.
Absolutely. and just to add on that, I thought you looked very handsome in your Alfa Romeo jacket yesterday at the
Thank
airport.
you very
So
much.
there's no buy-in in this team
No,
at all.
not at all. But yeah.
We'd like to thank Alfa Romeo for the coffee station.
Yes, and
Broadcast
the trainers.
You know what? Genuinely, some of the best.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, there
I
we go.
did that on purpose.
Sure.
Yes. You know what? All credit to him. But genuinely, some of the best cars I've ever driven are Alfa Romeos. They have. There's that cliche: a car has soul more than the sum of its parts. Alfa Romeo, it's just one of those brands. It always will be, always has been.
Yes, long may it continue with the world of motoring. Look how beautiful this Datsun is.
That was properly off the line.
yeah.
But he's looking determined. I mean, this looks fast. I mean, faster than anything we've seen so far. I don't know if it's going to get down to 101s, but it looks like we're starting to find a bit of pace. So I think the weekend is starting to kick off now.
The GX Coupe, and it's only 1400 in there. Right? He's giving it a little bit of beans so far. I've learned a very interesting thing about, they say you soup up a car.
Yes.
I've learned where that term comes from.
Is it spelled like soup de jour? S-O-U-P?
Yes.
Soup up a car.
Soup up a car.
I need to know.
I shall during the course of this weekend. Remind me at 4
Okay.
o'clock on Sunday. That's a little bit too much smoke
That's
for my
looking
liking.
very smoky.
yeah.
Especially on
Please,
round one.
Please don't drop oil.
There's a lot of action happening underneath that undercarriage right now. That's making me a little bit nervous. This is not the time you want to be dropping stuff on the track with the conditions where they are.
Do you remember that a couple of years ago, that rotary bucky, Mazda bucky?
Yes.
That literally dropped oil from the moment it turned a wheel to the finish line. That was exciting.
I think
Pretty sure.
this could be a black flag.
Yeah, this is not looking good. And so far, I mean, he's been absolutely dead accurate in hitting all the apexes. So if you want to find the fastest way around the track, just follow the line on the next run.
He's not going to make it up.
Yeah,
again.
that's.
I feel
That's
like
very unfortunate.
I feel like we called that.
Yeah.
We did. I think we pointed that out.
It is
Yeah.
just so, there's so much preparation that goes into preparing a race car, and you can imagine the hours that have been done.
No, it's tough. You
And-
never want to see it.
And Neil Stephen in this Opel, you can just see that something has not gone right.
No, you never want to see it. It's a huge amount of effort, and I don't mean to be flippant about it. It's always tough when something goes wrong after years of prep.
Yeah.
We don't like to see it, and we wish the car well, and it looks like he is going to get it off the course.
Yeah,
So the competition can continue.
What's the likelihood that they're carrying a truckload of spares to get that thing running for the second heat and on a classic
I'm
car
sure.
Friday?
I'm sure. Listen, the wonderful thing about Classic Car Friday, we're going to go to Colin in a couple of moments, but the wonderful thing about Classic Car Fridays, and also actually the whole of the Simola Hillclimb, is the camaraderie, and everyone will chip in and try, especially on Classic Car Friday. On King of the Hill, Clifford don't really think Scribante and Roots are going to be sharing parts, but you know what? More than likely,
Stranger things have happened, eh? Sometimes in
Exactly.
the name of competition, but if it was me, absolutely not.
No, I would, but I wouldn't be part of the competition. All right, let's go to Colin. He's in the pit lane at the moment. The safety car is going up the hill just to go and check that there are no oil drops. Colin, what's going on down there? Because we're having fun in the studio here, and I hope that you are warm.
I am warm, not as warm as this oil that's come down here. Now,
Ow.
there we
smell it. That's engine oil. Let's just see how sticky it is. How stiff. definitely engine oil. Sadly, that Manta, it's really a cool car. It's probably the only racing Manta in South Africa. Neil Stephen, who's built it and prepared it, has made it as a tribute to the great Walter Röhrl, which he started racing in a Manta. So there's lots of oil. There's going to be a sizable delay. But let's go and have a walk down the pit lane, because the oil stripe continues. And just in front of Trevorini Taccolini's Alfa GTV, we really do like Alfas. You can see the extent of, I'm going to use some of this dry stuff to dry my hands off. Right, Tux Alfa, always a favorite of us. In fact, any Alfa, especially red Alfas, are even more favorites. Julia, Derek Truscott. And then the oil continues. So hopefully Neil can get his Mantas sorted out. Always love a good Porsche 911. The flat six sounds absolutely glorious. And then James Temple, Cobra. It's lots of V8s. It's really exciting. James is always a favorite of mine because he's quick. The car is quite spectacular. Lindenberg Racing are the only Ford representatives here, which is pretty good. Peter Lindenberg over there. And then Rui Campos in his Martini Porsche. Awesome sound. And for I think the first time, we've got some Nissan Skylines. 2 of them. Big competition about who wins the right number of doors. We've got a 2-door and a 4-door. There's 6 cylinders. Lots of Weber carbs inside there. Farouk Dangor in the Super Touring M3. Got a camera on it, and hopefully we'll bring you some of the footage from inside the car. First time out, Roy Aubrey in his 924 Porsche. But of course, I think it's absolutely sacrilege to put Haval on a Porsche, but such it is. Uno Turbo. Lots of turbo powers. Remember them in Group N racing. And then Davi Djoubet. No, it's not King of the Hill shootouts yet. It is a Lotus. It's got Davi Djoubet in it. This was actually raced in England in 1999, I'm led to believe. So it does fall into the proper historic past. Let's have a quick word. Davi, it's a Lotus?
It's a Lotus, and it's with me. So what more do I want?
You happy man with all your Lotura?
I am.
Now, it's a completely different car to what you're going to run tomorrow and Sunday. What's so fun about it?
I want to see the lines.
So you actually...
At this speed, I think I will see the lines.
Well, it's going to be a little bit slower than the other one.
That's why I can look at the lines. At my age, I do need to look at it a little bit slower.
You've done a lot of work on your car for King of the Hill.
We did a lot of work, but not most of them. A lot of work, but not all of it was successful. But yeah.
At least when you don't get success in the changes you make, you know that you need to go in a different direction.
Correct.
But
yeah.
you did make more horsepowers and more grip and more wing and more carbon fiber.
Everything. The whole bang shoot, as they say.
Love it. What sort of time are you going to do in this thing?
I don't know. Got no idea.
Fine.
62.
About to find out.
Yeah, 62. I don't know. What do they do?
I don't know.
We'll see. I'm as excited as what you are.
Have fun, Darby. Thanks for chatting to us. Always good. Paige Lindenberg in the Galaxy. Let's have a quick word. Jandre? Jandre Bezaidnote, how was your run? Hold on, Paige. We would love to talk to you before you go. How was your run?
It was good. Came back safely, even though it was a little bit wet. But no, just checking out what's happening there. A little bit slippery. Not the fastest time, but very comfortable.
Awesome. Got to have a word with Paige. Paige, always a favourite, your Galaxy ship, Fairlane ship.
Yeah, it's an amazing car. It's my track car. We're winning the championship, so it's been a good start to the year. Just hope there's no more rain today.
Oh, we all hope that there's no more rain, but now we've got a little bit of oil on the track, which will make for some nice sideways driving. Entertain us.
Yeah, I mean, oil and water don't go well together, so not going to be a fun start, but we just want to go sight this lap and see what's going on up there, because there's often streams coming down from the mountain. So we're going to take this run easy, just go check what's going on the track, and then give it some horns a bit later.
Awesome. Thanks, Paige. We need to go and find Rodney Green, who's a little bit further up there. Man who's done all 15 of the Simola Hillclimbs in the 16 years that it was running. 2009 was the first time. Now, we'll just work that out, because remember, we did skip a year a long time ago. And a new car again. We love the sound of rotaries. Dave Kopka from Cape Town with his Mazda R100. He hasn't warmed it up yet. I think he's going to sit this run out, but glorious sound. Another Julia. Ian Kilburn. Nissan, there's a fleet of Nissans here. Let's have a quick word with Ian. Ian, how's it going this morning?
Great, thanks very much, Colin. All good.
Car all good?
Everything 100% perfect. Weather great. Yeah.
Oil on the road?
No oil on the road. It's just a little bit cold, but it's not too slippery or anything along those lines. We had a set of inters on now, which are not the right tire for. I think the slicks will be good for today.
Awesome. Good luck. Have fun. Entertain us, please.
Thank you.
Love their entertainment. Fiat 131. There's Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout's car. Jen Abbott. Let's have a quick word with her. Let's see what's for what you got for breakfast, Jen.
Bacon and egg roll, standard.
Always good to have a bacon and egg roll. How was the Porsche this morning?
The road's very slippery. Just feeling it out, testing, going easy. But yeah, no, it is very slippery. Grip is not there yet. Hopefully it dries up, and later on we'll be able to push it a little bit more.
Awesome.
But yeah, the first one's always just feeling it out, seeing the track, testing.
Love the breakfast. Awesome stuff. The breakfast of champions. Right, it looks like we've got some action on track. Cars are going to go sipping and siding, but I can see things happening over there. We'll go back to that now. I just want to show you the oldest car, Austin Special. Margaret's Austin 7 Special. But for now, we'll go back to the studio and listen to the cars.
There we go. Track action is back. Trevorini Tacquini. That's a tribute to Gabriele Tacquini. Trevor in a 1750 GTV, but with a 2-litre engine, just trying to get some heat into the tyres. Definitely a favourite. It was only last year that he came in the Giulietta Sprint, where he didn't actually claim any of the honours, but you always got to believe that he's going to be a bit of a favourite.
I'm here for his name, really.
Trevorini Tacchini.
I would just every day I'd wake up and I'd just say my own name. It's going to be a good day.
You say that. I was going, and we have Ciro di Siena with us, and I was going, that's a perfect dish. It's like going into a restaurant and say, I'll have the Ciro di Siena.
I feel like for once I'm in good hands, because I'm surrounded by Italian man meat right here. You guys are just knocking out the park. I also just wanted to throw it back there to Colin, because wasn't his pit lane review just spot on? Smells like oil, tastes like oil. Good thing I didn't step in it.
Yeah, listen, fortunately they've cleared up the track. Hopefully they get that Opel sorted out. Classic Porsche coming up the hill.
Daytona Coupe,
yeah.
Made in the same place as those GT40s.
Stunning car. In Port Elizabeth.
It sounds incredible, eh?
It does,
Magnificent vehicle.
Worth a lot of money these days. Gosh, they are appreciating like crazy, these cars.
Yeah, and that's James Temple in that Daytona. Yeah, such a special car. Totally. And then, of course, the Ubears are going to be a lot of fun during the weekend as well. But Derby in that Lotus should be quite spectacular.
I can tie up two of our previous commentary points this morning already. Good Italian words that sound like dishes, and spark plugs. So there's a beautiful. You like your Ferraris, Sasha?
Yes.
There's a beautiful 512M at a showroom in Cape Town.
Okay.
512 Modificato.
Yeah.
Isn't that a great name?
Modificato.
In English, modified. In Italian, Modificato. And that has one of the largest boxer engines ever made. It's extremely wide. It looks like a Testarossa. And the plugs are obviously in the heads, but now it's a 180-degree V12 essentially. And the heads are right up against the sidewalls of the car.
Okay.
So now, if you want to change a spark plug, from what I understand, you have to drop the entire engine. Is that not one of the most Italian things?
That is very Italian. That's the most Italian thing I've ever heard.
We just want to change the spark plugs. Terribly sorry, it's going to cost you 150,000 Rand just because we have to take the engine out.
And the only guy who knew how to do this moved back to Italy 10 years ago.
Okay. So good luck with your 512. Oh, look at that Capri. We got the monster vehicle with Paige Lindenberg, and then of course the sleek lines of the Ford Capri. Beautiful. Wow, you gotta love Classic Car Friday.
There's a company now that has licensed this design from Ford. That is a Mark 1 Escort, eh? Yes. No, that's a Capri. Sorry.
Yeah, Capri.
I left my spectacles broke yesterday, so forgive me. That is a Haval Jolion. No, Fiat Uno Turbo. Sorry.
Very close. Very close.
No, there's an incredible company in the UK now making full carbon fiber Mark 1 Escorts. They've been given basically the design and the chassis numbers. They're just not allowed to use the Ford badge, and you can spec it to around £500,000 for a Ford Escort. Yeah, full rally spec.
How much do you love an Escort? £500,000. Puff of smoke there as well.
Big puff of smoke coming out there. A little bit of smoke coming out of that Fiat Uno as well. So
let's play a game, gents.
Yeah.
Who of us has a Fiat Uno story?
I do.
There we go.
I also do.
There we go.
But I figured Sasha would, and it would somehow involve the Italian club in Bedford View.
No. You tell us yours, Clifford. Come on.
So I knew a guy that thought that his Uno Turbo would be suitable to take on Lamborghinis and Ferraris and all sorts, and could do like 140 k's an hour in like less than 80 meters. But it never ran because they always had to make fuel for it. So wherever they went, is where they
fuel for it.
Make fuel for
What
it.
does that mean?
So that's exactly it. Because I was visiting my cousin. He said, "I'm coming now. We're just going to go put petrol in." They were gone for 3 hours. Either they gave me the slip, but then they were like, "No, it's taking longer than they thought." But wherever they went is wherever they stayed. But they went there quickly.
No, wait. You have to elaborate. What does make fuel for the car mean?
So I'm pretty
Octane.
sure. Yeah, so it was octane and
Okay.
all sorts, and probably some potato skins and whatever else they could fit in there. And I'm pretty sure when you put it into the tank, the paint started to blister. But yeah, it used to go like a rocket. But that was definitely a coffin on wheels, because I think I heard like a stat, but it's probably just an urban legend. But apparently a Uno at 140 k's an hour weighs 7 kilos on the road or something ridiculous like that. So yeah, if you're looking for speed in a Uno, I'm out. But it's good to see them though, because that's like a cult car. Yeah.
Sasha, I want to hear your Uno
Yeah,
story,
me too.
but what is going up on our left screens there? Gavin Rook.
That is beautiful. I mean, that's a 924.
That's a stunning car. Though.
It is beautiful. It's in GTP specs.
flared rear wheel.
I mean, that's probably the prettiest 924 I've ever seen.
I was going to call 924, but I've never seen any 924 look like that. It's full race spec, yeah. And then the legendary Farouk Dango.
What a gentleman, number one. And
Yes.
he brings out some spectacular vehicles, and this M3 is, that is.
I think this is the only legitimate racing M3 in SA. I know there's two road cars. I think this is the only one, and it's actually viewable to the public at the Speedy Car Sales in Clarksville.
Yeah.
He's got a museum there to all his racing career. A long and storied history, the Dango family, and they seem to have another car in the field in the form of the Opel, probably a Big Boss or a Super Boss. And on the right of your screen now, just coming into view, and over the finish line, there's some
noise going out
beautiful
outside.
machinery on track.
There's some
right
beautiful cars. The Opel Cadets we haven't seen for a while, and in its day, this was with the Super Boss wow, I mean, it's just spectacular cars. So wonderful to see them coming out.
Oh, for a first run, that looked pretty good.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty quick.
Oh, that Skyline sounds stock.
Yeah, very stock.
Sounds just like my dad's family car.
Yeah, no,
in the
as
80s.
it left the factory. Yeah.
Just on your way to school.
Those have become quite sought after because the whole Skyline market has just gone nuts. There's an R34, the V-Spec Newer, I think, or the V-Spec 2, which just sold for R2.5 million in South Africa. If I'm not mistaken, Rosper Imports is sending an R34 up the hill. Last year, it was one of the most exciting cars up the hill. To see an R34 driven like that in competitive racing was spectacular. I would argue that there aren't many hill climbs or any races anywhere in the world where you can see an R34 compete like that. And another one of the reasons why Simola Hillclimb is so special.
But this Skyline on the right between is fun to watch, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going, but there's a lot happening in that car. There's a lot of body roll there, but looks like a pretty good car.
Well, it's driving modern cars, I think, will make you appreciate old cars, and sure, modern cars are safer and definitely faster, but you just know that in that cabin, that driver is doing all the work. There's no ESC, there's no traction control, there's no ABS. It's you and the car on the road, and that's the joy of classic motoring.
Oh, is this Mr. Campos?
Oh,
That is Rui Campos.
that is a nice rear end view.
911 RSR. Multiple winner.
There's a bit of movement there.
Listen, I think you could drive this car blindfolded.
Cold tires for what?
I'm Rui Campos. There we go. Don't you worry about me. Wonderful guy as well.
Still a bit of standing water on that first corner there as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not ideal conditions just
No.
yet, but that Martini livery just looks amazing.
As Paige
So good.
Lindenberg said, the one thing that people don't realize is that coming down the mountain, there's little streams, and sometimes you don't see them, and they just subtly go across the track. So these drivers will be very, very aware of what's going up there. We might not see it that easily on the screen, but they'll definitely feel it. Rui's going.
Quite an interesting development in road cars. If you note that the latest GT3 RS, I'm not good with my Porsche codes. I don't know why Porsche codes also start with 9 and then the car starts with 9. Couldn't they have called it like the Fred 911? Anyway, so I think the 992.1 GT3 RS has what's called a gooseneck or a swan neck spoiler. So if you look at the previous GT3 RS or an old Porsche like Rui's, the spoiler is supported from underneath. Then at some point they realized that if you support the spoiler from top, you get more downforce, you can make it lighter and all the rest of it. So we've gone from those giant ducktails, which look super, super cool, to these sort of very finicky kind of gooseneck, over the top of the spoiler thing. But I've got a much simpler solution. What you do is you let your girlfriend pack whatever she wants for the weekend. You put it in the back of your car, and that is all the downforce you need.
Now,
way simpler.
Okay, there's two fascinating cars on the track. On the left-hand side, you've got Nico Nicolaisen in a Toyota Supra.
Oh, Nico!
Okay.
He's a very good friend of mine.
And on the right-hand side, you've got Scott Temple, who's in the Davy. But during the course of this morning, we'll go through. These are both fascinating stories of each of these cars. But I'm going to pose out the question, and hopefully you didn't read your notes. The car on the left, Nico Nicolaisen.
Yes.
That is a Supra. Okay. You got to try and tell me a little bit later in the broadcast, what do you think he spent from purchasing the car to getting the car to actually run up the hill today? Okay.
I think that's the car that he just ran in the Lemons, in
Yes.
the Lumina.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one.
So Nico is a very dear friend of mine. He's a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
Probably one of the kindest, nicest, biggest petrol heads you'll ever meet. And his dream over the years was basically to make enough money so he could start racing.
Stunning.
And you will love this. I think he owns 5 cars, and if I'm not mistaken of them, 5 of them are old Alfa Romeos.
Oh, wow, okay. It's not my new best friend.
He dailies a V6. What's that beautiful Julia? The very squared off one with the 4 small round headlights. It's like a previous generation. I'll show you a picture of it now. Anyway, he dailies a cabrio with his business name on it. That's his daily, a yellow Alfa Romeo cabrio.
Beautiful. Now my new best friend. So Rui Campos, he was giving a little bit of stick going up the hill. There we go. He's set the benchmark. I mean, he just knows that car so well and so beautifully prepared as well. So he's definitely going to be a man to chase.
Also competing in the V8 Masters in Cape Town at the moment.
He's a real, what they call a mensch. He's just a wonderful, wonderful guy.
So some of the open wheelers coming out now. It's always good to see. Open wheelers always have a chance at the podium.
Why do you say that, Joe? Is it because of the competition, or what throws it out there that gives them a good dance? Because I'm trying to see how I can go home next year so any guidelines here would be greatly appreciated.
I think that in the world of formula racing, your open wheelers are generally your fastest formula, lightest, most aerodynamic, highest downforce, best power to weight ratio. Generally, if you're in an open wheeler, you're probably a decent driver if you've made it to an open wheeler, if you've made it out of tin tops. So just with that, the format of the car, having all the weight between the wheels, and getting it out there, and you see that the downforce that this sort of car has as well. So in hill climb racing, downforce is hugely important, and that's why you see Franco Scrivante's car with the front wing and all the rest of it. So basically, you want to be able to get the nose in, tuck it in, and then get on the power as soon as you can. So in tin top cars, you just don't get nearly as much downforce, unfortunately. So that's why the open wheelers always stand a really good chance.
Especially if they've got rear wing as well. You know, like the car going out in the left without the rear wing. I mean, that you really have to have your wits about you to try and control that, because it's giving you some incredible downforce in the front, but the back is incredibly loose. So it's a skill to drive these Formula cars, you know, all of them.
Apparently, Sasha, I know you're into your F1 a little bit, eh? You watch it every now and then.
Once in a
just
while,
try catch it, you know, when you're not busy.
When I'm not sleeping.
You like F1?
So I was reading that one of the reasons why Max was so fast was because, and this is downforce related, but the way to make an F1 car really, really fast is with all the downforce on the nose. But then, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but then it becomes incredibly twitchy and hard to turn in, so you start to send some of the balance to the back.
Correct.
Now apparently Max was just one of those drivers where he could push the downforce point all the way to the front of the car, and this is why Checo apparently couldn't catch it, because no one can drive like that. And now apparently, now that this has all sort of been figured out, it's sort of being distributed, you know, everything runs through the pit lane and all the teams sort of start to work on this. But apparently that's what Max was so brilliant at, was using that sort of quirk of Formula One downforce.
So I mean, there's certain Formula One drivers, you could go through the annals of Formula One drivers, and those who want what you say a front-loaded car, where they want that sort of oversteer feel, and the likes of Max Verstappen, Mika Hakkinen, Schumacher, Kimi Räikkönen.
Were they all similar?
All just love
really?
that kind of feel of a car. And yes, that's probably the most trickiest to drive, but it's the fastest way to do it. That's why Max is just so brilliant at racing. But this is Classic Car Friday. Charles Ayrton, fastest man so far, car number 3 in the Cosworth BDG. I think this is, could this be Walk?
Easiest way to steal Sasha's coffee is to bring up F1.
Yeah.
When he's not looking, you can just nick his coffee.
You can nick anything.
Some epic single-seaters going up the hill. And again, and when we're joined by Rodrigo tomorrow, I'm sure he'll tell us, but single-seaters they're expensive to pilot, and you don't see them in a lot of hill climbs around the world, except for the very premier ones. So. And this, of course, is now one of the most premier hill climbs in the world, and that's why we get these incredible machines.
Andre is out there in the Lola. I think Andre's, he's not scared to turn a wheel.
He's done this a few times.
When you look at his tyres, they almost look like they're intermediates because there's a bit of tread on them. So I don't know if you guys could probably speak to this more than me, but do you think it's more for conditions, or do you just think that he's running what he's bringing?
Yeah, just probably, you know, if he's got one set of brand new slicks, don't waste them now. Use the inters, just get a feel of the track. Everyone probably coming back and saying it is a little bit slippery. Just feel it out. He knows how to drive the car, and then, you know, put your brand new rubber on when it really counts.
Throwing a little bit of spray there out of turn 3. As Paige mentioned, and one of the scary aspects of the changing weather conditions is sort of where the car is on your screen there. You get a stream that comes down off the mountain and runs across the road. And at that point, you are moving. You're buried on the throttle and all the weight's on one side of the car. And then you come around the corner and you just see the silvery bit of road. And then you know it's water. And now you've got all the load on the outside. You're flat foot. And you just have a small heart failure as you go over that stream. So it's tricky out there. It's tricky when the weather's like this. But I think that, if I'm not mistaken, the forecast is pretty good for the weekend.
Yeah, it does seem good.
I mean, you wanted to go either way. Either it must rain or the sun must shine. But these conditions like this are the most tricky. You know, like, I mean, wind and if you're racing in the wind, it's a bit tricky. But conditions like this, like you said, with streams running across the track, do you have grip, don't you have grip? So I would obviously prefer either very dry or very wet, but we've been watching the weather forecast now for weeks, and I'm hoping that this was the last of the drizzle and we're going to see the sun for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, let's hope so. But I agreed, you know, either it must rain or either it must be dry. Cold is something that we have to deal with, but you know, rain or dry. We'd rather have wet, or we'd rather have dry.
Clifford, you're a bike guy, hey?
I'm a bike guy.
You're a bike guy.
Well, I mean, I try. I'd say
he's a proper bike.
I say washed up, but we try. Yeah. But anyway, I see you. I feel like you're gonna interrogate me. I'm gonna do my best to answer as bravely as possible, make myself sound good. You know.
No, I was just you commented on tread earlier, and forgive my ignorance, but if you're in a race condition, right, and the rain comes out, now obviously to get a bike off a car. To get a tire off a bike is much harder than getting a tire off a car, right? So what do they do in a race condition to get onto treaded tires?
You have another bike.
Yeah, 100%. So I mean,
no, that's how wealthy they are.
Yeah, I mean, that's the.
You just have a whole other bike.
That's the whole South African budget. But no, what normally happens is I mean, they try and run it for as long as possible. But when it starts to get a little bit too slick and it's been declared a dry race up front, they normally red flag it. If we've done a percentage of race distance, then they declare a result. Otherwise, they sort of postpone it to later on. And most of the time when I've raced in Extreme Festival, when it does rain, they always try and push the bike guys further back, because where the strain is that if you've only got one bike, some guys don't necessarily have spare rims, but at some point you've got to change from dries to wet. You've got to take your wheels off your bike, get them put back on, but that just cues the tire fitter. So they normally try and push it back. But yeah, I mean, I've raced in the rain on slicks just because I didn't have another option, and I was a moving chicane, but and it was definitely not the fastest lap time around Swartkorps. But yeah, it's they normally try and look after the bike guys and try and sort of push them back and give them the better time slots. But it's not always the case. Racing is racing at the end of the day, you know.
All right. So listen, that's the first warm up for Classic Car Friday. Let's go to Colin in the pits. He's got some updated information. Cole, what's been happening in the last couple of minutes?
Oh, there's a whole lot of stuff that's been happening. The cars have been carring, the oil's been oiling. But we thought we'd come down to the slowest car, Margaret White. Absolutely fantastic. 1937. We wanted to put a camera on the car, but it doesn't have a flat surface, Margaret.
Yeah, too rounded. Not only is he the oldest car and the slowest car, but he also bakes cookies. So there for you, some bespoke Austin 7 butter cookies.
It's absolutely magnificent. Every year we see you in this car with that absolutely glorious smile of yours. It's John, is this a highlight of your year?
Absolutely. No question about it. I might be slow, but for me it feels plenty fast, and I enjoy every moment. At least I get to see, I get my money's worth.
I was about to say that.
Down the road, yes.
You spend double the time that most people spend on this hill.
I do, but I'm enjoying every mile, so it's good.
Awesome. Margaret, thank you very much for the cookie. I will savor them, and with a special heart on them as well.
We love Austins.
I do too. Let's have a quick word. Patrick, just look at this here. 1937. Ernest is the name. It was a little bit less used, shall we put it that way, over there. And then there we go. There's Margaret in the car.
So the car's got a short history. That's my dad racing it. So that's 1956 handicap win in PE, and that's my dad in the car. So it's spent a lot of years in two families, Bob Acton, his family, and Billy Gilbert is a guy who built the car. There's Billy Gilbert racing it in 1952. So this year we've got 73 years of history.
Absolutely amazing. Congratulations, and thank you for bringing it here, and look forward to seeing you next year again. But what's the MG? No.
We've got mixed breeds, all British, but we've got a couple of MGs as well. I'd love to bring an MG maybe in a year or two's time.
Awesome. You're about to get going again.
Yes,
Good luck.
Thank
You,
you
Margaret.
so much.
Got to love that. The history of cars. There's another little bit of interesting history. In 1981, British Formula Ford Championship, Ayrton Senna and Rick Morris had a huge fight. Ended up with Ayrton Senna winning it. It was his first year when he went to England. We've got two tribute cars here. Rick Morris is here. He beat Senna mainly on the fast circuits because he had it was in the days of Royale and Van Diemen fighting against each other. We're going to go and have a look at those cars now. So Rick has got his car, a version of it, a tribute car to it, and Simpiwe has got Ayrton's car. That's a lovely little bit of history, and through the day I'd like to talk to Rick Morris, and yesterday he was telling me some fascinating stories about Ayrton Senna and blocking and wheel-to-wheel racing as they went through that year of the championship. So their pits are right at the sharp end here, and they're not back yet. But we'll go and have a quick word with Rodney Green, who is the only man to have done all of the Simola Hillclimbs. Rodney, the only man to do all 15. What a history, what a depth of experience you've had. How's this event changed in those 16 years?
Look, it's become a lot more professional. When we started 15 years ago, it was a happy event, and it's a happy event now, but it's certainly, been, levels gone up in terms of professionalism.
And you've driven 4 or 5 different cars in that period. You bring a Cooper Climax. Why this particular car for the 15th edition?
Well, it's taken me 15 years to rebuild it, so that's one reason. But the organizing committee were quite keen on the car coming, so they were great motivation.
Right. What's so special about it?
Well, it was bought new by Dick Gibson in the UK, campaigned over Europe in the Grand Prix, which were mixed Formula 2 and Formula 1, this being a Formula 2 car, 1500, with the original engine, I might add. And Dick Gibson hired it out to Southern Africans. Jimmy Shield of Rhodesia was one who paid his way. He liked the car, so he bought it. Ran the Rhodesian Grand Prix, South African Grand Prix, and there we go. That's it.
Let's have a look at the motor. We hear about this Coventry Climax being an ex-fire engine motor, but just talk us through the motor.
Well, it's very interesting. It was the first of what they called the FPF engines, which were designed specifically for racing. So although it evolved out of the fire pump, the FWP, it was quite different. In fact, the fire pump racing engines were single cam. Coventry Climax said, okay, let's get into this big time. And they built this engine, which slowly evolved into 2 litres, 2.5 and even 2.7 for the Tasman series. Aluminium block, aluminium head, really very special engine.
What does this particular one rev to?
Well, I've only revved to 6, but they say 8.
The risks of bits of inside becoming outside increase as the revs go up, because this is not a young engine.
No, absolutely. This engine came out with the chassis. You know, this is been here all the time. You know, a lot of the Coopers in England, use new engines, whereas this is the original engine,
I've just seen the rear suspension. To me is very interesting. You've got a leaf spring across here with a tensioning device.
Yeah, the very early Coopers, and this is one of the very first that was, I'm not talking about the Cooper 500s, which had a motorbike engine, but in 1957 they built this car, but they utilized the suspension that they used, which were Fiat Topolino fronts, which they cut in half and welded together. But having said that, by the time they got to this, it was more sophisticated, and of course the chassis was built on a jig and that sort of thing, but they used the same old principle, and that just tightens up the springing if you want it. But it's the same front and rear. And I want to tell you something which I find astonishing. The magnesium brake drums, both front and rear, are the original to the car.
Oh, that is unbelievable. That makes them, 67 years old? This car is older than I am.
Younger than I am.
Absolutely fascinating, Rick. Thank you very much, Rodney, thank you very much for just sharing with us, and we'll keep talking during the day.
No, absolutely.
Smith's rev counter? Old tachograph rev counter?
It's all the correct stuff, everything is correct. It's it hasn't been modified. This is the most, well, of course we had to rebuild everything and check everything, which is painstaking. But I will add that Ken and Stuart and so many people have had a hand in this that I'm eternally grateful.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you for bringing a little bit of history, a little bit of love, and a lot of passion with you. It's
this, in fact, is my first aggressive drive, and I didn't even get out of second gear, but it goes like a train.
Lovely. Thank you, Rodney. We're about to get some track action going. One of the cars that we didn't see going out earlier today was the Chevron of Franco Scribanti. He sat it out in the pits. He's not here right now. His version of it was that it was a little bit slippery and messy and untidy. So he didn't want to take the Chevron out. But we did talk about Rick Morris and Ayrton Senna. But we're starting to get some car action back on the track. We'll just show you the Senna tribute car in the back over here, past Rui Campos. And here we have the replica of Ayrton Senna's 1981 championship, Rick Morris's 1981 championship. There's Rick. We're going to talk to him a little bit later. But for now, let's let the cars do the talking and the action on the track continue.
Assuming Margaret White is making her way up the hill as we speak right now.
Yeah, and she's actually completed her run, and a good 14 seconds faster than what she did. So it is another warm-up session for Classic Car Friday, the 15th running of Simola Hillclimb, the King of the Hill Festival of Speed. What brilliant insights from Rodney Green about that Cooper Climax. So much history, and you just feel the passion coming out of him. He's so passionate about every one of his cars. He's been at every single event, and I mean, that's what you love about, whether it's Classic Car Friday or whether it's King of the Hill. Everyone is just so passionate about what they're doing and what they're driving.
Yeah, and committed. I mean, 15 years, he hasn't missed one, and that's the backbone on how these festivals and race events keep going and ensure that there's longevity. Is you need those guys that just make sure, and they're probably the guys that will bend over backwards, and if they have to drive all the cars down by themselves, they'll do it just to make it happen,
Yeah, it's just such a magnificent event, and this year, very, very special one, of course, 15 years. We did miss the 1 year due to the worldwide close down back a few years ago. Peter McPherson in the GT40 going up there. We should see significant improvements in all of the times, but it is still a warm-up session. People just getting a feel for the track, and then of course later on today we start getting into the timed runs, the real timed runs.
So how does it work, Sasha? Because obviously we've got a couple practice runs now for the guys just to get a feel, but then obviously it gets serious. But what are we in for the rest of the day?
Yeah, the wonderful thing is, so they'll do their practice runs, and then of course they're all split into various classes. So at the moment you've got the H2 class. Margaret White, for example, is in the H1 class with the other Austin. And then thereafterwards we will get a top 3 from each of the classes, or we'll actually get a top 10 of the fastest drivers regardless of the class. So the top 10 throughout the whole day, and they will go for their own kind of shootout for Classic Car Friday. So you could see cars coming from H3 or H5 competing with the likes in H9. But this year in the H9 category, which is all the single seaters, there's a huge amount of competition. But anything can happen in racing. You know what it's about. Anything can happen on the day. So expect them to start turning up the engines a little bit, putting on fresh tires, and having a full go. So
it does. I mean, now that you've taken me through the run, it does put a lot of pressure on qualifying that you've got to have a clean run, because hotly contested. But I mean, the first run we saw 42 competitors take to the hill.
Yeah.
So in qualifying, you've got to make sure it happens. So it's got to be clean. So that puts a lot of pressure on the qualifying run.
Exactly, and the whole thing about this track as well. If you all of a sudden, if you make a small little mistake in turn 1, it's going to impact your run all the way up to turn 3, for example. And if you are now starting on the real ascent of the track, and you make a mistake at turn 5 or so, you can really mess up your run all the way to the top. I was just looking at those pictures there, Cliff. It looks like that. Is that rain?
Yeah, I saw windscreen wipers running on that Porsche, and that makes me quite sad, because all the hopes and dreams we had have just gone up in tatters.
But the amazing thing is, on the start line it's dry, but on the middle of the hill it's raining, and here it's dry again.
Yeah, that's just another amazing thing about motorsport, is that it's never necessarily the same. But I think if you were like Margaret White and you got a dry run in this one, and if the same like it works in qualifying, that could work in your favour, because it's definitely going to slow the times down.
I'm going to try for a rain report on the.
Luckily we're just in the practice runs, but I was really hoping for it to start drying out, but obviously the weather has other ideas for us right now.
Yeah, very, very peculiar. I know that maybe, I mean, this part of the track is incredibly wet. You can see there Jennifer going up in the beautiful Porsche 914. And then all of a sudden it dries out again. So this is what you call isolated showers in Knysna this morning. Lots of people getting in touch via the WhatsApp. Hello, Reno, one petrolhead to another. He's enjoying the broadcast already this morning. Share the love. Now it's raining on the start line as well. So, these are difficult. So I mean, there could be, Clifford, that a lot of people will sit and say, "Whoops, okay, you know what? I might not go out for this warm-up run. Might not suit them." They might be sitting and saying, "You know what? In roughly an hour from now, the weather should change and dry." Alternatively, they might have the prediction that the rain is going to continue. Then they've got to go out. But it could be frantic work in the pits now, changing tires. A lot of cars go out in slicks, and some of them don't have intermediate tires or road-going tires. So some of them are going, well, I've got to go out with what I've got.
I mean, that fits right into my race budget, is not having wet weather tires. And I can tell you right now, if it was me, I mean, obviously you want to have a look at the hill, and I mean, if it's a year since they've last competed here, so you want to try and find a line and shake the cobwebs off. But the other side of the coin is you don't want to have a little whoopsie and it costs you money, but you also don't want to sit back in the pits and think, oh, it's fine, it will dry, and if it doesn't, you've got to find pace somewhere.
Exactly, and I mean, you hear for this specific day, you have in total probably 6 runs, and if you make it in the top 10, then you'll have a 7th run.
Yeah.
So, you know what, just go for it.
Get your money's worth.
Yeah, get your money's worth. Like Margaret, she's seeing the whole of Knysna as well. Colin, if you are listening, Clifford hasn't had his coffee, and he'd love that biscuit as well.
Yeah, I'm always keen on a biscuit, but he's standing there. It looks like he was enjoying his biscuit with his umpire uniform. But what was quite interesting with that car of Margaret's, and I was actually watching in the pits this morning when they were checking the tires, etc., is that they've almost got like a paddock stand that the superbike guys use, that they wedge underneath the back wheels and pop it up. But she lifts the car by herself, one snap, one click, and it's up and away they go. But it's just so incredible, like how cars have evolved over the years. But these things are still accessible to people that are walking through the pits of Simola. You can see some of the heritage there, which is great, you know.
It's so special, and I mean, if you are one of those who are only getting up now and you're going to be coming through to the hill climb, and you do have the opportunity to walk through the pits, go and spend a good few minutes and just read up the history of Ernest, Margaret White's car. That Austin 7. All right, Colin, it looks pretty damp down there.
It certainly is moist, Sasha. I can tell you officially it is raining. There was wind coming from there just now with the wind blowing across this way, but now the wind is at the weather broadcasts and the forecasts, and it just does not make sense. But I can confirm it is wet, it is slippery, and it is raining. Most of the cars that have gone up now are on road tires. Probably the best tire to go up here is a European spec Michelin tire, but they are on road tires. Some of the single seaters are going back to their wet tires. Whatever you do, you've got to be very, very careful. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find a cup of coffee, get out of the wet, and have an Austin biscuit from Margaret. It's wet in the pit lane. Cheers.
All right. Well, sorry, Clifford, you're definitely not getting your biscuits. Maybe Margaret's got another one.
There's no chance of Margaret's cookie for me today.
I did hear some wheel spinning, so I think Jean-André Bezuidenhout going out there. We've got the 2 Fiats 131s making their way. Also just trying to get a little bit of heat into the tires for their run going up the hill. It is practice at the moment. Jean-André Bezuidenhout with Bertha on the front, which is the family wine farm.
Oh, that's...
Yes, and they make a magnificent wine. Do the Bezuidenhout family, and it's lovely to have father and son both here this weekend. Fiat 131 Abarth. Yeah, good sideways movement from Jean-André. So also just giving it beans.
Not hanging around, eh? Not hanging around at all.
Going, okay, you know, he's learned, he's had a good mentor in his father over the years, that's for sure.
I mean, the fact that these guys are still pushing like 1 minute and 58 in conditions is to respect. I mean, the guys are not, I mean, they're taking it easy, but yeah, there's a bit of movement, and I mean, you wouldn't expect that at that part of the section in a Fiat, but yeah, it's definitely loose and slick out there.
So that's where I was talking about, Clifford. In that corner, if all of a sudden he has to tap off just to correct the car, he loses that momentum to try and get up the rest of the hill, and that's where it gets very, very steep. So, you know, even if they're in these conditions later on this afternoon and this morning, you just got to hang it out. You've got to hang it out and go.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to momentum, because horsepower is not really going to save you. You can have all the power you would wish for, but to put it down on the track is not going to generate a fast lap time. So you've got to shift the weights and build the momentum, and that's what these guys are doing now. But like we said, you need to spend time out there to find these areas where you can make up time. It's such a short run. You lose half a second, you're not going to make it back anywhere else. You know, unless you're very brave, but then you're going to always be what if, and then try and find that half a second that you lost the last time. So it is tricky, but someone that I don't think is looking for too much time right now is that Cobra out there. I think there's 100 other places I'd rather be than in a V8 in the wet.
No. I think he's just trying to get to the top so it doesn't become a swimming pool inside there. Ivan Lerm in the Cobra. I mean, that's a beast to drive in these conditions. So hats off. Yeah. Well, listen, in any of these cars in these conditions, very, very difficult. But this has got a huge amount of horsepower. You can see very gently through the S bend. There's a stunning Volvo, the V20. Going to make its way up. This is the second round of practice sessions for the Classic Car Friday. That Volvo is going ominously slowly.
Yeah, that's not looking for time anywhere at this stage. You think it's a problem, or you think he's just
I'm hoping
enjoying
it's
the
never
scenery?
a problem. Maybe just enjoying the scenery.
But yeah, that doesn't look too good. Let's see when we get to the speed cam what we're pushing up there. But yeah, it's not looking particularly fast. Although 104, so I mean, not too slow.
Maybe and you can see there's a lot of wind as well. So there's so many elements that these drivers have to deal with besides the rain. He's being pretty gentle.
Yeah.
Just wants to feel it. I don't think there's anything wrong with the car. Let's
hope not. But for me, like when you see this kind of run up the hill, and this is my own mind playing tricks on me, and I'm playing devil's advocate with myself here, is that if you drive slowly around the track like this, you sort of find a rhythm, but then to go faster, even to find normal pace, becomes a trap, and you feel like you can't go faster than what you're doing, and you sort of set into that pace, and that could hurt lap times later on. So for me, like when I watch things like it makes me very insecure, because that's my own issues, but I look and think, will I fall into that trap and not be able to find pace when it matters later on if the conditions don't dry out?
I think it's a very, very good point you bring up there. Car number 36, John Bronner in the Alfa Romeo 512, the Giulia Supra. Also beautifully presented car. Fastest at the moment, Peter McPherson. That is in the Ford GT. 58.8 seconds. Our fastest in the first run, I think, was a 51 or 48. It was a 48 yes, by one of the Formula cars. Yeah, that was Josh Dovey in the Chevron. Got some Datsuns coming out.
And the Datsuns are going sideways on the start. So
love it.
Nice and aggressive. Let's see what they've got in store for us here. Because feeling conditions, but trying to find out where they can make a time when it starts to dry out. So let's see. But for me, this Classic Car Friday is super cool, because I mean, in the old days we were all playing Fast and the Serious when I was in my 18s and 20s, and everything was about turbo cars. But as I'm getting older, I'm starting to appreciate the older cars, and I'm starting to enjoy the classics now. But there's so many different cars that you come across in pit lane when you walk through here, and each one of them has a story, which is super cool, and a good history lesson and a lesson in cars all in general.
It is wonderful, and the attention to detail on so many of these cars is wondreful. The Yellow Beast, the Alfa Romeo Giulia GTV, Trevor Tuck. Last year was blue, this year is yellow, and his previous, I think he's won it 5 times, have all been in red cars. So a change, but looks stunning in the yellow colors as well. But very tricky out there, Chiro, with the rain coming down.
No, especially between here and the Luz. Honestly, this is the most harrowing journey of my life.
Well, you're gone for almost a week.
I'm lucky I'm here. You guys are lucky to see me again.
We nearly sent out the search party. We were a little bit concerned, and we thought, no, it's just the rain. Genuinely
speaking, top piece of advice: if you guys need to run off to the Jets, like, leave about 10 minutes.
I'll say top
And don't
to get
slip.
to get through the
Yeah,
mud,
I'll say top-
and take a change of pants. Yeah.
top tip of advice: if you need to run to the loo, don't run.
No, don't run. No. It's genuinely. I actually just made the joke now to Henk and the broadcast team. I was like, if it's this hard getting to the Jets, can you imagine what it's like getting a 500 horsepower Mustang or something up the hill at the moment?
Without a doubt. This is going to be a very, very competitive category. The H5, the Alfa Romeos, the Opel. Well, hopefully that Opel Manta does get sorted out. The Datsuns and the Volvos. I think it's going to be a spectacular class to watch when we get to the serious running. This is class H5. And then, of course, we've got the Shelbys coming up shortly with the Porsches as well in H6. Now, this is a Berliner.
Okay.
And this is a car that just, was a fantastic family saloon in the 1970s for Alfa Romeo, but never really had the pizzazz of like the Giulia and then eventually the Giuliettas or whatever, but a very highly underrated car. So it's actually wonderful to see a Berliner out here. There's not many left around. So very, very special to see that. Just as special as to see that magnificent Porsche. Throw it. Come on, Giro.
What is the rarest
yellow
Ferrari? What is the rarest Ferrari road car in Ferrari's history? What is the lowest numbers series produced road car in Ferrari's history? I didn't know this until yesterday or day before.
Okay, so that's an interesting one.
It's a good one.
I feel like there's a trick to this.
No, I promise. It's a unicorn, and I had never seen one in real life until I saw one at a showroom in Cape Town the other day. But Ferrari 456 GT4 BB.
Wow.
456 GT4 BB Berlinetta Boxer is now worth a lot of zeros, followed in front of your R or after your R, and 387 made of all time, 58 right-hand drive.
Goodness.
One in SA.
And I must tell you, it's a beautiful car.
Oh, absolutely so. It was Ferrari's answer to the Miura.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Manual box.
Manual, yeah. There's an absolutely stunning deep blue one for sale in Cape Town right now. And I was asked to go and do a little bit of content on it. And I got there and I was like, I literally never thought I'd see one of these real life. Yeah, really cool. Yeah.
Well, you see, just tune in to us. We've got so much trivia. For example, on the screen is an orange car. There we go. And that's Davi Hubert. And it's an orange one. Okay. You see, we just on the.
While I was
I
away.
think these are two of the best looking cars on Classic Car Friday on track right now.
Incredible. Daytona and the Lotus.
I see while I was away, you guys stole my notes.
We also stole your lunch, but you'll find it out later.
Yeah.
Lotus Elise or Exige, I suppose, depending on the spec. Toyota engine traditionally, although they do get swapped out quite a bit.
So there's a Rover engine in here.
There's a Rover engine in
The
here.
Ubears do not do anything traditional.
Darby engine swap Hubert.
Yeah.
It's literally his middle name.
Well, I mean, tomorrow we got two low tie.
Yes.
Out there. One with the
Ferrari engine, yeah.
And the other one with, I think, a McLaren engine or
I know that.
It's definitely not a low tie.
No.
It's not a Ford engine.
Well, Lotus gave up on making engines a long time ago, and then they went to Toyota, and they're like, can we just get one of yours? And actually, probably one of the best engines and car combinations of all time, actually. But no, always lovely to see low tie on the pitch. Oh, there's the Uno Turbo.
Yeah. So the Uno Turbo is still spewing out a little bit of smoke. So that is a Uno Turbo, but a 1700. So I don't know if it's born out because I don't know of a 1700 Fiat engine. But apparently it's a 1.7 litre. This 924, I cannot wait to go down the pit lane and actually look at this car because
that
it's
is
quite spectacular.
That's a fascinating car, though. It looks like what was throwing me off about it when I saw it earlier was the face looked 924 to me, but the rear looks nothing like a 924.
Yeah. It looks sort of 944-ish from a distance, and then all of a sudden you go, no, it's... Yeah, I think it's stunning.
Quite interestingly, the 924, was it the 944, was actually developed by Volkswagen.
No, it was the 924.
Was the 924?
Yeah, and that had the Audi engine.
Yeah, and it was going to be badged Volkswagen until the last minute, where they put a Porsche badge. Yeah. Lovely car, very nicely balanced. Not particularly fast, but good to drive.
I mean, nowadays, the Lamborghini is VW.
Yes.
Or, some of it's VW and some of it's Audi. And, if you take the Lamborghini Urus and take the engine cover off and replace it with the Audi QS8 PQ DSTV, they fit perfectly. Quite amazing.
Top tip for you.
I'll say to you, with the Audi and a Urus oil change, you're looking at about a 20,000 rand difference on oil, just based on the badge.
Incredible.
Just throwing it out there. Sorry, Sherry, you were saying.
No, so top tip. If you'd like an Urus, you could buy a Cayenne, a Touareg, a Q8, one other, Bentayga, or a Urus. All the same car.
All exactly the same.
Yeah.
And same platform.
Yeah, so just go for the Touareg. You save yourself about $5.
What a great idea.
There's our top saver tip
today.
There
we go.
Follow
us for more marketing
advice.
sales.
Faruk Dango not hanging about and hanging the back out a little bit.
Oh, it's such a beautiful car, that. Very special. Okay, so we have great news from Hillclimb Monsters. He joined us last year and he's going to be joining us for the whole weekend, as well as Faruk Dango gets a little bit sideways through the S's. Rodrigo, bom dia and welcome, sir. Lovely to have you this year at the 15th edition of the Simola Hillclimb.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I am a bit late to the party, but here I am finally, still recovering from being a bit sick earlier in this week. But action from Simola just cannot be missed, and right now we have a calmer day with the historics, as far as I'm concerned. But the track action will be hot for everyone, apart from the rain we have at the beginning. But very glad to join all the team once again. Just sad that it could not be in local, but it is what it is for now, and we'll probably have the best edition of Simola Hillclimb yet, and that is what really counts in the end.
Yeah, wonderful, Rodrigo. Great to see you as well. We were hoping that you were going to be joining us in studio this year, which means that you need to send, there's 3 of us in the studio now, each of us a case of the best Portuguese wine.
Vino.
Only fair enough.
Wonderful. Rodrigo, so we're into the second warm-up session of Classic Car Friday. Strange weather at the moment. It was dry and then a little bit of rain, and then it's come down quite heavily, and it seems to be a bit of stop on track action at present. Could be something they just want to check something on the track. But the wonderful thing about this year Classic Car Friday, a whole host of new old cars making their first appearance at Simola. So it just shows the traction of this event and how many people want to partake.
Sasha, I'm just bringing up the live stream comments here. So when you got a sec, I'll go through some of the live on air comments.
Awesome.
Makes me nervous. What don't we know?
Don't be. It's going to be fun.
But yeah, it seems like there's a bit of a delay at the moment. Do we know why there's a stoppage on track?
I'm not sure.
I think it was just in. Oh no, we weren't at the end of a session.
We weren't.
It's the middle of the
smack bang in the middle of the session. Yeah. So yeah, just wondering why we're having the delay. Yeah, because I mean obviously the guys are like queuing up in pit lane.
Sorry, I was stuck in the mud 3 meters from the commentary box.
I thought you might be the cause.
I missed quite a bit of the action.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, I want to bring you in here, and while we're watching on sort of no action at present. Great addition to this year for King of the Hill is, in my opinion, one of the most talented motor racing drivers I've seen in the last decade or so, Johan Christofferson here in South Africa. That is going to be something for the fans to see.
For sure. I think I have done this comparison in the past, but I put Johan in the same bracket as Max Verstappen and Kalle Rovanperä, in the same way that they are sort of laboratory drivers. They were created from the moment they were born to be special on their own motorsport discipline. So we have someone who is the son of what was already a sort of a legend in rallycross, and all his life was dedicated to be the best rallycross driver, and that's what he accomplished. And if people are not aware of how good he is behind the wheel and how efficient he can be, people are going to be for a rude awakening during this weekend.
Yeah, he's a very, very special driver. I mean, we're going to talk at length during the course of the weekend on him. And, you know, guys, looking at the track conditions now, Cliff, it looks like it's dry again.
Yeah, there's a bit of spray and some standing water in certain places, but also it depends on our camera angle. If you look on the start line there, it still looks pretty wet, so traction is an issue, but certain parts it looks better. So again, it's playing with our emotions here. We hope it gets dry so we can see faster times, but yeah, guys, with the driving conditions, I'm glad I'm sitting with you handsome chaps right now and not out there in the car.
I'm so glad you used the word handsome.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Yeah, it will, especially amongst us two Italians.
That's my meal ticket, boys.
141 Ks through the speed trap. Oh, leaning on that.
Whoa! I say, watch it roll there through that sector. And I mean, if you get it wrong on the first corner, you've got so much to do on the second one that you're just going to lose so much time there. But I mean, he's still going, but it did get a bit heavy.
Yeah, and you know, it's something we've only touched on earlier on. Is saying, well, you know, you don't have really runoff areas. Oh, again,
look at that,
incredibly so.
That's
really
the fast and the serious right there.
Yeah. So you know, the thing is, again,
that's cool to watch.
That's
brave. I mean, that's why I'm here.
No, I'm just going. Okay, he's going to be part of the demo drifting team just now as well. Rui Campos going up, but there are no runoff areas. I mean, unfortunately, and that is, I suppose, also the appeal of a hill climb.
Yeah.
This is, you have to. I mean, if you make a mistake, it's, you know, as long as you as the driver are okay, the rest can be done. But it's going to be unpleasant.
And I'm pretty sure, like, all of us have done some sort of racing at some level. And the thing is, though, with runoff is that you don't realize how fast you're going and how much runoff you need until you need it. And then all of a sudden, things get a little bit puckered, you know?
Okay. Jeez, but when I drove around slowly, it really looked like a lot of runoff.
Exactly.
It's yep.
Here is the
Nico Nicolaisen.
Nico Nicolaisen. Okay, this young guy paid 25,000 rand for this car. Okay, and he ran it in the lemons, and he has spent a total over the last year to bring the total, including tires, everything or whatever, his total spend on this car is 70 grand. 70,000. Rodrigo, just to put that in your kind of money, that is 3,000 euro. In total, he has spent to buy the Supra, Toyota, and fix it and get it into a racing condition. I mean, that is magnificent to be able to do that.
That's a good night out.
Yeah. And that's like that sort of type of racing has a lot of allure for me, because you always look and think, I need so much money, I could go so much faster, whatever the case is. But he's just racing because he wants to go racing. And the car looks super cool. I mean, there's not a hell of a lot to it, but he's putting in a hell of a run. He's having a great time. The car looks cool, and I mean, here we are sitting talking about it. But the highlight for me is that little pipe sticking out the side.
Love it. Rodrigo, what could you buy for 3,000 euro to go on a hill climb?
Hopes, dreams, and a lot of touch tape, maybe.
You buy a ticket to the hill climb.
Couple of rolls of duct tape.
All right. Here's another.
There are always options. There are always options when you. We might have a proper
downforce. The ejector seat has been activated.
That is the Davy bread basket. Wow.
And that boots is hanging in there. I thought we would have lost it by now.
Whoa! So this car was originally built in South Africa back in 1953. in Benoni. Wow. By a guy called Davey. And it's called a 626 because it's a 6-cylinder, 2.6 litre. The car's been sitting in sheds for most of its years. Then the Setenich family decided, no, come on, let's do something with it. And Vickers Rust has rebuilt this car, fully aluminium. Those body panels are aluminium rolled. It is just something to go and it's a spectacle. It's just something very, very special to see that car. Also, it has been approved to go to Legends at Goodwood.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so if they decide to, they actually can go to Goodwood with that car. And it's a one-of-one. Spectacular. So well done to everybody concerned to find this car and rebuild it and bring it here to Simola, number one. Just magnificent. There's sunshine.
You know, it's something that you mentioned earlier, and I heard it a lot yesterday at the parade when they were doing scrutineering in town. But Jerry, you could probably talk a bit more on this. But how many of these cars have been lying around in a shed somewhere? Because I interviewed like 2 or 3 guys, and the consensus was just speaking to a lot of people around it. Oh, this car was lying in a shed. Oh, we dusted off the tires and that kind of thing. But it seems like with Classic Car Friday, there's a lot of cars that have been found somewhere and then now brought to the track. Is this something that happens all over South Africa and is a common thing?
You know, when you go on Facebook Marketplace and there's a lot of gym equipment.
I mean, I do go on Facebook Marketplace a lot. And yes, there is a lot of gym equipment.
There's a lot of gym equipment because I think a lot of people have hopes and dreams for building race cars like they do for improving their bench press and their pull-up ratio.
Yeah.
And eventually you probably have an argument with your spouse and it ends up on Facebook Marketplace. But cars are more important and sentimental to people than bench presses. So cars end up in barns and garages and that sort of thing where they will remain often for the rest of time until someone finds them, fixes them up and takes them to Classic Car Friday. But no, I'm being a bit facetious. But the reality is that getting a race car on the track's expensive. And you know, when you're chasing your dream like that, it's like, okay, we'll do this next week, we'll do that next week, we'll do that next week, and then, you know, life gets in the way.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a great barn find story. One of my colleagues and good friends, Justin Pinto, he bought a 635 CSI manual, beautiful BMW, henna red.
Beautiful.
And just under the right back of the window, there was so henna red is like a sort of a burnt orange, but there was a very light orange patch.
Okay.
And the reason why there was a light orange patch is because this car stood in a barn for 20 years. And at a certain time of day, there was a hole in the roof, and a ray of sunlight came through and cooked that particular piece of the car for 20 years. And he's left it like that as a sort of a homage to where the car came from.
Incredible. Brilliant. Okay, there we go. Practice 2. Aha! We have Franco Scribante is going to go and do a run on a wet-dry track. And I mean, yeah, this is just a very, very special car, that Chevron B19, just a classic car. I used to have a slot car track, and the first little slot car that I ever bought was the Chevron B19 because it was just so beautiful. Absolutely stunning, immaculately prepared car as well. Going to be interesting, probably running on wets.
Yeah, I think I would make that call if that's the car you're running. But also, like you said, he's going to start running out of session soon, so he needs to go feel the conditions pretty quickly if he's going to start putting in times in the qualifying session. So it's sort of now or never, you know. It's time to get out there and start running with the big boys.
Yeah, trying to clean up the track.
I don't know if you guys saw
clearly some very special fluid.
Yeah.
From Scribante, wouldn't expect anything less.
It's using some brake clean. I don't know if you guys saw, like when we look down pit lane, like looking at the stars, there's like a windscreen wiper that comes across the camera. Have you guys noticed that, or am I seeing things? Because I saw it earlier now, and I thought that's pretty cool and pretty novel, but it also just makes me sad about the weather. But I'm going to stop talking about the weather now because I'm starting to sound like a broken record. It's time for these guys to get on and do things and for me to do the same. But yeah, this is going to be cool. So, Asher, what sort of time do you think he's going to put up there in these conditions for a first run?
I think he's going to be in the 50, 53, 54, 52, 52.
Okay,
I
so
think
he's going to go fastest, huh?
I think he's going to go fastest.
I mean, the pull-off looked pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, that car is just, I mean, look at it. Woo, look at a little twitch there going into turn 1.
So every now and then, if I see a good comment on the live stream, I'll just throw it at you guys.
Yes, please, throw it.
Here's my favorite one so far. Where is this? Obviously a non-English speaking country.
That's just because I'm here and I'm from the world.
No, it's probably because we're speaking kilometers and kilowatts.
I see.
See.
My
They want old imperial.
Okay. So I grew up in the south, guys. Give me a break.
Yeah, no, exactly, yes, because it's miles per hour, because that makes a lot of sense. And the track is just under 1 mile, because that also makes a lot of sense. Yes, we're talking kilometers over here. Okay, 52. What did I say?
On the bracket, but that was smooth and clean, eh?
Oh, not bad, eh? Not bad.
Hey, you know a few things about cars, eh?
That was such a good guess.
Nice one.
That was a good run, though.
It was a very good run, yeah. And if you sit there and think, Campos earlier on did a 51, he's done a 56.
Yeah.
So the track is probably 5-6 seconds off the pace. Robert Walker 53. That was also his first run. So it's interesting to see what Josh Doby and the boys now do in the Formula cars.
The gent who left that comment heard us talking, saying the comment, and he says just funning with you. So thanks, Barry Kuda.
Barry Kuda.
Barry Kuda.
That's a dodgy chap.
We like you, Barry Kuda. We do like you.
Oh, there's off. Oh, slow down. Oh, okay. I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse. As long as I get the yellow flags out.
Yeah, yellow flags will come out.
That's in an awkward spot. You just mustn't move right now, otherwise that could be hairy.
That car needs to be.
Are there flags yet? Because he's still going.
There we go.
There we go.
He's got yellows.
I won't lie, I got a little bit nervous there because
he wasn't slowing down up that hill.
No, listen. Well done to the marshals as well. They got they've got a hairy job as well. But yeah, it looks as though everything. Hopefully, well, that needs definitely some 4-wheel drive to get out of that hill.
Bit of farming there.
Yeah.
So what happens now to the run if you're going up the hill at pace and then all of a sudden you have to back off because someone's gone off?
Yeah, that's it.
You lose your run, eh?
You lose your run.
And in qualifying, same thing, eh?
No, in qualifying, the stewards will make a decision.
Okay.
And maybe
because I mean, if you have a guy that's over enthusiastic or a clown, for lack of a better word, that could really affect your qualifying, you know. So
that would never happen in motorsport.
I mean,
everyone
all
is
respectable guys.
Everyone's so respectable. They love the rules. They always adhere to the rules. Come on, Clifford. What sport have you been watching?
You are right and I am wrong. I watch soccer on the weekends.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay.
I've come up with the most amazing way to never be upset about your favorite soccer team.
Don't watch
soccer. Yeah. So also works for Formula One as well.
Yes.
Same technique.
Yeah.
So there's a process I went through when I was a lot younger, and what I ended up eventually doing to sort of help me cope with life was I stopped playing the lotto because I just couldn't handle more than one disappointment on a weekend because I support Liverpool. Well, now we're going through good times.
Oh, there we go.
But when I was younger, it wasn't good times, and so if you have 2 disappointments on a weekend, that's a lot to deal with. So I just stopped playing the lotto. But yeah, this could take a bit of time, eh?
What at the time? What had a better chance of winning, your lotto ticket or Liverpool?
The lotto ticket, eh? But yeah, we've gone through that. But this looks like it's gonna take a bit of time to get out there.
Yeah. So interesting comment from Charles. How do I turn down the talking volume and the car's volume? Charles, don't worry. When we get into the qualifying, we're going to have the cars a lot louder, and we will let the cars do their runs so that you can enjoy the sound of the cars as well. So we just want to try and get as much information out as possible about the vehicles that are going for Classic Car Friday, and of course anything else that comes to mind. But once the qualifying runs start, believe you me, the three of us will be more silent, and you will enjoy the sound of the cars.
So here we're looking at the replay of our little off earlier, and if you see in certain parts of the track there are drops flying, but I just want to see where this all gets out of shape. But I'm pretty sure it's Sasha's earmarked area.
Yeah, into the S.
Just starting to sort of step away.
Exit of turn 3.
And that's a long way off, eh? You're not going to bring that back. Oy.
And this is the complication of running a single seater like that. That's Simpiwe, where you basically don't have any kind of mechanical down. Well, the only mechanical downforce is engine.
Okay.
The rest of it is just your skill, and it doesn't have rear wings, and it's not going to push you to the ground. You've just got to try and maneuver it as best as possible, and that's why the youngsters start in formulas like that without wings, so that they learn the skill of catching oversteers and understeers, and then eventually, once they get to the wings, they are much more proficient at it. So, I mean, that's a very difficult car to drive.
Downforce is an interesting phenomenon because you get in, your tires are cold, but the faster you go, the more downforce you get, the more grip you get, the faster your tires warm up. So it's a sort of like, this is, you kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
For everything to work, you've got to go fast.
It's like a paradox.
Yeah.
It's very, very cool. That's why Formula One cars get so frustrated when they sit behind a safety car.
Yeah.
Because as fast as that safety car can go, it means nothing to a Formula One car. Formula One car is rubbish when it's going slow.
Yeah.
It's completely rubbish. Nothing works.
Bernd Maylander is fantastic to watch.
He's one. I mean,
he's such a character.
He's incredible.
I was really lucky to meet him a long time ago. It's a Merc C63 launch at Pekisa, and actually quite interesting. The world's only right-hand drive NASCAR track in the world goes around Pekisa Freeway. And we went on that, but then they flew a demo car out, and Bernd Maylander took us for a ride around Pekisa. And I swear I was absolutely terrified. And he's just chatting away the whole time, looking at the view, And then I was chatting to afterwards, and I was like, I was a younger man back then, and I said to him, what are the parties like after the race in Formula One? And he said, I'm too old to party. Me and David just go home. And I was like, who's David? He's like, David Coulthard.
We just fly home in the jet, as one does.
He's actually, Bernd Maylander is actually a really lovely guy.
There is something special, driving a racing car or motorcycle, and then going in a car as a passenger with a true sporting great. And I've also had that opportunity with Bruno Spengler. And Christian Abt. And Christian Abt, I was in Dubai and I went in his DTM car. And that was the scariest I've ever felt in a car. I've been in a Formula One two-seater with Johnny Herbert, which was great fun and a lot of fun.
A Formula One two-seater?
Two-seater, with Johnny Herbert, which is amazing, and did an 8-lap race with him.
No way!
Yeah, it was incredible.
Which circuit?
At Kyalami.
No way.
And by the sixth lap, going through Sunset at Kyalami, my neck could not hold up.
So now you're just banging your
so
helmet
I'm just
on the
bouncing around. But let me tell you, going around the Autodromo de Dubai with Christian Abt in that DTM Audi of his from back in the mid 2000s or whatever, was the scariest I've ever been in a car.
Scarier than the two-seater.
It was. Oh my goodness! I don't know if I'm gonna. And the way that these guys can drive. I mean, we all think we can. Well, I think I can drive a little bit, and then you realize, yes, you're right. A very little bit compared to them. A very little bit.
I had a very interesting moment with Michael van Rooyen on the Rustenburg Rocket.
Yes.
In his GTC car. And it's the only GTC car where they've got a passenger seat. So it takes me for a demo run, and I get out, and I'm a bit speechless. And then, I've been around some tracks in some fast cars, and we're having lunch later that day. And I said, Michael, I just want to thank you because you've sorted out a big problem in my life. I had this ambition to be a racing driver, and now I know I'll never be one because I know no matter if you teach me how to drive, I still won't be able to drive like that.
No, it's a wonderful skill, and
Yeah.
you know, every person who is either doing a hill climb or doing circuit racing or rally racing or whatever, it's a proper skill.
I did some fantastic rallying this morning.
Yes, you did.
I channeled my inner Colin McRae.
You were outstanding.
Yes, and then I got pushed out. Thank you so much.
You really were.
You too.
I really loved the way you got stuck.
No, thank you. Yeah,
That was sheer class.
No, thank you. Highlight of my morning was nearly binning my car up at parking 2, trying to go where my sticker told me to go. Then I came down to say hi to the broadcast team, 6 a.m. in the dark, parked the car. Wonderful marshal here, Seth, says to me, "Sir, you can't park here." I was like, "I know. I'm just going to quickly go and say how's it to the guys." And he said, "So you need to move your car." So I got in, turned it on, and immediately beached the car in the mud. I said to Seth, "Here's the key. If you can move it, you can keep it." And then the commentary team came and pushed me out of the mud.
You see, we are such a team.
Yeah, you haven't felt pressure until you felt pressure from a marshal to move your car.
Yeah.
That's Simola.
Trust
That's
me.
for damn sure.
A bit of a warning if you are coming through to the hill climb. If you do not have your parking ticket, don't try and mess around. All right, let's go and have a quick chat with Colin. He's in the pit lane. We're getting ready, I think, for... Is there one more free practice, Colin, or are we going into qualifying?
Oh, we've got a couple of cars still to run. Rick Morris and Andre Bezuidenhout are still going to run. But Simpiwe, you had a rather bit of a moment.
Yes, it was a slow motion spin that I had there, but it was quite fun. It was
Quite fun. How's the heart rate?
It's pumping. I was a bit scared because I'm like, oh, where am I going to go? But once it started spinning, I was like, you know what? It's beyond me. Let it do what it's doing and just put my foot on the brakes.
Awesome. Now it's quite special because this is a tribute car to 1981 Ayrton Senna car. With Rick Morris next to you, and to try and follow that story, the emotions that you've got driving a car that is an Ayrton Senna tribute?
I always say this is bigger than me. Being in an industry that allows me to race and I can be in cars like this, it's an honor, to be honest. The emotions are quite high. I got the story and the background of the car yesterday, and I'm like, oh wow, these are big moments for me.
Big moments for you, and your car had a big moment. Keep it on the road, and thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Let's go and talk to Rick, who got out of his car now. They had a little bit of overheating in it, and there is also a clutch bearing release problem. Rick, it's almost lucky that there is a bit of a break now so the guys can have a look at the car. What was the issue?
The issue was that the engine was getting too hot in much too short a time. There's something wrong with the water system, we think.
Awesome. Hope you get it fixed.
Thank you very much.
Right, that noise you can hear is Andre Bezuidenhout going out. I can confirm the rain has stopped, but it's wet, wet, wet. Watch the start. It's going to be really, really interesting.
That is a very impressive time from Andre Bezuidenhout, considering he didn't even launch it off the line. He just revved it and then carried on going. So Bezuidenhout right up there. Just going back to the Senna tribute cars. I mean, yesterday it's 31 years since that tragic weekend, that we lost Roland Ratzenberger and, of course, Ayrton Senna back in Imola. So, it's always such a...
31 years ago.
31. It's always such a beautiful weekend at the hill climb, because it's over that weekend where anybody who followed the world of motorsport will recognize what a tragic time that was. So wonderful to see those cars. Glad to see some Piwes okay, and also just the livery, the colors of that car. The Senna, all of the Senna colors. Very, very special.
I remember that moment. I was 8, 9 in my uncle's house, and the accident happened, and then sort of time stood still.
Bizarre
for a while.
Yeah, it feels like yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's now 31 years. Amazingly, an hour and a half ago, that's the Knysna heads. And it was clear earlier, Clifford. What have you done?
I give up. It's just, I just give up with this weather, because, I was looking at after we got back on track now, and in certain parts of the track, you're looking at it and say, like, the start line's very wet, and then there's less overspray midway up the hill, and then, then the rain, it's very wet at the top again. And if you look now on our camera, looking on pit lane, and there's that windscreen wiper. Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it.
There we go. So
I did
I'm not
see
seeing
it.
things. Okay, so because I've had a lot of sugar today, so I thought anything's possible. So we looked down. There you go. We looked down pit lane now, and there's drops again. So
now we need to know if that is an automated wiper or Canon.
So Peter says that it's from Canon and it's automated, but I'm pretty sure he's paying his nephew $50 a day to wipe that camera hanging off the pole on the start line.
Listen, the fact that there is a camera with its own windscreen wiper, I find very impressive. Speaking of windscreen wipers,
that's the highlight of my day.
Yes, so Chiro and his gang of friends made this wonderful road trip from Cape Town to Knysna, and I recall a Top Gear show a couple of years ago, Chiro. I don't know if you remember it, where James May was driving a Lancia Monte Carlo. And within the first 3 miles, he was driving the Lancia Monte Carlo. It was beautiful. He says, listen, this car is just spectacular. Everything's wonderful, blah, blah, blah. And it started in Scotland, by the way, where apparently it doesn't rain, as far as I've heard. And it started raining, and he turned the windscreen wiper, and it did the first operation. Swipe. And then on the second swipe, the right-hand windscreen wiper just decided to go off the edge of the car. Now, yesterday, not Scotland, however, it was raining all the way from Cape Town to Knysna, and you were in a car and you had an issue, I believe.
We had a fantastic adventure yesterday in the Car Joy and Cars.co.za cars. So I just bought a E46 M3 manual, Phoenix Yellow. I know I'm one of only 4 people on earth who likes Phoenix Yellow, but it was the launch color. And what I've done for you guys is brought up a picture of what we went through yesterday. So at about 100 and I just got this car, and it's been standing in a deceased estate for 4 years. Shame the young guy died of COVID actually. So we got it out of the deceased estate, and we're busy fixing it up, and this is its first proper trip, but it's been really well looked after by the guys at BMW. So yesterday at about 100 and something, I wasn't in the car, but the driver's side windscreen wiper made a break for freedom and is now somewhere between George and Wilderness, or one of those towns. We then stopped at the George airport, and we realized we could potentially switch the passenger side to the driver's side. But because it's German and it's over unnecessarily complicated, you can't really do that. But anyway, we made it work. And then now we had the issue of the windscreen wiper arm, which is just a bare metal thing when it doesn't have a wiper blade on it, scraping up and down the glass window. So I thought we need something soft and we need something sticky. So got my lovely better half to go get a pair of socks out my bag. And I got one of my film crew to get some film tape. and there is a picture
I can
of
see
my
it.
socks with some film tape on the windscreen arm stalk.
I can vouch for it. I can vouch for it that
There's a sock there, but what I want to clarify is that was the sock sticky before you put it on? Because you said soft and sticky. Was the sock sticky?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
That's what the film tape
That makes me
was
feel
for.
better.
Yeah. So that is how we got from George to, because it rained, literally rained for 12 hours yesterday. The 12 hours we were on the road, it rained, and we're in 5 old cars, oldish modern classics. But anyway, that was probably my favorite moment of in all my years of motoring, was that moment. I've got all the footage. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. I've got all the footage of us sorting out this problem and taping socks to the front of an M3.
I mean, maybe it's something BMW can look at for those guys that like playing squash or paddle.
Yeah,
You
what
can
a
have
terrific idea.
Yeah, you can have your socks strapped onto the front of your car.
Look, it was a massive improvement on what was there before.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You've got to love the world. You've got to love the world of motoring. That's for sure.
But isn't that what cars are like driving cars and doing this sort of thing is about? It's these adventures and that, and that's why you just can't buy a boring car. If you bought something off the showroom floor or whatever, you wouldn't have had this adventure.
Imagine if our Canon camera had a sock going across the lens.
I'm gonna sit here and use our fantastic broadcast Wi-Fi. I'm gonna mail this to Henk, and let's see if we can get it up on the screen quickly. Hang on a second, Henk, you got an email coming.
Yeah, we've got something. Maybe we can get that posted out. If you're just joining us, thanks for joining us. It is the 15th running of the Simola Hillclimb. Clifford, move a little bit to the side. Then everyone
Which
can
side?
See. Just move your head. Move your head.
This side. This side.
More. There we go.
Oh, there
you
I
can
am.
see it on the screen. 15. Simola Hillclimb 15. And it's oversubscribed as always, and that's the wonderful thing about Simola. It's basically fastest fingers first to get your entry in, because it is limited in space. And as many pits as they've got you, Clifford, that is the maximum that it's going to be. So it can only ever be this size. But every year people go, oh, I've got to try and get in. I've got to try and get in. So every year we're getting new participants, new cars, whether it be in Classic Car Friday or in King of the Hill.
So if you say that there's only a set amount of entries that are allowed, what are we looking at on a Classic Car Friday and what are we looking at on King of the Hill? Do you know offhand?
In terms of numbers?
Yeah.
So in Classic Car Friday, I think we've got 52 or 53 entries, and then tomorrow I think we're up to about Saturday and Sunday, probably close to 80.
Wow, it's incredible.
80 odd cars tomorrow. Could be a little bit more as well. But yeah, all in different categories. But then, of course, on the weekend, eventually Sunday, it doesn't matter what category, it's about King of the Hill. And one can hypothesize as to who we think could be going for that title. But, let's rather let the weekend just unfold.
It's going to be a very special weekend, and hopefully a bit drier. Check the weather in a little bit. This time of year, though, Knysna is known for its changeable conditions at the best of times. So we always do prepare for rain. 2022, my first time up in the hill was in the rain. Very happy to be an all-wheel drive car at that point. So the monsters, if it does rain tomorrow and Sunday, the monsters with all-wheel drive will definitely be stronger contenders for titles this weekend. Rear-wheel drive, no one's running a front-wheel drive, so rear-wheel drive is where it gets particularly tricky.
Look at that.
Sure,
they're back.
Look at that.
Sure, let me ask you, because you're talking now, you did some time in the wet. So if we're looking at tomorrow, King of the Hill, and Sunday, Sasha was mentioned earlier, potentially fastest time, you said about a 34? Going up the hill?
I think the record's 34.1 at the moment.
And every year we always strive to go faster. How much time difference would there be for a similar car in the wet? How many seconds do you think would we knock off there on? If we're looking at record pace in the dry, what would we be looking at record pace in the wet? On an estimate.
All-wheel drive cars won't lose too much time.
Okay.
Second or two, I'd say. Rear-wheel drive, you're
losing a lot.
If you can get it up in anger, if you can really get it to the top and keep it on the black stuff in the wet, and also if there's those silvery streams we spoke about earlier, if you can get it up there, you're probably looking at, I would say, a 3-second delta. Yeah.
That's not a hell of a lot. Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think of like track circuit racing, that you lose quite a bit. But on a short sprint like this, it's not a lot, but that just shows you the margin for error is so small.
I stand to be corrected, and maybe that's something Colin can actually chat to the guys tomorrow about, is what do you expect, or the competitive guys today, what are you expecting in the dry and what are you expecting in the wet? And then we'll see what the competitors have to say. But I think from previous years, you generally your all-wheel drive cars, especially on the right tires, you won't take too much of a hit in the wet.
Okay, that's impressive.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you, it is beginning to warm up. Let's go and cross over to Colin in pit lane, and he can give us maybe a rundown of if we're going into the first of the qualies. Colin, can you confirm that for us?
Well, all I can confirm at the moment is the wet stuff stopped falling out of the sky and it's lying all over the ground. But there's another run to go before qualies, and I've got Nicolas and Nico, the guys are talking about your car that comes from the Lemons. What did you spend to get it here?
So all in all, purchasing the car and everything that you see on the car, roll cage, seats, everything comes to a total of about 70k.
Not bad. And why did you decide on the Supra?
Look, we were looking for quite a while for something that's going to be good for the Lemons, and this was not one of them. For Lemons you kind of want an NA car, something a bit more reliable, but I mean it's still Toyota. So, and I just was scrolling Facebook and I saw this guy saying, I've got this car in my way, I just need it out by today. And I thought, well, let me just go have a look. Everything starts with that first look.
Yeah, that's the sucker in you. You look at the car, you sit in the car, and boom, buy it.
Exactly. And I went to it, and I spoke to my mates from our podcast, from the Induction Noise podcast, and I told them, listen here, what do you guys think? Should we go for it or not? They said, how does it look? I said, well, it's full of dust. It's got a lot of parts in the car, but I think it should work. And I made a guy an offer of 25k. And he said, come and take it. I want it out of my way. And from there, it started about 6-ish months ago. Yeah. And every nut and bolt on this car has been done by me or Stephen McCarthy that helped me build the car. And everything's been done in-house, no outsourcing. And we just put a lot of hard work into the car. Finished about 2 nights ago when I was panicking about scrutineering. Yeah. I have not driven the car until 2 runs ago. So it's actually not feeling too bad. Laying over a little bit.
You're enjoying it?
End. Oh, I'm loving it.
I love the traditional TRD colors out of America. It works really well.
Well, you just have to, right? We can't run GR on here. We had to go for the TRD, and I just think it throws the homage back to the real 80s liveries that they used to make as well.
Awesome. Good luck. Have fun. I see there are a couple of other people that I wanted to talk to here. The guy's going to bring an Alfa. Davy de Villiers was just behind us now. We're going to have a word with Scotty to find out what happened there. Yeah. Keep it going. Have fun.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cheers. Let's see where Scott is. There's Enzo. This is the finest moment to interview somebody. While he's busy putting his overall on. Enzo, they haven't changed the road. It's a little bit wet. Are you still going to go out now?
I like a wet road. The more rain there is, the better for me. I think it's an equalizer for poor rally drivers that can't go fast enough on a dry road.
This is the best interview I've ever had. Interviewing somebody with his jocks on. Enzo, thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Gotta love a little bit of fun and games. And then he's got his Ferrari. We always like a Ferrari or an Alfa. Talking about Alphas and things, let's talk to an oak with a Porsche. Rui?
What happened?
I don't know. What did you do?
Well, I don't know. I went out in wets.
Which is sensible.
The thing was wet, but I don't want to buy a farm so early in the morning.
You'll just wait for it.
Just wait a little bit, and so the car was good. I did a 56. I think maybe a 53, maybe. But I said, okay, I'm happy. I could have gone fast.
Tell your face that you're happy.
I am. Colin, I should tell you, I want to compliment you on your dress code.
Thank you.
I've got a jacket like this that I bought for the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yeah.
And you must have stolen it from my cupboard.
No, I got this jacket.
That's from high school.
No, both of them 2 years ago. 150 Rand from the Starvation Army thing over here. It belonged to a guy. It was made in 1956. So these are my dead man's clothes.
Well done.
Right, we're going to start with some track action just now. Pit Bredenon, let's just have a quick word with him. Pit, you building a whole lot of chevrons. When are we going to see a chevron here?
When he's negotiating with the driver. He wants to drive it. He's going to pay to get it here.
Well, he's got a transport company, and
Yeah, well, he's not too far from him. But they're nearly all finished now. Hopefully by June I'll have all 14 chassis ready and I can build a new one after the one got buggered up in Passion for Speed.
And these are Chevron B8s. They're continuation cars. They've got genuine chassis numbers with a gearbox from South Africa.
Everything that's made in South Africa, everything except the engine.
Absolutely love it. We need to speak to Scotty. What happened? You had an issue.
The boot lid opened, but otherwise, no, all running fine. No dramas. Obviously, with it being wet, it's certainly lively, and we obviously want to bring the car home. That's really what today's about, and displaying it's been a lot of hard work going into here. So we don't want to contribute to the Knysna hillsides here.
But that smile on your face says it all. Fantastic car. Don't go away, Darby. The smile on your face says it all. Fantastic car, having fun in the spirit.
Fantastic. I mean, what this car did in the early 60s, just to drive it now, it's exciting. You can only imagine back then where the guys were real men, loving it. Really doing a good job, So,
Scotty, thanks for chatting to us.
Pleasure.
Good luck. Davy de Villiers, first time at the Hillclimb. You've been threatening to come here a long time. Look at that smile.
I can't believe it. And they all said it's going to rain anyway.
Yep.
But let's hope for the best.
Now, you, Mr. Alfa in South Africa, we love Alfas. When are we going to see a proper GTV come up here with lots of valves, lots of capacity? What have you got in mind?
A lightweight GTV6 with a proper 3.9 litre 24 valve engine in it, normal aspirated, proper close ratio gearbox, and with a driver with big ones, and I think we can put up a show.
It'll be one hell of a show. Now, which driver has got the right big ones that you trust with your car?
My number one choice is Lee Thompson.
He's got big ones.
He can do it. There's several other guys, and Stuart Kizzel, who will be with me, can also do the job.
Lekker, we look forward to that, Davy. I'm going to hold you to that. 3.8. Margaret White is going up the hill. We go back to the studio.
Thank you.
Thanks,
We're
Davy.
going to try.
The legend Davy de Villiers, incredible. Here we go. It is the final practice session for the Classic Car Friday. Margaret White going in the Austin 7. If you're just tuning in, this car has got a history of over 70 years within her family and another family. She prepares the car. She makes cookies. She just loves everything about the Simola Hillclimb. You cannot take the smile off this lady's face. I mean, it's just stunning to see this vehicle out there.
I'm not sure if it's raining out there at the moment, because if you look at the picture, it looks a bit like there are spots coming down, and she's driving with an open-faced helmet, so that would definitely take the smile off of her face. I would imagine. It stings.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. Just magic to see. So I mean, very difficult conditions for all of the drivers. Where do you go on the slicks already? Do you stay on your wet weather tires? Very, very difficult, because Chiro going up that hill at the start line looks very wet, but halfway up it can be dry.
It is very changeable, and one of the greater challenges of hill climbing is that you have to get every single element of your lap, let's call it your run, perfect. So it's quite disheartening. Well, first of all, you're sitting there and you're preparing for the launch, and then you get onto the line, and then it's adrenaline, and you get into that, that kind of focus, and you launch it, and it's quite disheartening going from that pressure to knowing you didn't get your launch right, because then you're not going to be able to be competitive once you get to the top. So it's a big mental challenge, hill climb. I think on circuit racing, which of course is a massive mental challenge as well, but if you make a tiny mistake in lap 4, you can make it up for the rest of the race, kind of thing. Hill climbing, every single element of your race has to be absolutely perfect from the minute you line up on the sideline.
The second of the Austins going up, naturally aspirated. This is a 1500. Margaret's only a 750cc. And then, of course, you know, the guys, Clifford now, they've got to push it just a little bit more, because if these are the conditions that they're going to do their main runs in, they've got to see where part of the limit is.
I couldn't agree more, because I mean, the thing is, if you look, we've got like three qualifying sessions after this, but the last qualifying round gets done at around 1:30. How much will the conditions change before then? I don't think a hell of a lot. So you need to have a good idea on where you can make up time and where you potentially might have to back off. But we should start seeing the pace tumble now. But the thing is, though, is that in the second, or towards the end of the first run and the second run, the time started to go a little bit quicker. Are we potentially going to see anything quicker than that today? That's the sad thing, because I want to see guys just go fast and break records, but in these conditions it's completely different, and you've got to just do what you need to do to take home the trophy. But I was hoping for records to tumble, you know.
I mean, if you look at Margaret's time, she did a 2:05, then she did a 1:38 or 1:48, and now a 2:03 again. So, look at that, sideways from the D-type.
But then there's that, you know.
There is excitement.
And now there's some V8 muscle going up the hill, so we might see a bit more sideways. So there's also that element, which makes it exciting.
GT40, Peter McPherson. On your left-hand side, that's Brian Bruce in the D-type Jaguar.
So last year, gents, the time to beat was set by Franco Scribante in his 1970 Chevron V19, time of 41.937. He was Classic Conqueror. Last year it was his 7th Classic Conqueror title.
Incredible.
So he's had to increase cupboard space at home for all of the trophies. Third was Rui Campos in the 911 RSR, which is here today. So Rui Campos ran a 46, so he won't be chasing the Chevron down. But Charles Ayrton in the 1979 March 79A ran a 43.5, and we think there's potentially a bit more time in that car. So 41.937, the time to beat today if you want the all-time record for Classic Car Friday. If it stays this wet,
that was exciting at the end.
That's when you munch seat leather.
Did you see the brake lights come on at the back there? That was just a reactive instinct after the fact. That got hairy. It was exciting.
So it just shows you very, very difficult conditions that these drivers are going through at the moment. So Peter McPherson at 1:11. The track is very, very slow at the moment for all of the drivers. Let's see what the Porsche can do. The little Mini making its way out at present.
The thing is, you look at it on track and you think it doesn't look that fast, but inside that cockpit, it's like all action, and there's a whole lot of things going on there. So, I was used to enjoy watching guys spectate at racetracks, and that you see the guy running at the back, and they think, this guy's messing around. But actually, that guy's going as hard as he thinks he can go. And what's going to be left on the table? Because some of these guys in practice 3 are starting to push a little bit. So, looking forward to qualifying, and then see how the day unfolds. Is that Jen Abbott back up the hill?
Yeah, Jen Abbott making her way in the 914. The Cooper S of Headley Whitehead. Let's see where he goes. Jacques Picard, fastest at the moment.
That man is getting out of shape there.
Properly out of shape. Well held.
That was nice.
Very well held.
Wow. He caught that well. But now it's starting to get a bit loose. So this is what I came here for, man.
Yeah, this is the action. Listen, it's a lot of fun over here. It's not so much. I mean, as much as I think it's fun for the drivers in there, they're just sitting and saying, "Wow, really? That's a bit hairy at the moment," because they've got to start pushing the beautiful Anglia.
Struggling a bit for traction off the line there a little bit.
That 914 coming up to that corner, which proved tricky last year and bit of a different line through there. I think that the wide line through there was problematic last year, and again, as I mentioned, Miss Abbott in the Porsche 914, that's where she was the first person to spin there, and that sort of set off that that quirk of the track last year, which the drivers said was always there. So it was quite an interesting thing to watch. But she took quite a bit of a more conservative line through that corner there, probably remembering last year.
Well, I was going to ask you, do you think her line was more conservative because she backed off because of what happened last year, or do you think it's because it's wet? Because last year was dry when she's gone.
Yeah.
So maybe a potentially a different line because it is wet.
Good
What do you
point,
think?
Yeah, good point. It could be. It also, I think a lot of these early laps before lunch are just sighting laps.
Yeah.
So maybe trying a different line and seeing where she comes out. There's not too much time to be found at the top. At the top of the track, you basically just keep it on the black stuff and keep it pinned really, and hope you go over the line in a straight line. But most of the time's at the bottom actually.
Sure, that Fiat sliding.
Yeah,
all over the
no
place.
grip there. Do you think he's gone out on slick
semi-slicks?
Yeah,
or
must
slicks.
be.
Sure, really, I mean, first and second wheel spinning all over the place.
The young Bezuidenhout there pushing
he's going.
Porsche.
And he's running it using all the track on the outside there. Huh?
Yeah, he's gone fastest, 58.2. That was a good run.
And he's found 3 seconds in these conditions. So just
that's brave.
Yeah, that's going.
Wow, 3 seconds on his previous run.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Porsche 944 Turbo Cup, that red car that just went fastest in the hands of Junior Bezuidenhout Junior rather.
So where do you think, Cherry, where do you think you make up, or where do you think the race is won and lost? Down at the bottom end of the track? Because obviously the momentum is on your side at the top.
Yeah.
So it's all done in the earliest part of the run, right?
And it sounds like I'm a seasoned campaigner. I've done this twice, but what's amazing is when you're in the pits and you're around the people who know what they're talking about, the Dion Huberts of this world and Willie Hepburns and all the rest of it. Willie Hepburn actually taught me how to get through turn 3 because I was getting it completely wrong. So I would say, and according to Dion as well, is where I learned sort of where to find the time. So he said, don't...
Whoa, there we go. He's off. Oh,
well held.
What a save.
Well held. So the launch, probably good for a second or two, depending on your car.
Yeah.
Entry into turn 1, the braver you get, the faster you get through there. I always not panic, but I went cautious into turn 1 and got on the brakes a little bit. Apparently you can go flat in certain cars. The hill, you're flat out, right? This long stretch that we're seeing on the right of the screen, there's nothing to do there, just hang on. I went into the braking zone here where this Cobra was. I was braking at 184 k's an hour. And the turn into turn 3, the exit is completely blind because of the hill, and then it tightens on you. And that's the last opportunity you've basically got to make time.
Okay.
From the exit of turn 3 to the top of the hill, you basically just pinned. Little bit of a lift off here where this Cobra is going through. Tiny lift off there, maybe a dab of brakes, and then pin it if you're in an all-wheel drive car. Yeah.
So margin for error is small, eh?
Oh,
it's all at the bottom. So I mean, if you get halfway through a lap and you've made a slight mistake, that's your run pretty much done and dusted, which is soul destroying.
What you do is you just tell yourself that this is a practice run now.
Yeah.
Not a competitive run. I'm just getting my eye in.
Yeah, I'm saving it for the third run of qualifying.
Volvo seems to be going pretty slowly.
Chris deploy.
Yeah. It's definitely some kind of issue.
I would like to. I need to go speak to Sparky or in Shrewsbury, but to my eye, those bumps which caused hell last year for a lot of competitors look a lot smoother.
Okay.
So, but it doesn't look like roadworks have happened. Not really the monsters we're going to see over the weekend. But I wonder if because last year one of the reasons why we lost the Scribante monster, the Hillclimb monster, was because over those bumps, the rear wheels over accelerated, and as they touched down, all the stress just went back through the gearbox, and the gearbox exploded and shredded all the teeth off the gears.
Yeah, I think it was Richard's car.
And Richard.
Yeah, both of them.
He broke a prop shaft on the bumps.
Yeah.
So the front prop shaft, that was actually, you're right, that was fascinating because they were considering going out rear wheel drive. So those bumps caused quite a bit of pain last year for the competitors. And then also the one, I think Peter Zeeley's one of his runs was was sort of ruined by something popped off, a hose popped off over those bumps or something like that. So these cars are highly strung, and those bumps. Look, this is road racing.
Yeah.
You take what you can get. But it just looks to me like there's been some modifications there on the surface.
Yeah, that Volvo sounds like it's running on probably 1 or 2 cylinders. But hopefully it gets to the top, and then they can wheel it down and then have a look at it before the quali runs.
This Volvo first hit the road in 1967, this particular one on your screens, which makes it 58 years old.
It's 58 years old.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he's managed to, Chris Deploy's managed to get it off the track. So
I think this is going to be the run for the ages, because this so far, it's been all action through the first few sessions. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes now that it's gotten a little bit wetter out on track. So, and then there's the sun.
It's looking clear out there.
It is a gorgeous day in Knysna. Here we go.
Yeah.
Stay like that. Freeze that picture and just show it to us every 15 minutes.
Gosh, the hotel I'm staying at, that's the view from our room. Yeah,
Yo.
yeah. No, it's let me maybe just check if I can give them a punt before I do. But no, we found this lovely place up on the hill, and that's the view. Yeah, it's stunning. The nice heads.
You and I, we're not running on the same budget as this.
Yeah,
we had to bunk up with some old gals at the retirement.
At the retirement home.
It's not about budget, it's about connections.
Clearly we have the wrong ones.
No, if you're not familiar, if you're joining us from around the world, this is Knysna, the bottom of Africa, Western Cape of South Africa, the Western Cape province, right on the edge of the Eastern Cape, and famous for the Knysna Heads, which is quite interestingly one of 2 places in the world where maritime insurance does not matter. You cannot insure to go through the heads. It's an extremely dangerous sea passage. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So you learned something listening to us.
No, it's there's a lot of people who just they say either you know how to get in and out of the heads or you don't, which is interesting because learning must be fun.
It could be rather expensive as well.
Yeah, that's a beautiful part of the world.
Woo!
Oh, stepping out there a little bit.
Yep. And that's also the challenge, that last little corner coming up to the line.
Yeah.
Can especially when you're really on it. If you just don't get that apex correct, you can find yourself pretty sideways.
So got a bit of a treat for you guys tomorrow, a little bit of a throw forward. The world's fastest and only soft-top roadster with scissor doors will be competing tomorrow in the hands of my esteemed colleague Ashley Oldfield.
Wow!
Who still currently holds the SUV record for the hill and has won 5 times in his 5 campaigns, so he's got a good run. But just a little sneak peek there. Maybe get on your Googles if you're listening. The world's only soft-top roadster with scissor doors will be competing in Knysna.
Wonderful.
That's out of shape there at the bottom.
Is that the?
That's the little.
Is that the Manta?
Yeah. Is the Manta back?
That was out earlier. The yellow Manta.
Yes,
think
it is.
It is. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
wonderful!
Back.
It's back. Woohoo!
Well done to the pit team there. Looking a bit healthier, less smoke.
Yeah, Neil Stephen in that Opel Manta.
You know what's lovely about old cars is you can fix them with hope. You just need like hope, one spanner.
Yeah.
One guy knows what he's doing.
Probably 2 spanners, a 10 and a 13.
And the 10's gone missing out the
Oh,
toolbox.
yeah, 10's never found.
Especially
never
if it's
found.
an old BMW with a fold-down toolbox. Those are all gone. Should be a good business model is making those tools from scratch.
Nice gentle pull-off there.
Traction looks like it's becoming increasingly more difficult down at the bottom of the hill.
It's lovely to see the Manta. As Colin said, the only racing Manta left in SA.
Incredible.
And you're seeing it right here at Simola. There we go. Completes a good run. Good to see.
Yeah, I'm sure they must be very, very happy with that, getting it out there as well. So Neil Stephen putting in a 108. Here is the Alfa Berliner.
He's shaved off a lot there. Yeah, that's going to hurt his time. But I mean, he got it way too deep, eh?
Oh.
He almost trimmed the inside of the curb there.
When Alphas used to make rear-wheel drives. Proper cars.
Hasn't backed off, eh? He's still going.
He's still going. Trevor finding a little bit of pace, was very, very slow off the line. Didn't really go for his launch, but let's see how he has done. A 106.
Yeah, he lost a lot more.
Yeah.
And then also, I mean, through the first, he cut it way too late on the first corner and left him too much work on the second one.
But seems to be drying out significant. Well, I think with the big guns coming now, the bigger guns, we'll be able to see.
It looks lighter outside as well, so I give up. I don't comment on the weather anymore, because whenever I say it does the opposite. But we hope.
Where's Mr. Nico Nikolason up next? I think. Where's the running order? I've got a treat for you, Alpha lovers. I'll get it up on the screen when Nico's out on the run. In the lemon Supra. I quite like that he went with TRD stickers, Toyota Racing Development, which is what Toyota Sports was before Gazoo Racing.
Yes,
yeah. So it's very nice classic homage to the JDM liveries.
That sounds good.
Oh, that does sound good. You can actually feel that in the commentary booth.
First time we've seen the Corvette.
There it is.
Sounds good. I don't know how easy that's going to be to get up the hill.
Chevy Stingray in the hands of Richard Evans. That's we felt that one leave the line.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's like 6 liters, right?
Yeah, no, that's gosh, that's
not so good on the running bumps. Though.
It's a 7 liter. Just by
7.
The way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It's like two complete different ends of the spectrum when you look at the two cars on track right now. Like one that's made for handling and precision, and that one just made for sheer power. 7 liters.
7 liters and a little 1800.
The Elise with the Rover K18 engine. Yeah, that's such a good point, actually, Clifford. These couldn't be more worlds apart.
Yeah.
It's like America, left and Europe on the bottom of your screen.
Exactly.
Colin Chapman versus Carroll Shelby. I know he was 4, sorry. But you know.
Yeah, I'm with
you. Colin Chapman's motto was add lightness. And in America, that's just nonsense. America, you add displacement.
That's right. You add displacement or fries. One or the other.
Sasha, with the Uno Turbo back on the screen, we didn't get to your Uno story.
We didn't.
Yes. Well, I fortunately over the years had 2 Uno Turbos.
You own 2.
I own 2 Uno Turbos.
I knew it.
Oh, we got stories for days here.
Yeah. One was a white one, which then I subsequently sold, and that's the story which relates to it. And the other one was a blue one. And every year I get some guy emailing me and going, Sasha, please, haven't you got a photo of the blue one? And I don't. Isn't that just the worst? I do not have a photo of that blue one. Not a single photo of it, which is desperately unfortunate. But with the white one, I loved it. I mean, it was just amazing. And then I was put in contact with some person in Germiston. There's a hill in Germiston. I forget what the name of the hill is.
Is it not Primrose?
Yes, Primrose Hill. Yes. And this guy worked out of his house, and he souped up the turbo. Remember the souped up story? And I'm not very mechanically minded, but I just said I need more power. End of story. So this guy made a lot more power, and this thing was ridiculously fast. But not having the budget, it still had the standard brakes. So having lots of power is fantastic, but you also need to stop. So eventually I decided to sell the car, and I sold the car, and within 2 weeks of me selling that white Fiat Uno Turbo, the guy who bought it for me, fortunately he was okay, but wrote it off.
Oh no.
Because it had so much power. relative to what it was, that unfortunately, I'd been driving the car for a long time, so I'd sort of got used to it. So he clearly didn't, and
gosh,
ran out of talent.
And
It was desperately sad.
How did you find out about it?
No, the guy got in touch with me and said, "Listen, I just wanted to tell you." And I was like, "Well."
And how did you feel about it?
No, I was very upset because there weren't a lot of them.
Yeah.
They were really special little cars.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then I decided, no, well, I must get another one, and then it was a blue one. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful car, stunning car to own.
Didn't you own a yellow Fiat Seicento at some stage, the modern one?
The modern one,
yeah. No. Maybe I
No.
just saw you test drive.
I might have been driving one.
Yeah.
No, I didn't
They were
know
cool
those.
little
They
cars.
were cute little cars.
That was sort of for me the spiritual successor of the Uno.
Yeah, it was a beautiful stunning little car. It was a time that I was keen on one, and I realized it was a little bit too small.
I'll wait for the return of the Uno Turbo to regale you with my Uno story.
Yeah.
So it'll throw forward there.
Excellent.
Stick around.
Well, no, I was enjoying that run now of Root Dangle in his BMW. So clean and so smooth up the hill. I'm waiting to see what his time looked like. But I mean, the guys are starting to find a bit of pace now. I think.
Yeah, it's all getting there. Just listen to this Datsun. Listen.
Couple of questions on the live stream. Is Gary Martin's racing today? He usually doesn't do Classic Car Friday. He's got that triple turbo diesel M2.
Yes, he's here tomorrow.
Which is here tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic guy, Gary Martin's. I think that's what he's got in there is a triple turbo X5 engine. He's now hybridized all the turbos, super lightweight. Must be one of the only competitive diesel cars in any hill climb racing, because diesel just doesn't lend itself well to racing,
No.
A lot, unless you're in a truck, but you want a petrol motor. Yeah, I've always wondered, Clifford, maybe you can answer this. Why are there no diesel motorbikes?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Hey,
I don't really know.
Interesting question.
Yeah, we would rather look electric than go diesel. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never seen any around, but I don't think I'd want to ride one. You know what I mean?
Well, they taught, it'd be interesting. But there was one, I think, that was developed in Russia that was series produced.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think it was the only one. I thought that was Nico after the launch line, following Rui Campos.
Rui seems to be on it this
it's a good
time.
Run, eh? It's using all the track as well, so I mean, it's using the
see what he's going to post. And Nico's off on the bottom of your screen in the TRD Lemon Supra.
It's just a beautiful story.
Yeah,
cool. and such a humble, lovely young guy.
Real salt of the earth guy. I have a lot of time for him. He has and Rui is across the line in fastest 53.84.
So they look good, eh?
Yeah, I know, he looked on it.
And when I looked from one of the top cams there, they look like there are drying lines appearing on the track as well. So that might help a little bit,
So if we go back, his first run he did a 51, then he did a 56, and now he's a 53. So I think that 53 is probably comparative to his 51, just with a little bit of dampness around. So yeah, I think that's a solid run from Rui Campos.
So gents, while Nico's competing, I hope we can get this up on the screen. I told you about his daily. There's his daily.
Oh, look at that GTV
cool.
spider. Oh.
I'm sending that to Peter and Henk right now.
In the beautiful
Peter,
Janla.
You're gonna love this. Nico Nicolaisen just across the line. And where's he posted? So they have a podcast with one of probably the best motoring names I've ever heard. Induction Noise.
I love it.
Well, that's getting squirrely at the bottom there.
Yeah. So
obviously-
this is this Davy. It's got this Ford Zephyr, 6-cylinder, 2.6. I mean, the block is massive. It's like a tractor block. This is the one that turned into a breadbasket on the previous run.
Yeah, that's right.
I managed to keep. I mean, look how beautiful that car is.
Yeah,
Goodness, wow, very, very special. Enzo Kuhn going up in his 348.
Oh, it's a little bit out of shape.
Whoa! Jeez, that's brilliantly held on.
As soon as you watch it, you can sort of see a dry line of doing at the top of the track there, but although when I say that, it just steps out completely sideways.
Scott Temple really, really hustling that Davy. Whoa, Enzo Kuhn, you can feel him on the throttle there.
I think Enzo Kuhn's going to be one to watch here because he's a rally driver,
Yeah.
like 5 times rally champion. So his preference was to be in the rain. So these are ideal conditions for him in his Ferrari.
Phenomenal driver. Enzo Kuhn putting it about 5th or 6th. So it's a very, very tidy lap from a man who's, these are conditions that he loves. There you go, 6th.
Yeah, that's impressive.
59. Just ahead of Craig Vessels. I mean, you're looking at 1/10 of a second, both in the same category.
Yeah.
So here's the current Classic Conqueror Friday title holder, Scribante in the Chevron V19, and he will be enjoying the fact that there's starting to be less water out there.
Wait, as you say that, it just sort of steps
Yeah, a
up.
little moment.
He's just had to readjust his line there because he's got a little bit wider than what he
Let's see
wanted
these
to
bumps. Yeah, the bumps are still there, I suppose, for the flat cars. Doesn't look as bad to my eye, but I suppose we'll find out tomorrow. He's got to come in there for the pool noodle. Can't cut the... So interestingly, the early Simolas didn't have the policeman, or as we refer to them as the pool noodles.
Pool noodles, yes.
But what was starting... bit of moment of oversteer there.
Oh, my word!
He's off.
This is a big one.
Where did he go?
I think that there's a fair bit of runoff there, I think. And there's a tire wall, so he'll be okay. That's actually, if you're going to pick a spot to go off, that's probably one of the better ones.
Yeah,
we hope for the best because
that's
from
a
that
big
angle
moment.
it didn't look like there was a lot of space. But
it's, if I'm not mistaken, that's the last turn before the finish line, and then there's a bit of runoff on the right. Stands to be corrected, but I couldn't quite see from that angle. Then there's a big tire wall. I have a feeling he looked like he scrubbed off a bit of speed before he left the tarmac.
Okay.
I have a feeling he will be okay and the car will be okay. If we'll obviously find out for you shortly if we can get a camera on that.
We can see it. Yeah,
there
we
he
can
is
see
there.
it there. Okay.
have they put flags out though?
Yes,
yellow
this
flags
person's
yet.
tapped off, I think. I don't think we've got cameras on any of the flag points, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't had in previous years.
So this is where
that's where he's gone off. Yeah,
yeah, he's gone off.
Yeah.
There, on the left there, there's what you see. There's white, that white sort of
Yes,
block
yeah.
on the screen. That's
So-
the tire wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then look at the rain falling
And
again.
there's the rain. So there we go. No rain. Like you were saying, no rain in pit lane.
Yeah. Look at the
but
sun.
Up,
Look
it's
at
up
the
the
rain.
hill. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible. Let's hope
for the best for
hope for the
Franco.
best for Franco Scribante, who was definitely on it. And also, we saw those spits of rain. It could have been coming down just
Full track red.
when he had his off. So full track red at the moment. All the cars will get up there. I'm just going to watch a little bit of a replay. It seemed like he's missing a gear.
And also didn't give him much warning either. I mean, it shows signs of moving around, but I mean, okay, there a little bit, but I mean, not any main reason to back off. But where he went off there, it just got out of shape just a little bit, and that was enough to take him off.
Chiro, those bumps are still the same as last year. They're very severe. Okay, let's have a watch here.
A little bit deep in there, and maybe that sort of messes up his line, his momentum back up the hill. But this is where it starts to go all pear-shaped.
Yeah, and you know what? One of those streams that Paige Lindenberg was talking about is
Just
probably
that the
what
back goes out a little bit there.
he managed to get it back for that corner, and then there it goes. on the right-hander. So that where he's. Oh, that's a bit of. That's quite fast off.
Yeah,
actually.
that's
It
very
like
quick.
spins and grips.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, that's not ideal.
Yeah, not a great run there for Franco Scribante. As soon as we got an update, hopefully he's okay and the car's okay, and hopefully he can still continue for Classic Car Friday. So
Also,
we're at full red at the moment.
Very, very competitive racer tomorrow as well, with very competitive cars. So we hope to hear good news soon. I have a feeling in a full race car like that, which is built for extremely high speed, extremely high G impacts, that he will be okay. It wasn't a massive off. You are quite fast at that point on the track. Shrubbed off a bit of speed, and from what I could see on that one image, he went straight into the tire wall. So perhaps the car will go home in the back of a truck later, but I do have a feeling he'll be all right.
Yeah, as soon as we got an update, of course, we will let you know. Just looking at our schedule, after this, of course, once we do get back to racing, I'm sure they'll continue with the practice round. And then, after that, we get into our first of our qualifying rounds, which is going to be amazing. And that's when the times do count. And you got to make sure that you ensure that you get in you will try and get into the top 10 shootout.
But did you mention when lunch was?
After
Rodrigo!
qualifying 3.
Rodrigo, you've been with us this whole time. How are you?
I have been. I've been gathering the information, just soaking it all up, saving a bit my voice for the weekend, because I know that things will get very hectic from tomorrow onwards. But the action has already been great, although we have been seeing the weather playing its usual antics in Simola. Hopefully, those are reserved only for this Friday, and we'll have a sunny Saturday and a sunny Sunday. But we have already seen how the track is shaping up for the weekend, and you guys were talking about the bumps, and I don't really think the bumps have gotten any softer for this year. If anything, we have seen the teams just gearing up newer solutions to just glide through them. We are seeing the big aero cars using third elements on rear suspension, probably softening up some of the downforce settings. We also have a pure rallycross car coming with those very, very expensive suspension units, which are very, very efficient going by that point. So we have a lot of variables on the table to explore, and it's anybody's guess and anybody's game from this point onwards.
Rodrigo, I mean, you would have seen Franco's incident there. What was your take on it?
We have seen similar accidents in the last couple of years, but given the track conditions and when it gets wet and then it starts drying up slowly, we even have to account into debris on track and stuff like that. And we are talking about a Chevron, a truly low car, a proper race car. So, and even you have to account even again the undulations on that part of the track, which we have seen being quite fatal in previous years. If I had to give a prediction, and given how fast he was still on the throttle when he was going out, I just have a feeling that he tramlined on the way out of the corner. The undulation sort of left him in that direction, and given how wet it still is, from that point onwards there was no recovery possible, and he just went straight on.
Yeah, I haven't got any news update as yet on the condition of Franco Scribante or the vehicle. As soon as we get something, of course, we will let you keep you updated. Do we have any other comments that have? Sorry. Estienne says Audi and Peugeot had diesel-powered prototypes they raced in Le Mans. Motorbikes?
Bikes or cars?
Motorbikes, yeah.
And chart says the HDT M1030M1. That's an easy name to remember. A diesel USMC bike. Okay, thank you, chart.
There we go.
Okay, so there we learn.
It's nice to learn things.
We
yeah,
learn
yeah.
it. And I mean, you're never ever going to forget the HDM1030M23.
I think I'll name my second daughter that. You know.
But what raised that issue or that discussion we were having, Rodrigo, was that Gary Martins is campaigning in a diesel M2 tomorrow, triple turbo diesel M2. He gets more competitive every year. In Europe, Rodrigo, around the world, hill climbs, do you see any diesels?
Sometimes they have been more popular than they are now, as it is the reality too in the automotive world. Given since electrics have taken over, the diesel stuff has taken a step back. But there is still a niche for them. We have seen some of the Volkswagen turbo diesel stuff being experimented on through the years. Now, for someone in hillclimb racing pushing big power like Gary is in his one series, yes. No, we haven't seen nothing really close here in Europe. We have right around the 200, 300, maybe 400 horsepower mark, given how long our hill climbs are. Yeah, we have seen some stuff, Volkswagen-related stuff, but when it comes to the 700 horsepower mark, like Gary's car, and Gary's car is massively experimental with the nitrous and the four-wheel drive and the triple turbo setup. It's a pretty complicated engine swap, even on top. No, and that's another big point of attention for Simola, how experimental things get, and how curious it is to watch such a car going up the hill. And now he even has a very, very crazy livery to complement all the build.
He's a wonderful guy.
And I
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
He is probably one of the best BMW technicians alive today. Actually, Gary Martins. He has a fantastic. He's I think 25 years as a Beamer technician, and now he has. I think it's called Gas Monkey Garage. I think that's his thing. And this what he's racing is obviously he's pushing the envelope as hard as he can, but he's building this sort of stuff for other people as well. There's all these other monsters, Beamer diesels running around South Africa that we don't see. You know, they're quiet.
There's a good sign.
Okay,
there we go.
Great
there
news.
we go.
There we go. Oh. So okay, the front seems to have been a little bit damaged. We'll get an update from the pit crew in a short while, but Franco is okay, and that's the most important. There we go, there's a brand new front wing already. But the most important thing, Franco Scribante is okay. Sorry to interrupt. And of course, he'll talk to his team now and find out what actually happened.
It's great that the car got pulled down on its own four wheels. It didn't come down on a flatbed. That means potentially no chassis damage. So if it's just body, he can hopefully get the car back out. There we go. A little bit of farming.
But a land.
All right,
It's actually not bad, eh?
No, it's not bad
the way,
at all.
the way it looked and for how the car looks now, that's actually a good. If you're gonna crash, that's the way to do it.
No body damage.
Let's cross over to Colin, have a chat with Franco, find out what happened.
Franco, I love how Cobra says this is nothing, you can fix it quickly. What happened?
No, look, it's very greasy out there, and I was pushing, eh? Yeah. I can't say it was a stupid mistake. I mean, we're pushing, so it's where it's at when it's these conditions. So fortunately, it wasn't worse than that, because I saw those trees coming and I thought this is done and dusted. And we managed to stop just before. There's a bit of a ditch, and we went into the ditch, and but it wasn't a pleasant one, but if anybody can fix anything, my team can.
It just looks like a little bit of aluminium and clean up and off you go again.
Lots of duct tape and off we go.
Thanks for chatting to us. I know it's never nice after an incident. Respect. Thanks.
Cheers, Colin.
Yeah, great news. Franco's okay. The car isn't too bad. Also, just the composure.
Yeah.
You know, you've just had a big one, and also, you know, accepting that, listen, he was pushing and, you know, just sat there and said, okay, well, you can push, but the track condition's not going to help you out too much. But let's hope that Franco comes back firing in the next
seem quite
round.
unbothered, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very calm.
That's what I looked like when I got my tax return.
Yeah.
It's totally unbothered.
Called experience.
Listen, great news. Matthew, can't wait to come through later today. My first time attending after always streaming. Matthew, we look forward to having you here because it's a really, really good experience.
Whoa, that got out of shape there.
Yeah, it's tricky out there.
It's
very tricky.
Same sort of area where Scrivante got caught out. Obviously, looks like there's a few demons there.
Yeah.
Oh,
the S's are quite treacherous. Eh?
Yeah, they definitely the trickiest part of the hill right now.
And then psychologically, if you've got up there and you've had a good run so far, then you're in your head you're like, I've got to go.
Yeah.
Like I've got the foundation of this run's been good. It's the last couple 100 meters. You know, it's a lot of it's blind and there could be streams, but in your head you're thinking, I've had a good run so far. This could be a good one, and you just don't tap off. You know, so you're probably at that point willing to take a slightly higher risk to get over the line and set a good time if you've had a good run until that point. And yeah, you know, these are racing drivers for a reason. They're there to go fast and faster than each other, so these things happen.
Do you think any of these drivers use like data and telemetry up this hill? Do you think that's something
they
that
do,
does
yeah.
So
More common tomorrow, yeah.
So the guys can sort of figure out what their throttle looks like at certain parts of the area and where they can make up time.
Well, I mean, yeah. Tomorrow, once we start with the King of the Hill boys,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a science.
You'll see a lot of laptops.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
The modern day mechanic.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Wonderful story. If you missed it a little bit earlier, hopefully we'll have it as a podcast. Rodney Green talking about this Cooper Climax. Stunning story. I've got some information. My very good friend Matt Kochi from all the way from Ireland, watching us, streaming us from Ireland.
Fantastic.
He says, in relation to diesel bikes, the problem is the torque, the cavitation of the engine. So they need serious engine mounts and use either a serious chain or direct drive shaft like the BMW K1000 used to use. Also, the horsepower is rubbish. Unless it gets a turbo or supercharged.
Yeah,
the upside is the engines are fuel efficient and reliable.
Yeah, I mean, everything you said there makes absolute sense. And like if you look now, like only basically Kawasaki that bringing out supercharged bikes, etc. But you would have to run a turbo supercharged, otherwise you're just going to idle along at 40 k's an hour. But yeah, that's a perfect one.
I've got some very clever friends. I mean, thank goodness.
So help me understand this. He mentions direct drive. Does that mean that there's a drive shaft running to a gear set on the rear wheel instead of a chain?
There are bikes that do run like Moto Guzzi used to do it. That used to run drive shafts. That sort of when you gear down too fast, it feels like someone's rammed you up the north. So not comfortable. But I think like on a diesel bike, because of that lag in between, etc., and with the torque and that, you're just gonna wheelie that thing everywhere. So irresponsible.
All right, here's Simpiwe in the Senna tribute car when Senna made his European debut in single-seater. She had a little bit of it off early on. I'm sure she'll take it a little bit more tentatively up this time.
That's what I was going to say. What's the mindset there?
Yeah. All right. First time we are seeing Charles Ayrton in the march.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds unbelievable. Oh, and that Martini livery as well. Look at that. I want to see this car going over the bumps.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at it, and that was okayish, and we'll get Rodrigo's comments in a moment there as well. But when you saw Scribante going earlier, man, that car was bouncing all over the place. You notice the difference there, Rodrigo?
Yes, I did notice that. First of all, we have to take into account just how more aggressive Franco's Chevron is compared to the rest of the field here on Historic Friday. This is a bona fide race car, and he, like he said, he was driving it pretty hard at that point, and he has a lot of experience with that car here on this track. So we are guessing that even for a practice run, he was already very on it. So we are starting to discover what are the limits of the track. Now I have to say that I am pleasantly surprised at how unscathed the car looks, given how fast it seems to go off track. That's the biggest plus point here. Because when I saw the kind of speed he was carrying going out of the track, I started getting a bit worried that he would not see the car again today.
Yeah, it's incredible from the video footage of what we saw and the outcome afterwards. Quite remarkable that that car didn't get much damage. Andre Bezuidenhout out on track. He'll be the last of the runners in this final free practice session for Classic Car Friday. At the moment, Charles Ayrton in the 48s and Ian Schofield the 49. So it seems, Cliff, that it's definitely getting dry. It just seems to be at the start line that's more of an issue at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like there's a bit more time to be made up at the top of the circuit, but yeah, like you said, at the bottom, the traction is just a nightmare still. So, but here it looks pretty good, and I mean they're carrying good corner speed and pushing drive. So, yeah, I think the times are going to start getting a little bit faster, and it's the right time of the day as well. So I think the guys have tested all conditions. If you're ever going to have enough information on what sort of run you can put together, you've had all the different seasons and different track surfaces in these 3 practice sessions.
Yeah, you could see that Andre Bezuidenhout was on it. There we go, full 7/10 faster than anybody else. So they're beginning to dial them in. And of course, we go into our first of our qualifying rounds. So this is where the times really, really count for everybody. We've got to start upping it and getting used to the track conditions. Hopefully the weather normalizes or stabilizes. As it is, we like you. Stay there. Okay.
Yeah.
If you're going to do anything, just lighter.
Let the sun come out. We've frozen enough of the last 2 days. But if you look at the times, and it's difficult to gauge what we're going to see now in qualifying, because like the top 35 all within 20 seconds of each other. But the session was quite long with a few stoppages, etc. The conditions changed quite a bit over that period. So there's no accurate gauge on who's going to feature where here. So there can be quite a few upsets coming through qualifying. So I mean, if you're a guy like Enzo Kuhn is 11th. I mean, he's good in the wet, but I mean, at one stage he was sitting 6th, and we've seen faster times come in now as the single seaters have come out. So yeah, it's gonna be a lottery in these next few sessions, but all depends on how the weather stays now.
And I got to say, probably the most impressive, because he went out relatively early, was Andre Bezuidenhout.
Yeah.
Sitting there in 8th position with a 58.2. So he was in pretty difficult conditions. So I think he's probably the standout of that session. So we're just waiting. All of the marshals in pit lane. Still got their rain jackets on, but it is dry. And hopefully we'll get our first qualies coming in a short while from now. Rodrigo, Classic Car Friday. How popular is the sort of classic series of hill climbing in Europe?
Very. It is very popular. Part of the European Hill Climb Championship. It is divided between both modern and historics. And I have been last week. I have been in one of the events of the European Championship, and we had, if I am not mistaken, around 70 or 75 cars on the historics, just to start things up on every run. It's just pains me a little to see the passage of time and seeing that some cars like E30s and E36s are starting to be considered historics, which probably dates me and everyone here on the studio too, quite a bit.
Very much so.
But so is the passage of time, and no, people take the historics very seriously. The rule book, it's enforced in a very strict manner, so people have to race every car like it used to back in the day, and there is a dedicated community just and make them in tip-top shape, so the newer generations can enjoy them.
Yeah, which is wonderful to hear. I mean, you're saying 70 odd. I think it's incredible here at Simola. You know, we have at least a minimum of 50 odd cars for Classic Car Friday, which is phenomenal. And each year, and now in our 15th year at the Simola Hillclimb, getting more and more new old cars and more still the classic. Yeah, we do have the odd 90s car that comes out, or even a 2000 odd car, but predominantly cars from the 60s and the 70s, which is a testament to how people have looked after their cars here in South Africa over the years.
And even some pre-war ones, which are always interesting to watch. Yeah.
Very, very exciting.
In Europe,
oh, sorry, carry on.
No, I was just saying that here in Europe, there's a community almost for 4 different generations of historic cars, and yes, pre-war, 60s to 70s, the 80s, and then the modern stuff that people sort of look at it sideways, thinking, okay, this is way too modern compared to the rest. But no, all of them are cherished quite a lot. I am a big fan of them, and I was saying that part of the European Hillclimb Championship, it's the historic side, but there are all series dedicated just for the historics in Hillclimb racing too, especially here in Portugal, Italy, the Latin countries. They really take their love for the historics to a level above.
Yeah, one of these days maybe we'll invite Nick Mason from Pink Floyd. He's got a couple of classic cars. Maybe he'll bring his GTO. Just come for a little ride up the hill.
I mean,
something.
that'd be super
why
cool.
not?
Yeah.
I mean, why not? Those kind of things. But it's just wonderful. I love the classic car Friday, just because we have this opportunity, Cliff, to see some of the cars that even people like myself don't remember.
Yeah.
And it just gives everybody that little bit of education, as that's where cars were, and then of course we get the monsters that will come out tomorrow.
And also spoiled for choice, because like we said, we had a Corvette Stingray with a Lotus. I mean, you don't see that normally. Like if you go into some specific car club, it would be one specific genre or range or brand or whatever the case is. But yeah, you're seeing everything, so from Ernest that's 73 years old up to a 1999 race car, and that's what you're seeing. And yeah, spoiled for choice. You can see all of that within 50 meters of pit lane. So
it's
what
just
a pleasure.
magic. Yeah, very, 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 very special. The Senna tribute cars as well. This year, very, very special. While we're waiting for qualifying, Rodrigo, tomorrow we've spoken a little bit about Johan Christofferson coming with this mighty WRX electric car. When Solberg was here 2 years ago, Rodrigo, he came out immediately and set a time that everyone went, whoa, there's not even a warm-up for Solberg. Do you think we're probably going to expect something like that from Johan Christofferson over the first run tomorrow? Let's say everything's dry.
No, even if it's wet, in my honest opinion, yes, and then some, because Johan is very well known for anyone here in Europe as the guy that not only has that uncanny rally driver ability to just throw down the gauntlet from the start, but he also has this uncanny ability to just scrape tenths run after run, even when people start thinking that, okay, he's plateauing, there's not that much more to take from the car. And if it is needed to take a tenth or 2 tenths more, he will just go there. And people have seen this through the years, time and time again, when people are thinking, okay, he will finish second on this rallycross race, and there's no more. And you just see him beating the track record or the fastest lap of the day for one more time and taking off the win. And there's a reason he has been so dominant in rallycross for almost a decade now, to the point that his domination is Sebastian Loeb or Hamilton-esque in his field. But more than me talking, I think it will be good for everyone to watch tomorrow, because it's almost disheartening how much he can go that extra mile, even when people thinking, okay, there's not much more to take from this car. No, there always is. There always 30 centimeters more to go into that apex, or to just scrape off that little bit of speed. He is a proper natural talent, and I'm very glad that you guys will be able to see it even more with an electric car, just to throw a bit of controversy there when it comes to petrolettes.
Yeah, that's for sure. I must say, I'm so excited for us South Africans to have him back here again. I was fortunate enough to watch him when he was doing WRX in Cape Town at Kalani, and then he was also part of the Monster Festival in Johannesburg. And just to see this guy's just natural talent of how he actually drives a car is incredible. So we are in for a treat, whether you're here in Knysna or whether you're going to be watching it on the street. Johan Christofferson from tomorrow over here on the weekend. It seems as though we are just about ready for qualifying. Qualifying one for Classic Car Friday. As soon as we've got action on the track, of course, we will cross over to them. Rodrigo from Hillclimb Monsters with us, and of course going to be very much part of us for the weekend as well. Recovering from a little bit of flu and sickness over the last couple of days. So, Rodrigo, when we get into the qualifying, we will allow you to have some lemon tea and ease up on your voice, and we'll let the action. Here we go. It is qualifying one. Margaret White in the Austin. Let's watch her go up the Simola Hillclimb. I just love it. You know, we watching this and you're going, yeah, she's going slowly. She's going as fast as that car can go.
100%.
And I love it.
And she's in for the drive of her life, because that's as good as those tires, brakes, motor
Everything
can go. So everything is on the limit right now. And you can hear it. She's trying to squeeze every inch out of that car.
Her best time, I think, was in her second run, and I think it was a 1:48. So let's see what Margaret can do. She's in Class H1, also with another one of the Austins. That's a 1500. This one is only a 750 4-cylinder. And that's a steep hill, by the way. That little 750cc is pumping itself to get up the hill.
I think this would potentially be her quickest time, because this has been a lot smoother, although there looks a little bit offline. But yeah, I think if we're going to find time, this is the right run for her.
Come on, Margaret. Coming up, crosses the hill.
She seemed pretty happy with it over the line.
Wow. Is that her time, a 1 minute 3.3? Okay, we'll just get clarification on our timing. There's the beautiful Knysna head. Second up, here we go, Jero Lilik.
Just backed off there a little bit.
Yeah, 1 minute 42. So, I mean, it's 6 seconds faster than what she's done. Brilliant.
6 seconds is a lifetime.
Yeah. Ten different categories in Classic Car Friday. Only 2 in this category, the H1 category. Thereafterwards, we get into H2, and it goes up in numerical order, except after 8. Cliff, just to confuse everybody, it's like Porsche.
Yeah.
We get 8, then we go 10, then we go 9.
Makes sense.
Okay, of course.
Perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense. Brian Bruce in the magnificent D-Type Jaguar. Just love the look of this car. Oh, just beautiful.
Bit of a puff of smoke there.
Oh.
Brian Bruce, fastest in the first intermittent sector, which is, just so that you know, from the start line to the S's. At the moment, Gero with a 120. Well, there we go. Brian Bruce goes a 124.2 versus a 124.4. And Margaret 142. Beautiful GT40. Let's just hear it. It's incredible, even with the brute force, Clifford. You see how he changed down just before he starts that really, really steep incline, just to get more torque and more power.
No, he's gone quite a bit quicker over 105, but I think now we're starting to get into the faster boys and girls.
Picard just 4/10 down on McPherson and losing another 4/10 at the end. Actually, sorry, picking up another 10th. Nothing between those two.
All lost in the first sector.
Jennifer Abbott out on track. Headley Whitehead out on track. This is qualifying 1 of Classic Car Friday. Seems dry, except maybe a little bit at the start.
Yeah, look, at the track conditions also be a little bit cold, but it is on the up and up, so things are looking a little bit better for now. Jen Abbott sitting on a 42.7 through the first sector. Let's see if she can make up a bit more time here.
McPherson and Whitehead, only a second between them. Abbott just another 8/10 down as well. So I tell you, H2 very, very tight together. Here comes the Anglia, car number 46, Dave van der Merwe. 1965. Here comes Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout. This could be a very quick run. His best, I think, is a 58, 50.
Yeah, he was definitely the highlight or the star of the last practice run. So let's see what's going to stop for us now. Dave van der Merwe 42.4 through the first sector. That's not bad. Start hanging around.
Everyone opening up. It's amazing. Those free practice mean nothing. Now it's a question. Let's go for it.
Now we're starting to play.
Yeah. Two of the Fiat 131s. Too much wheel spin. Way too much wheel spin in second gear. Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout 36.3 in the first sector going up the hill. Great to hear from my good friend from Haley from Red Bull. Hello, Haley. Great that you are tuning in and watching. 57.8 for Jean-Ray Bezuidenhout. So that's it's about half a second quicker than what he did. Oh, that's just too much. There's just too much power there.
That's going all over the place. Yeah, they've got it. If they can get the launch right, they'll be in for a good time. But until then, they're just gonna suffer in the entry part of the track, and that's just a hit of time. You'll never recover of such a short sprint.
Two Fiat 131s, one Rally, one an Abarth. Let's see what they can do. Francis Cousins of 103.
Looking at 6 seconds off the leader. It's a big gap right now.
In the same class.
Yeah, that's
big.
Massive.
That's a very, very big gap.
All right, let's see what the Cobra can do.
Gabriel Diedrich smashing Francis Cousins in the first sector in the second of the Fiats.
Felt like he was charging through there quite a lot, trying to make up time. Yeah,
pips by 0.04 of a second.
It's close.
Outstanding, the two Fiats. Here comes the Cobra, managing those bumps very well. Looked like a Bentley going through this.
Rolls Royce with a glass of champagne in the back. Start off the line.
Fortunately, only Q1.
Yeah, but only 2 more runs left.
Yeah. So your eyes are not being deceived. There is sunshine in Knysna. Beautiful. Let's hope it stays. That was what the prediction said, and Clifford got it 100% right. He said there's going to be intermittent rain until Q1, and then it's going to be dry. You're a genius, Clifford.
I mean,
genius.
Weather is definitely my passion and my calling.
I know. I mean, yesterday on the plane, you were telling. I mean, it's incredible your knowledge on meteor, weather things.
Weather stuff.
Yeah, weather stuff. The first of the Alfa Romeos. This is Alfa Romeo Junior Supra. That's at the bottom of your screen. One of the Datsuns. I love the presentation of those two Datsuns as well. Car number 38, Ian Kilburn in the Datsun 1400 GX Coupe. The bottom of your screen, the Alfa Romeo. Yeah, they're all getting off the line. Don't forget those tyres are cold. They don't have tyre warmers. They've got to try and get heat into it to get the grip going into turn 1. So they've got to.
He's working hard there.
Spin it. Yeah, they're going.
He's working hard.
Oh, they're going. These cars are going. It's incredible when you drop that visor. All of a sudden, it's okay. Let's go. There's the Alfa Romeo John Bronner 104. 178.
Still so far only one person under the minute mark.
Incredible, yeah. And that's a very impressive time from Jean-Dre Bezuidenhout.
This looks good though.
Yes, this Datsun looks very, very well set up. Definitely not your standard tyres.
Definitely not, yeah. That looks smoother, that looks good. I'm curious to see the time here.
I'm pretty angry too.
Ian Kilburn, what a time, 57.9, incredible. Here comes the Opel Manta.
Now things start to get a little bit interesting.
Now it's getting interesting. So Ian Kilburn's time, just to let you know, is roughly 3 seconds, just over 3 seconds faster than anybody in his category at present. Yeah, Trevor Tuck there getting some heat into those semi-slicks.
Pretty smooth launch off the line. Yeah. Looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good. Great to see this Opel Manta. If you're just tuning in, apparently the only one left racing in South Africa. His first run this morning had all sorts of problems, but is back out there, so magic to see. Neil Steven, impressive time at 1:03.731.
Oh, that's messy.
That's messy. Trevor Tuck really going
running a bit deep. Yeah, he ran a bit deep in there.
He's a 5-time champion of Classic Car Friday. That's a lot smoother going through the S's. Let's see, he's done a 38.4. It's about 7/10 off Kilburn's time. Crosses over 59 to 1.3 seconds off the pace of Ian Kilburn. Oh, it's hotting up here. Another one of the Berliners, another one of the Alphas going up. And then, of course, the Porsche of Gavin Rook.
Trevor's like coming in third there, but he definitely lost quite a bit of time. Yeah, I think he would have been closer to that 57 mark, should he have, or 58, low 58 if he hadn't run too deep in that S's there.
Yeah. Gavin Rook in that Porsche. I mean, you look at that, it's 1973.
What a beauty, yeah.
52 years old. Stunning. Berliner goes across the line. Gavin Rook at 33.6. Wow.
Oh, there's no traction there.
He's holding on. Whoa, he's holding on. That's it.
Lindenberg finally back out to bring out the big guns.
Just listen to this monster Ford.
I think it's like one of my favorite cars in classic car.
It's just stunning.
It's just so massive.
And the way that she
super
drives
cool.
and handles it is, it's incredible.
No, she's wringing its neck.
Oh, she's talented, this lady.
Through the rolling bumps, it looked like it was actually touching on the floor. And here comes 7 liters of drama. Lindenberg 41.5 through the first sector.
Gavin Rook at 53.677. That is a mighty fast time. Just under 20 seconds.
Someone's off in the back. Someone's off in the back. I think that's Paige. I think she's run off in the back there. She just kept going. Wait to see now confirmation, but definitely looked like there was something going off in the wilderness in the back there. Hopefully the flags come out if that is the case.
Paige has posted a time.
Has she?
Yeah, she has posted
Maybe my
a
eyes
time.
were deceiving me. It just looked like I was running off in the background there.
Maybe it was that windscreen wiper.
Maybe.
See, a little bit of either lockup or a little bit of water still on the track there. One of the prettiest cars you're going to see. Ford Daytona. Richard Evans with a 1 minute 0.9. So they have. You definitely saw something because
I'm pretty sure there was something happening in the background. It just looked like as we were going through the right hand sweep there, it just looked like she'd run off, running wide, like the back had stepped out. But I mean, my eyes are aging and things things do happen. In my old age, I'm learning to accept. So yeah, I could be mistaken, but yeah.
Yeah, it could. Listen, it could well have been that maybe right at the end she lost it a little bit, but
because we said there was definitely a time posted of a 1:05.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's way off sort of Richard Evans' time. You know, it's 6 seconds off that time. So as soon as we've got an update, we will let you know. Sitting there, one of my favorite numbers of motor racing, number 27. That was my racing number when I raced.
Really?
Yep.
And why did you pick it?
Because of Gilles Villeneuve.
Really? Hey?
Villeneuve used number 27, and then of course it was a number that was used for Ferrari for many years.
Okay.
But it was because of Villeneuve, and many. Yeah, I think at present, Nico Hulkenberg in the world of Formula One, he races with number 27. But that was my number. I just always loved that number. A little bit of arbitrary information.
but the way people pick racing numbers interests me, you know, like, because it's all sorts of lucky things. Like, I'm a firm believer of don't ever pick a number in the 50s. It's just unlucky.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, like, I mean,
Why?
I've had guys tell me turn your number around, whatever. But everyone I know that have had numbers in the 50s that either have bad luck or bad things have happened or whatever. So I'd rather just avoid 50s altogether.
Okay,
It's just
interesting.
my own issues that I'm dealing with.
That's all right. We'll give you some counseling. Stay with us. There is no traction at the moment, and we will be back with you very shortly.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cashback on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
In a world where every second counts, one man stands on the edge of destiny. Will he make it on time? Out here on the streets, anything can happen. And every move counts when the odds are stacked against you. One man finds the will, the drive, the passion to steer his path to destiny.
Wow.
It's a Swift.
Sasha?
Yes, sir. Nice hat.
Thank you.
They're all different colours.
They are.
Very impressive.
Are you able to check your WhatsApps quickly?
Of course I am.
I know you're using it to keep in touch with our viewers around the world, but just brace yourself for what I just put on the commentators group.
Oh my!
Can we get a close-up on Sasha's face quickly?
No way.
Yeah, the Franschhoek Motor Museum have
brought it. Oh my gosh.
The Schecter Elf Tyrrell. Unfortunately, Sasha will have to retire now from the Simola commentary box.
Yeah. It's been
going to need a minute.
It's really been good. Okay. I'm just going to ogle for the next GR.
I'm sure Colin will. Colin and Patrick will.
Earlier on, I walked past and it was covered, and I was like, "Oh my! What is under there? What is under there?" 'Cause I mean, and now it's the Schecter. Oh, that is special. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, no, that's quite something to see. So Sasha, did he win the world championship in that car?
No. He won the world championship in the Ferrari.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So was that pre-Ferrari days?
Pre-Ferrari.
Okay.
The Tyrrell. Oh,
amazing.
Man, that is very special. Okay, so sorry. Okay, focus. Back. We got a Fiat and a VW on track at the moment.
It's a beautiful day at Classic Car Friday. If you're just joining us, F1 Sasha Martinengo, that's his full name. Is that what it says on your ID? F1
yes, it does. Yeah. Much to my mother's chagrin, because I changed it myself.
Yeah, it's quite cheap. It's like $160.
Yeah, exactly.
Just do it for your birthday and change it back. Chira Descienda here from Cars.co.za and Clifford, the superbike racer, who this year dressed properly for Classic Car Friday.
I know, amazing. It's stunning. I cannot wait to actually have a chance to go and look at this beautiful 924. Just the way that it's specced out, top of your screen at the moment. When you see it, it doesn't look like a 924, but it is a 924. Stunning, beautiful.
So we still have, if I'm not mistaken, the fastest runner of the day, Rui Campos, because Scribante had that off. I went past the Scribante car, Sasha.
Yes.
It's fine.
Amazing.
Once they took a leaf blower, blew all the leaves out the radiator, a bit of the dirt, and it's back on the road. Looks like it should be up and running, I would almost say, even for this run.
I hope so.
Probably
I think also
he
probably also wants to just shake off a little bit of the nerve. The nerves of going, just let me get out there. The track is dry now. You never know what the weather's going to do. Have a good, solid run. Just post a time. Get it out there.
Yeah, you got to sort of, what's the word?
You got to deal with the demons.
I, just from the little stroll I took around, just to have a quick walk through the pits, and it was really fun out there because unlike previous years, our voices are all over the pit lane.
Oh, goodness.
So, yeah, no, everyone is watching.
Hello, everybody.
There's a huge screen out there. Hi, everyone in pit lane and around the Simola racetrack. Lovely to see you all. And but by my estimation, I think we're done with the rain. That's what I would say. Look, it's Knysna and it's May. So let me caveat that by saying it's Knysna in May. However, I do think we're done with the rain.
Tell you, it was a nice lap that was a super lap from Farouk Dangle, 54.9.
Wow.
That is properly fast. Half a second faster than anybody. Now we've got one of the other Nissans, the Opel Kadett coming through. This Nissan sounds glorious. Have a listen.
Oh, stop. No, just testing glitch.
Don't give me heart failure.
I have the same thing.
Another one.
Watch how hard they work through the races just to keep it in a straight line.
Tell you,
there he is.
54.7. Wow. The times are tumbling. Rui Campos.
Yeah, there's a certain energy out in the pits right now. You know, sun's out, and let's go. It's pretty electric out there. Actually,
I can only imagine.
Well, it's internal combustion powered, but for today, but the atmosphere is electric.
Huge. Rui Campos definitely on it. That's for sure. He's on it.
From the rolling bumps, he got a little bit unsettled, but he's keeping the pace, good momentum.
I think his personal best of the day was a 53.2. He's almost certainly going to run that if he can run that or better, if he can keep it on the black stuff, and that's what he's very good at. Through the last S. One more corner for Rui Campos as Nicola Carlson joins your screen in the Supra. And what is Rui going to post?
Looks neat, looks fast.
Yeah,
looks good.
Fastest in the first sector.
Oh, 49.
Ooh,
49. 4 seconds faster than his last run. Just shows you the track is basically 4 seconds faster now for the top competitors. That's huge. You were asking about that delta earlier.
Yeah.
So 3 to 4 seconds seems to be about right. Well, Rui probably got a bit faster now.
And they've still got 2 runs. Now it's a question of those who have put in like really, like Rui Campos put in a proper time there. You know, does he sit and say, I'm okay with that time, sit out the second run, and then maybe, you know, I don't know if he's running new tires as yet. Or maybe that's as quick as he can go. But there's a lot of strategy, even though it seems like, you're just running up a hill. There's a lot of strategy behind the scenes as to when they sort of maybe turn up the engine, put on new fresh tires. This car has only got one set of tires, the one at the bottom, the Davy. And for the pure reason that the 4 tires on that car cost the princely sum of 50,000 South African rand.
What are they?
Because they're imported Dunlops, and they have to be a specific size, of course, because it's period. And the guys were telling me that, that's what the tires cost, which is, very thankful to the power of the South African rand to
helps.
any other currency.
Yeah, always helps.
Yeah.
That's almost what Nico Carlson spent on his whole car.
Correct. Incredible. Looking at that Davy from behind.
Oh, Ferrari.
Yeah, Enzo Kuhn coming out. Looking at that Davy from behind, coming up the hill. I mean, it looks like the Ferrari Roma, the modern Ferrari Roma. Spectacular.
So just to play weather forecaster, what was that really cool American guy who was on ETV? He left now. He was very famous for doing that.
I remember him, yes.
Him? So I'm not as good as him, but according to AccuWeather.com, we're looking at a little bit of rain between 1 and 3 p.m. So that's usually lunch.
Perfect.
Which is good. So we can all have a wet sandwich together out in the rain. And then after that, clear. So it does look like towards the end of Classic Car Friday, the sun will be out. It'll still be cold, be 13 degrees, but it looks like no rain from at least 3 p.m.
It's so cool.
But according to the schedule, our finals start at 2 o'clock. So we're going to have a bit of excitement in the finals, yeah.
So I tell you, Enzo Kuhn and Craig Vessels have this little ongoing bet with each other every year. The Porsche against the Ferrari, the Porsche against the Ferrari. And I think up for grabs is a case of Windhoek draft. And Enzo got beaten last year, so I think he's out for revenge this year.
So according to our schedule there, Clifford, let's just quickly run the audience through what to expect for the rest of the day.
So yeah, we're running.
We're at 11:42 now.
Yeah, so we're running qualifying 1. It seems like we're a little bit behind schedule. We got qualifying round 1, round 2, and then round 3, which is lining us up at about just between 20 to 1 and 20 past 1. Then we have a break for lunch until 2, and then class final at 5 past 2 until obviously it's done. According to the schedule, prize giving is 5 to 3, but you know, racing never runs on schedule, so let's call it ballpark 3:30-ish.
Racing doesn't run on schedule unless you are part of Bernie Eccleston.
Yeah.
Then everything runs on schedule.
Well, the good news is the prize giving will be in the dry.
Oh, that's good. So, listen, we're probably running about 20 minutes late, but fortunately everything that has happened on track that needed to be sorted out has been sorted out so efficiently. So brilliant work from all of our marshals and the track team as well. So here we go. We're into the final 4 competitors in qualifying 1. All of these sort of Formula style cars will see if Franco Scribante goes out during this session. If you are late in joining us, he did have an off in the previous session, but fortunately he's okay, and the car sustained a very, very small damage.
That last run they just finished. No, who was at Schofield? That was quick. I don't know. I'm just waiting.
Yo, that's very quick.
45.
Woohoo!
Wow. Yeah, he looked incredibly fast.
That's super quick. Super, super quick. Charles Ayrton, he was one of the quickest guys in the last free practice session. So, also just holding on for dear life.
Just quick speed through the traps there, 183.
Sure, that's quick. So Ayrton fastest in the first sector now.
Using all of the track, eh? Charles Ayrton 45.3.
Wow! Oh, it's getting up there. Mr. Bezuidenhout coming out. So it looks as though Franco Scribante and his team not going to come out for this session. Fortunately, they still have 2 more sessions to come, so there is time for them to ensure that the car is spot on.
Some monster single-seaters lurking in the pit lane at the moment under
wraps.
Cut. You know those sort of shrink wrap car covers that you get. Oh,
yeah, the guys that have a proper race budget. The ones that buy those.
I got a guy, Clifford. Let me know. Chat after.
The only ones I know of is the ones on import brands like Temu and that, which are not quite to fit.
Sasha, you'll remember last year I still have hearing damage from it. I think Robbie Volk raced an old, or did a demo lap in an old F1
That's
car.
right.
Sasol brand car.
Correct.
That car's here.
Well, I hope they do use it tomorrow. I really do hope so. My hearing can't get much worse. What? All right, so Scribante didn't go out. Wolk didn't go out. Rodney Green did go out. Schofield went out. Morris, I don't think went out. Oh, no, Wolk did go out with a 50.0. But I think Schofield was Ian Schofield, the man who does so much for the world of motorsport in South Africa. It was Bezuidenhout, actually, 44.3. Ayrton, Schofield, Campos, Wolk.
Wow, that is quick. I
Whoa,
think
that's very quick.
We actually now, if I'm not mistaken, we have 3 people running under the fastest time from last year. Let me just check if that's correct.
Yeah,
it is correct.
That's under these conditions.
Because I think I read to you, gents, earlier, the classic conqueror last year was Franco with a 46.2.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
so that means we already have 4 competitors under that mark. Wow. Okay. This is looking to be a good classic conqueror. New classic car record probably coming up later today.
Let's hope so. And also, we're trying to get Josh Dovey to go out because I think this car can also be very, very quick.
At the moment, he's running on 3 horsepower.
Yes. Well, you see, also, you know, he's relatively youngster, isn't he? So maybe he doesn't know how to
How long would he
pop a
have
clutch.
to? How long would he have to get this car up and
His
running
youths.
before they tell him to call it a day? Is there a time limit? Because obviously we can't do this all day. But if there was an issue, how long would he have?
I think they're gonna pull it back. Yeah.
He can. So that's that section just behind the gent in the red cap, to the right of the driver. Oh, that sounds good. Hey, there we go.
Hey.
Pulling a throttle body. We always like to see that. So they can pull over to the left there, and then if they can get going, they can go
to the right.
Sorry, to the right. Sorry.
Yes, okay, gotcha.
But that looked success.
All right, so let's have Josh Dovey. He's got to pull him back. He can't jump the start line. Transponders won't kick in. Go, Josh. Let's see what you can do. Oh, that sounded like a proper miss.
Pity, because it was a smooth start off the line.
I tell you, this is going to be a fast lap from Josh Dovey. I got a good feeling about this. At the moment, 44.355. Andre Bezuidenhout, fastest man. H9, H9, H9. That's the category one would expect it. It is the Formula Cars.
I absolutely love the name of this engine, the Vagantune Lotus TC. That's what's currently being sent up the hill by Josh Dovey. The Vagantune. See, Italians could make like a press-up seem interesting. The Vagantune. And what can the Vagantune do?
Let's see. All right. Well, only in 6th place, so 50.745. Okay, that is qualifying 1. Let's just cross over to our pit man. Oi. That is Colin Hastie. Colin, what's going on with Franco Scribante?
Franco, you sitting this qualifying round out while the guys finish the car?
Well, we thought we might just make it, but the bonnet took a bit longer than expected. So, yeah, we've just missed it. That's fine. I think we've got 2 qualifying left to go. And the class final, so all of those, 3's enough to get to the King of the Hill.
Okay, so you all good with the car, all good with you. There's calmness, and you can go and get into the class final.
Yeah, let's just get a solid time down now and then really start to push.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, Colin.
Guys have worked pretty hard. You can see it's a minor problem because he's got a minor hammer. There was a little bit of bodywork that's been replaced. They're missing the stone guard in front of the radiator. Lots of vacuum cleaning work as Rodney Green brings his Cooper Climax back in. And as luck would have it,
it's raining.
If I put my hand out, you know, we were doing so well. So well. I was contemplating taking the 3 layers of other clothing that I've got underneath my dead man's jacket.
but then it's an abomination of weather. Right, let's go and have a look at some stuffs and things and what. At the moment, for Alfa lovers, sorry for us, because a Datsun is beating an Alfa. So, and now the wind has come as well. We want to talk to Farouk over there, but Ian Kilburn and Trevor Tuck are first and second. And when I say Ian Kilburn, so Takarini is over there. Ian, you've got a Datsun ahead of my favorite Alfa. What's going on?
I think he's just playing the fool with me at the moment, and I see he's got new tires on, so I think he's just pushing me to see how brave I am up the sketchy hill today.
Well, let's have a word. Trevor, Takarini, please come and just stand a little bit closer. Ian says, I mean, he's got a Datsun ahead of an Alfa. You've got new tires on now?
Yes.
And what's going to happen here?
It's going to rain.
Why? Because you put the slicks on?
No. It's just, I mean, I don't know if it's going to go away, and I don't know. Like, geez, now do you go and chance the second quali, or do you wait for it? I know. We'll have to see. I'm dealing with a few issues on it, so she's not in a good mood this morning, but I've got to wake her up.
Okay. I've heard reasons. No. I've heard reasons. Well, you call them driver's excuses. I just mentioned reasons. And, she's playing up.
It's an Alfa.
I don't like to say that. We'd be banned.
No.
The mafioso will come.
No. I think she'll be alright. This run was good with the new tyres. It was better, but I've got like a bit of a fluff high up in the rev range, which I'm trying to fix. But let's see how it goes.
Sometimes I wish I had a bit of a fluff as well. Keep it tidy, right, guys? There's a great battle on for this class. Keep it up, entertain us. That's why we're here.
We'll give it a good go.
Playing with us.
Have fun. We are smoking Opal. Smokey and the Bandit. Neil, I've got bad news.
Bad news first.
You busy? Don't have to change that tire.
Am I out?
No, it's wetting.
All or nothing. I think the rubber on the slicks is softer than the rubber on these radials. So if I don't try it, I won't know.
And have you filled up the engine with all the oil you've been burning and blowing around?
Well, fortunately, I put it with the Alfa boys, so they've all got oil. So that's great.
You've got to love
Not allowed
the
to say
camaraderie and all of that. Oh, so this morning we had a look at Dave Kopka's car. Beautiful Mazda rotary, and I was hoping to hear the rotary scream up the hill, but they broke a differential, so it's not going to happen. Let's go and have a look and talk as we come through here. Gavin Rook is leading his class at the moment. Gavin, you winning so far?
It seems I am, yes.
You happy with this bog standard, plain Porker?
As it left the showroom.
Which showroom? Yeah, your showroom. By the way, this thing is completely rebuilt. Dutchman Cars, is it?
Dutchman, yeah.
Dutchman make it, I mean, it is a business name. It's not a pejorative. It's got carbon fibers, titanium, magnesium, and about 14 litres of Adolph's finest engine in the back.
It's lovely, yes. So far, so good. Every time I change to slicks, it rains. So if you need it to rain, let me know and I can change the slicks. If you want dry, I'll put on my road tyres. So.
Good luck, have fun. Now, he's playing against James Temple, who is second. Where's James? Anyway, so the Porker and the Daytona they're very, very close. So James is not around at the moment, but that's this battle that is absolutely fantastic. Paige, I love the gold chain, suits the fireproof overalls.
I didn't go off. I don't know why they said I went off.
They just said you look spectacular.
Apparently I went off. Everyone's asking for my K. I didn't go off, guys. I'm fine.
Well, we'll have to talk to the commentating guys, because to say that, I mean,
yeah. No, I took it easy. Just wanted to check out and see what the circuit was doing, try and get some kind of a time in the first quali because of this weather, and now it started raining again. So
I love that term, this weather.
it's so frustrating. Every time we see blue skies, it starts raining again. So yeah, I don't know. It's really tricky. This car's not built for weights.
Yep.
I don't think many cars are built for the weights here today, so I think a lot of people are struggling. But yeah, I just really hope this clears. It looks a bit dark, but either way, it's an awesome day out and a great car. I'm looking forward to the whole weekend. We've got 6 Shelbys racing tomorrow, so I'm very excited.
Ford is not officially represented here. In fact, actually apart from Lindenberg Racing. You've got a fleet of cars today, another fleet of Cobras, and what are they? The Shelby. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a pity Ford are not really involved in motorsport much on this side of things. So yeah, hopefully at some point they'll join the party. But from a Shelby and Lindenberg Racing perspective, I mean, we've got huge representation as we always do. It's my 10th Hillclimb, and I think would have been my dad's like 12th or 13th. So we started there like 2 years in. So we got 3 cars racing today. We've got the Ford Fairlane, the Daytona Coupe, and the Capri Piranha. And then tomorrow we've got 6 Shelbys racing. So we've been on the road.
And there's snakes and super snakes as well.
Yeah, so there's super snakes, wide bodies, speedsters, all sorts of special Shelbys. And we've been on the road all the way from Cape Town since last week Friday, making our way to Knysna Hillclimb with our customers. So we've had an amazing 10 days. We've had perfect weather just till we got to Knysna. So yeah, it's been really awesome. And I'm looking forward to seeing what our customers do tomorrow. Some of them are racing Hillclimb for the first time.
Awesome stuff. It's great weather if you're a duck.
100%.
Have fun.
Thanks
for chatting. So we won't find James. He's around. But let's take a little walk. Oh, there's James. Sorry, it's like... James?
No comment.
You've got 19 litres of Ford's finest up against a couple of litres of Porsche's finest.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, we know we're near our pace. I mean, we're probably a good 12 seconds off now, and that run was half dry. Look, the thing is we can only do so much with the damp circuit with this rubber, and the car's heavy. So let's see. We've still got a bit of a day left, so we'll give it a go.
We heard from Paige, this is her 10th hill climb out of the 15. How many times have you been here?
This is my 5th one now, yeah.
And you've seen a change in the event, and what are the highlights in the 5 years you've been here? What are the highlights for you?
Look, yeah, it is awesome, and it's also nice to see different cars every year, and a little bit more hype around the event, which is every year just gets better and better. Yeah, highlight for me is getting this car in the top 10 and winning the classes and stuff like that. So yeah, we're hoping to do it again. It's just the weather's not playing part, but I mean, we'll see. We can't control that.
Now you got Scotty in, what is that thing? It's a 626, that sports car. It is the most amazing looking car with a Ford Zephyr engine in.
Yeah, absolutely. He's. I think we're next to each other after that first quali, so he's just in front of me. So it's not motivation. I don't know what is, but yeah, we'll see how we go. But yeah, big thanks to our sponsors and everyone for getting us here. It's awesome.
Awesome. Lovely chatting to you. Look after the Daytona. Have fun. Entertain us.
Thank you. I will do. Thanks, man.
Cheers. 15 years this has been going on. It is absolutely magnificent. Farouk Dangor, we have to talk to him. This, I think, is Farouk's 3rd up the hill. And he was right here. We found Farouk's car, but Farouk is nowhere around. Remember these super touring cars. The sound, the induction sound is absolutely fantastic. As part of the team, in a tribute to Farouk's super boss, a man who normally goes super fast with massive tons of power, Craig Zank, this is a little bit different.
It's very different. It's challenging, to say the least. Yeah.
Are you enjoying it?
I love it. It's fantastic. I've never seen so much of the hill for so long in a long time. So
it's good value for money.
It's brilliant. You get a different perspective with these cars. It reminds us of the way we used to race. No aids, no anything. You know, this car goes up in 3rd gear, it can't rev out, only makes 80 kilowatt. But the smile on your face at the top, I think, says it all. You know, you can ask more.
Back in the day, BMW 320, 323s, Tony Viana, Mike Briggs, Farouk Dangor, and others. It was unbelievable racing.
It's very close racing. The cars are exceptionally well balanced. Unfortunately, with this hill being as steep as it is, it's a bit of a horsepower race, so the cars have got big horsepower. I'm going into corner 1, 100% throttle, and it is going to be what it is. By the time I get to the bridge, I'm only revving 6.5 in third. So people don't understand just how steep this hill is. But more fun. We miss that racing, we really do. We miss the door-to-door racing, that aspect of it as sort of wavered a little bit. But this is it's absolutely awesome. And, you know, to Farouk for letting me drive it, and it's a privilege to race with him. He's a legend, and it reminds us so much of the way it used to be. And watching these cars, the 325 ISs versus this, the Michael Briggs, the rivalry that there was, I don't think has ever been matched since. And yeah, it's might not be the fastest going up here, but I don't think anybody's having more fun.
Lovely. It changes tomorrow. Thanks for chatting to us.
It sure does. I don't think we'll be using the same brake markers.
Definitely not. Thanks, Craig. Good luck. Craig mentions the steepness of the hill. The average gradient is 8%. Now, ask anybody, just over 8%, ask anybody who rides a bicycle or a runner what 8% is. It's a lot. It's sustained. It's proper tough. I'm going to zip here in front of Patrick, past Roy Oberry's car. Roy is nowhere to be seen at the moment. Zip up here and along to the Skylines. Can we come in quickly and have a 6-cylinder Skylines? Got to love it. Who's winning the Crater beer so far?
I'm winning, Colin. I'm winning.
Because you've got the right number of doors, only 2.
Yes, yeah. So maybe my car's a bit lighter. It's burning rain a bit, I'll have you know. Yeah. But I don't feel sorry for him. You know, I can taste Windhoek draft. Can you taste it?
Brent, it's not over until it's over.
Quite right. Yeah, no.
We're only in one round of qualifying.
Teasing him. Yeah, I'm just teasing him.
But I love the rivalry. How many Simolas have you done?
I think this is my 6th or 7th one. So.
And what have the changes over the years, what have you noticed and what's a highlight for you?
I think every single one, I think being part of the whole process, watching it grow and develop, you know, from the beginning. I think my first one is 2013, and then just watching it getting better and better and better and better. It's been phenomenal. You know, if you look up and down the track here, there are novices like myself, and you've got proper racing drivers that are here, and we don't get a chance to share a track with them, and we have the same amount of fun. So it attracts a lot of people that really enjoy this. And the adrenaline that you get in one run, it's like 20 qualies, you know, in one go. It's just absolutely incredible. So I love it. It's phenomenal.
Awesome. Thanks for the entertainment. Keep it up. Let's see how sideways you can get it up the hill in the next one.
Thanks a lot, Colin.
Thanks, Brent. Porkers, love them. We've spoken over here. We've spoken to Scribanti. Let's see if we can talk to Scotty. Where is he? He's not here at the moment. Ford Zephyr. We've got the Scribanti car. They've got the nose back on it with a little bit of tape. Always need a bit of tape and help from your friends. I want to go and talk to Rick Morris, who's just around here. The next round of quali is going to start now. In fact, they're about to get going. This is absolutely beautiful timing. Let's have a quick word with Brian. Brian, it's second round quali. It's a little bit wet. How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing okay. I mean, I had a bit of a trouble going up this last time, but my times are good for the wet.
Awesome. Have fun. Be safe.
Other than not safe.
Yeah, right. Margaret's on her way to the hill, and we're going to go back to the boys in the box.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. Look at the stars. Find your more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure, more freedom, more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door, born for more.
I think if you didn't go out in Q1,
Margaret's 10 seconds slower in the first sector, just to give a comparison.
Yeah, if you didn't go out first session, I think you're in a little bit of trouble here. You know, like this is the thing with racing there, but gambling is a bit tough, but if you didn't put in a banker lap in the drying weather,
you can actually see the
you're in trouble, and it's raining hard at the top there, but yeah, the thing is, I don't think it's going to get any better before we see the end of quali. You know, like, will this dry up before the end of qualifying 3? Probably not.
And listen, of course, we've got our helicopter crew that are out in Knysna at the Hillclimb. You can see a little bit of spray at the back of the tyres as well. Last year, Chiro, you went up in the heli.
I did. No, year before, I think.
Was okay.
And I actually did a live broadcast from the heli. It was phenomenal. Although that was my first time in a helicopter, always wanted to go in one. And when we landed, I thought to myself, right, I've done that. I'm good. I don't need to do that again, because the pilot's amazing. I forget his name now, but we chased a car. We hovered over the start and we chased the car up the hill. Very low, very like sort of Vietnam style, you know, through the top of the trees. And the thing landed and I thought, right, I'm good. I can take that one off.
There we go. Okay. I love helicopters. But the helis are out there. 156 or 126. It's difficult out there. Very, very difficult. So earlier I thought it was Enzo Kuhn and Craig Vessels were having, but I think they do have a little tussle as well. But it's actually the two Nissan boys, Brent and Rain, who play for the case of Windhoek Draft at the end.
A lot of mind games happening there. Windhoek, huh?
Exactly, but you know, just listening to the guys and listening to what Brent had to say, and also Craig Zank. So Craig Zank, this is his first year where he's in Classic Car Friday. He's usually on King of the Hill, and just saying that yes, brake markers are going to be different when it comes to tomorrow, but the amount of fun is just the same. And now you know, doesn't matter what you're driving, you're pushing that car to its limit, and it's just spectacular that all of the drivers honestly have a tremendous amount of fun, but also they know that this is where it counts, and it feels as though you're doing, you know, as he said, 20 qualies in 38, 40 or 45 seconds. It's incredible.
I don't think there's any other sport on the planet that gives you the same rush. But also, just going back to while we listened to this GT40 go up the hill, but the tussle between the Datsun and the Alfa.
Yes.
Mind games there?
Woohoo!
Plenty, huh?
Plenty mind games. I think Trevor will be feeling a little bit as though maybe he should have stuck in a stronger lap that time because the weather has changed now. However, they seem to be neck and neck. So eventually, you know, once you've gone through all of the qualies and you get to your class final, everything's zero again.
Yeah.
And then it's, okay, now it's just shootout, regardless of the conditions. But it's a great battle between Kilburn and Tuck in that class.
I've just found out that another good friend of mine is in another Alfa Romeo. He's Derek Truscott, and he is, let me quickly pull up the sheets here. He is in one of your favorite cars, Sasha, the 1971 Berliner 2000.
Oh, so he's in the Berliner. Ah, lovely.
So he should be coming out shortly. It's just more of an exhibition drive for him. The Truscotts are a lovely family, and Derek's wife as well. Really lovely people and big car enthusiasts. Derek and me have the same disease. We can't seem to cure it. I'm going. Seeing Porsche, I'm going through terrible menopause at the moment. So the older I get, it's a very bad case of tuberculosis that I'm trying to solve.
All right.
Very expensive.
Sounds very sick, this chap.
Sincere apologies to anybody for the dad jokes that are emanating from this booth. I think everyone is waiting for lunch.
Don't worry, man. I'm writing them down as you speak.
We'll just call it low blood sugar.
I must throw out an apology to Paige because apparently she did not go off. So it was my eyes deceiving me. So yeah, for everyone out there with the false alarms, that's on me. My apologies there. But yeah, she's still up and going and in the hill climb. So at least that's positive news on that side. But my apologies.
That's okay.
Paige lives to fight another day. She's an absolutely wonderful person.
Yeah, incredible ambassador for Motorsport, incredible ambassador for Ford, and of course Shelby. And yeah, I mean, it's just in their veins within the Lindenberg family.
She drives sick cars, eh?
I mean,
that's
just that
right
fair
there.
lane is, it's just like, really? How are you going to hustle that thing?
I raced against her and I think her sister when I raced the electric Beamer. And I was in this all-wheel drive Beamer, and you know, I was very happy to have four-wheel drive. And she came over to me, you know, how's it going? And I said, look, I'd rather be in my car than your car. She had like a 500 horsepower Mustang or something, or 500 kilowatt, sorry, 500 kilowatt Mustang. And I said, you take the Mustang, I'll take my four-wheel drive electric car. I'm good.
Yes, no, Paige, we know you didn't go off. We know you didn't go off. If anything, you're just going to go faster this time around. So we can see the times are significantly slower.
Yeah, we're back to like practice 2 sort of time, so it's wet. It's very wet.
It's wet out. It's a pity that Paige she is in a boat out there, so maybe she does stand a chance. That fair lane. I know how much that thing weighs. The fair lane.
Well, I suppose, you know, the same as a cruise line.
Yes, yeah. Container ship, yeah. It's about maneuverable as well.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's driving a
job getting that car.
It's phenomenal. Okay, here comes Jandre Bezuidenhout. Whoa, there's 131 that's not happy. Pulled off on the side of the track.
That's not an Italian car, is it?
No. Okay, Jandre Bezuidenhout, 59s. Listen, he's consistent.
He's keeping it under a minute, and that's in this.
That's only
climate,
2 seconds off.
Yeah, he's brave. He's so far for me. I mean, I don't want to jinx or whatever, but he's the guy to watch because he's making it happen. No matter what conditions, he's giving it.
Yeah, he's been
taps.
flat out consistent. Really, really super driving from Jandre Bezuidenhout. Jacques Picard sitting at a 106 Fiat 131. Not happy.
I think as Italians, Sasha, we are allowed to. So
Yeah, you guys have earned that right. Yeah.
Yes.
Are we allowed to?
Look, I mean, here we've got we've got an issue here, but the driver's done really well off the circuit. You know what I mean? Like we can speed things up and we don't lose too much time. And if there is anything that's dropping on the circuit, it's minimal.
It's a very good point.
Yeah, that's experience. That's good driving. And sometimes like these things are overlooked, but some guys can be clowns. But in this instance, it's been really, really well done.
Well, that's the etiquette of anybody who drives an Italian car.
Wow, I see what you did there. That was impressive.
Well practiced.
Yeah, we worked on that all the way down from the airport.
Okay, so no action at present. I'm sure we'll get going. Marshall's probably just checking that the car is in a very, very safe position.
That's pretty close to where we are, huh? Just off the start.
Yes, just off the start.
Side of the media tent.
Yeah, so we haven't lost too much mileage up the track either. So that's actually not too bad.
Not too bad at all. So we are in the H3 category. We should be able to see one of the other Fiats that come out. And then H4, this is going to be a very, very competitive category for Ivan Lam in the Cobra. He's up against himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that class final, you could say he's done and dusted.
Look, with what he's been going through in this weather,
He
earned
deserves it. He
earned
deserves
that
it.
champagne and the trophy because he's been working hard, and also in an open top car, he hasn't missed a session either. So he's gotten his money's worth.
That's for sure. Good crowds already coming in for Classic Car Friday. Getting so many messages from people watching us on the live stream saying, "Oh, is that your? Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow." So, I think we're in for a cracker weekend of the 15th running of the Hillclimb. So, very, very exciting. If you are watching us on the stream, of course, please send us a message. And if you have any questions, we will definitely try and answer them for you.
Q&K, hello from Dublin, Ireland. Hello from Knysna, South Africa, Q&. Thanks for joining us. It's really cool how the Simola Hillclimb has gone global. I think also a lot of expats. There was one comment saying, I'm watching this because I miss home.
And they're from Ireland. They look at the weather and they look out the window and think maybe not.
Yeah, or maybe they think, is this happening in Ireland?
More than likely, yes.
There's a great Billy Connolly sketch. My mom's from Edinburgh, and he says he met some people. They just got back from Scotland, and they were complaining it was raining the whole time. He says in Billy Connolly, it's a little bit more flowery than this. He says, "What do you think the place is? The bloody south of France? Of course it was raining. It's Scotland."
So Tura's half Italian, half Irish,
half Scottish.
So what kind of Alfa are you driving?
Yeah.
I very nearly bought one actually. Yeah, I got offered a really nice, the last of the Busso V6s.
And you didn't buy it?
Oh, you know what? That's cool. It was this close, and it was a good one from a good seller. It needed a bit of work, but it had a bit of a pop on it. You get pops in Joburg and you get pipes in Cape Town, right?
Yeah.
So it had a bit of a pop on it. No, it was from Cape Town, so it had a pipe. And it sounded, that last of that Busso V6, I don't know why they ever retired that engine. Probably one of the best engines ever made. And it arrived, and I was like, and I could hear the suspension a little bit. And the guy was cool, and he's like, I've done this. Young lawyer, actually. And he said, this is what you still need to do. So it was a nice, it was really thing. I took it for a drive, and then, and it was the spec I wanted. It was black with that red interior. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
No one really does interiors quite like Alfa Romeo, actually.
100%.
Hey?
100%.
And
richest cars in the world.
I had my eye on something else at the time, but you know what? There's that saying by the legendary Jeremy Clarkson that you're not a true petrol head until you have owned an Alfa Romeo.
You still have time. Jeppe Anderson, hello from northern Denmark. Hey. Great to have you along, Jeppe. I hope it's
Skål.
Yeah, Skål. I hope I pronounced your name right. Okay, here we go. Car number 42. It is qualifying 2 in Classic Car Friday. Gabriel Diedrichs. This is the Abarth 131 Racing. Unfortunately, the other 131 has made its way off the track. It seemed to have some kind of mechanical failure. That's such a pity because these two were so evenly matched.
Close.
They were so close.
Looks like a good run up the hill. So far, it's been very smooth. Not too much. As I say, that commentator's curse. Sorry, but yeah, it looked incredibly smooth for a good run in a wet surface. It looked very, very good. But yeah, let's see what the time looks.
And it seems like third gear the whole way. It's like get to third and just use it for engine braking, use it for everything. Take it up in third gear all the way. Gabriel Diedrichs puts in a 107.7. In the Fiat.
It's a very cool Datsun, that.
It is. Beautiful. So
it's not particularly interested in going in a straight line.
No, not at all.
He wrestled it into submission. Jeez, he kept it in there. And you can see that thing was fighting. He was fighting, wrestling with that Datsun.
Well, those tires are cold. They've also been sitting on for quite a bit longer now. You've got to try and get heat into them. As we watch the Cobra with its 5.7 litre 8-cylinder Datsun, looking very, very comfortable and competent now.
Yeah, when I watch Classic Car Friday, I get inspired to do what Nico, my friends Nico, and many of the competitors have done, and just try and get some lovely old thing out of a barn, like you were saying, Clifford, and get a roll cage in it, get it running, get it onto the track. Because Classic Car Friday, yes, at the top of the field, the guys are going for gold and going for the records, but it's more about the experience. And I was going to do it in my little Mazda MX-5. I had a supercharged MX-5 with the pop-ups, which is a 1991. So I think Classic Car Friday is 30 years
qualifies.
older.
25, I think.
Yeah, 25.
Yeah.
And then I sold it. I sold it this year for the second time. And unfortunately, I didn't have a car to do it in again. So, but I will do a Classic Car Friday if that's okay with Peter and Henk. If you don't mind, you guys can hold it down in here.
I'm saying, like, on your behalf, challenge accepted, but you have to do it.
I have to. I got to do it at some stage. It just looks like too much fun. I think Sasha, what we do, we ask Ian Shrewsbury and team and Chick Ramsey, the founders, if we can share a drive in a Fiat or an Alfa. What do you think? An exhibition drive.
I think they would be silly not to allow this.
So one of us is in here, one of us goes up the hill, and we just tag team.
Exactly. I love it. I love it. There is the Berliner. There it is. Your good mate Truscott.
Yes, there he goes.
Yeah.
Derek Truscott.
Derek Truscott going up. That's a pretty decent first sector. This track seems to be maybe improving. So maybe if the rain has stopped, of course, the more cars that go down on the racing line opens it up. Let's see where he finished
We're going to feel this one.
Yeah.
7-litre Stingray. It's a cool car. Look at that net.
It's just... it's just a beast.
Stingray to be followed by the very similar in nature Lotus Elise.
Gavin, real quick, 54.7. He looked good and he lost a bit of time, so I think there's a bit of time to be found there, but great run. So far, only 2 guys under the minute.
Yeah, so it seems as though, the track is definitely getting a little bit quicker. Not a lot, but those who are going out now are definitely going to get the benefit compared to those who started right at the beginning of the session. So let's see this run from the Corvette Stingray. See, wow, I was going to say that's water, but that's smoke.
Yeah, that's what I think as well.
Side exit exhaust.
Yeah. Also, the launch didn't look like a happy chappy. How do you launch something like a 7.1 liters with all that horsepower?
Gently,
yeah. You put it in
weather.
You put it in 6th.
Launch in 6th. Gear down all the way up. The Uno Turbo. I finally get to tell you my Uno story.
Yes, please.
I've been waiting for this all afternoon. Let's actually maybe just talk about who's in the Uno first.
It's a Eugene Herbert.
There we go, Eugene Herbert. All right, we're watching you. So let's see if I can get my story done by the time Eugene crosses the line. So my dad my late father was very good at wrecking cars. Luckily, he managed. I don't know how he made it, with to the end, but very good. Many car wrecks. So he'd wrecked a car at some stage, and then we'd borrowed the Fiat Uno from a friend.
Yeah.
Now, I'm about 16, maybe 17 at this point, but I've been driving since I was 13, 14. And I now have this love interest who lives on the other side of town. And what I used to do is, when I was 17, I got my learners, I would get my Nono Chiro, into the driver's seat because he had a valid driver's license, and that's how I'd get around. But my Nono didn't want to come to Rosebank to a nightclub at 2 a.m, which is where I wanted to go. So jumped in Marco, I jumped in your Uno that you lent to my dad, and I raced across town in the Uno at 2 a.m.
I love it.
to see a fair maiden of Rosebank from Edenvale. And And I'll never forget that there's that saying, the closer to death you are, the more alive you feel. That's how I felt in that
Uno.
Yeah.
There's no other way.
Either my dad was going to kill me, Marco was going to kill me, or I wasn't going to make it back.
They call it the trifecta.
So there's Craig Zank in the classic Opel Kadett Michael Briggs 16-valve car. It was great to hear his insights into what it's like to drive a sort of touring car from its day compared to the monsters that we're going to see over the weekend. Let's just listen to these two Nissans. One of them's out, the second one going to be coming out very, very shortly. They sound incredible. Brent Watts does a 59.9. Let's see what Rain Berry can do. Great battle between these two.
911 RSR. Ooh, a little bit squirrely through the S's there.
It's a magnificent sounding engine, that Nissan. Ooh, 59.3, 59.9, 6/10 between the two. Rainberry just getting the upper hand. Here comes Rui Campos in the Porsche.
Rui's a man of many talents, but he doesn't have many driving modes.
Yeah.
There's I'm looking for a parking or I'm flat out.
That's it.
Let's see what he can do here.
He's pushing. He is pushing.
What tires he's decided to go out on this run. No, he's pushing.
Yeah, he's going.
So I think his fastest time was a 54, I think.
32.6 is significantly quicker than anybody.
We're going to be close at the top, I think.
Yeah. I think we're into the
Come on,
52s here for Rui.
Come on, Rui.
Let's see what he can do. Yeah,
52.4.
52.4.
Hey, called it.
Yeah.
That's a good run.
Nico Nicolaides at the bottom of your screen. The TRD colours from the racing spec of Toyota back in its day in a Supra that is part of the Lemon series.
That Lemon series becomes huge. I think it's now called Illumina, I think.
Oh, really?
I think so,
Okay.
Illumina. I think they changed it because Lemons, I think, is now actually copyrighted. So the South African one, they had to change the name. I stand to be corrected, but the rule is, I think, you have to spend 50 on the car. You don't have a limit to your safety budget, right? So roll cage, that sort of thing, seat, anything that's safety, helmet, you can spend whatever you like, but the car has to run for under 50k.
Okay.
So you can't go to the stewards and say, no, the suspension is part of the safety equipment. Oh,
there's a Porsche out of shape there.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
And yeah, it was huge. It was totally oversubscribed, the recent Cape Town one where Nico raced the Supra.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's allowing... One can ever say that motorsport is affordable.
Yeah.
But it's allowing a different category of racing to, find its way.
Yeah, it sort of eliminates the checkbook racing.
Correct.
But I like that you can spend the extra on safety because that is probably the most important thing.
Paramount.
I think we've got a problem here.
I don't think we ever...
Doesn't sound like it's firing on all of its cylinders. So yellow at present.
I wonder what sort of racing campaign you could run on, say, Ferrari's catering budget from Formula 1.
or any of the teams got catering budgets in Formula 1.
Hey, imagine what kind of team you could run in SA.
A very good one.
Yes.
A very well spec'd with everyone wearing the right merch type of budget.
Because you just know at Ferrari, out of all the teams on the grid, that they take catering seriously. You just know.
Yeah.
That there's good spaghetti aglio olio in the back there.
Yeah, they're not going to skimp on the catering, that's for sure. Or the coffee, which is part of the... Yeah. Okay, so that's not a great run.
But this is the... And I've just lost my sheets as I was about to tell everyone who this was.
That's Bolanet.
There we go.
Yeah, I actually interviewed him yesterday, and he said like he just wants to pretty much come out, have a good one, and keep the car running, but not going according to plan right now. Let's hope whatever it is small before the last run, because now we're starting to run out of time. So anything that happens now is like
was that
all hands on deck.
So I know that there's a million Lotus 7 replicas around the world. But is that the Birkin, the South African one? I think it might
No, that was a Lotus 7. Yeah,
it was. Okay.
It was a Lotus 7. Yeah.
Those worth a lot of money now. The original ones, but very fun to build a great project car. Actually, buy local kits, Birkin kit, build yourself one. Yeah, and put whatever drivetrain in that you like. They're quick. They're really quick.
So we've got the Cooper Climax that is going to come out now, Rodney Green. Also, those who are listening, Rodney has taken part in every single one of the Simola Hillclimb. So I think a round of applause for Rodney Green.
Yeah.
Gentlemen's clap. Well done, Rodney. But there's a lot of cars so far that, I mean, we've only had 27 cars out, and we're already into category H9. So as you can see, there's a whole bunch of cars that are lined up at the back. And maybe that interruption that we had a little bit earlier is going to allow everybody to go out, although out of sequence, just to get their runs in. There is a delay at the moment, and that was because of the Lotus 7, which is at the top. It looks as though Scribante is getting ready to come out as well. He had an off in the final practice session, so didn't go out in qualifying 1 for his run. So it looks like he's getting prepared to go out for this next run. And also, weather is creating, I suppose, different issues for all of the drivers and the teams. He's got to get out, or everyone's got to get out there and post a time.
Looking for oil at the moment out on the track, just in case that Lotus did drop some salad dressing, some balsamic vinegar out on the circuit.
Marshals have been on top form today, hey? I mean, guys in the safety car, quick in and out. We haven't had long delays. And then even if you're looking down pit lane now, just the way that these guys orchestrate pit lane, that everyone gets out at the right time, is like a science in its own. Because, I mean, with the Simolas that I've seen and watched on TV and that, it looks like chaos, but it's organized chaos. But so far today, with all the weather interruptions, that they've been on point, which is good. And as like I said, 15 years, these guys have got it well taped now.
Yeah, one cannot compliment marshals and track organizers enough when it comes to these kind of events. Many also just forget that the motorsport is an incredibly dangerous activity, and everybody's got to be on point the whole time. Nobody wants to ever see any kind of incidents or accidents. There are those ignoramus spectators and fans who believe they are fans of the world of motorsport, who just watch because they're expecting or hoping for a crash. It's bizarre that people have that kind of mentality. Nobody wants to see incidents. Of course, we want to see people pushing as much to the limit. And that's the beauty of something like a hill climb, because it's your car against the track, and of course the elements that are around you. So, you as the individual have got to push as much as you can and try and get the most out of what the car can actually deliver and do.
There's a question for Chira. Sure. Because you're the cars guy. You know about buying cars, etc. So
consumer side.
If you're looking down pit lane, there's a lot of Suzuki branding in that. What Suzuki could we enter in Classic Car Friday for next year? Is there one that would be floating around? Because all the Suzukis are pretty new, but I'm pretty sure there's old Jimneys and Vitaras floating around from the 90s.
You just got to get a Swift Sport.
But I mean, would it fit 25 years?
So 20.
No, you do. No, you race it on Saturday, King of the Hill.
Well, I mean, they did it last year. What a gift.
Do you know?
But you got to race the manual.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough to drive the the semi-automatic box and the manual. I had one for a year each.
Okay.
And I tell you, yes, during traffic and that the auto box or whatever is lovely.
Yeah.
But to drive that manual, wow, it's beautiful, stunning.
You're spot on. I mean, Suzuki Swift Sport. I've been doing this a while now. I've lucky to drive a lot of cars. Genuinely, one of my favorite cars you can buy right now on the market is a Suzuki Swift Sport. Yeah. It has an absolute heart of a tiger, but it's light on its feet. The paddle shift, like Sasha says, is nice in traffic. It's not so bad if you're on a mountain pass. If you really want a purist experience, the manual's the one to have. But you know what? That car has the spirit of the Miata in it, you know. Okay. Small engine, turbo. Well, Miatas were N8, but turbocharged, small motor, very light. I think a Suzuki Swift Sport weighs under a ton, which is so rare these days. You know, I mean, if you look at something like, I don't know, let's say a Jaguar F-Type or something, right? That's got 300 million kilowatts, but it weighs 1.8 tons. Okay. And that's just a totally different driving experience to something like you would have had in the Swift Sport. But I do have a Swift that I think we should bring to Simola. I don't know. Can I show this on this? How can I show this on the screen? But the Suzuki Pikes Peak Special Escudo edition.
Yeah, I mean, because that's really cheap. That's really cheap.
So this only had 1,000 horsepower.
Oh, shame.
Yeah, which was terrible for the time. But I think it held the record when the Pikes Peak was still gravel. I think this was the fastest car up Pikes Peak. Sure. Look at that thing. Oh, spectacular. If you want to give it a Google at home, Escudo, Suzuki Escudo, ESCUDO.
It's got a very small rear wing as well.
No, it's
on a hatchback. That's a must.
Yeah, no, that'll give Franco Scribante's Skyline a run for its money. They actually stole that rear wing off a crop sprayer that was going past, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the Suzuki Escudo would be, and it's still running. It's in private hands now, but it's still running. It's still on the road.
So how old is that car?
The Escudo, I think, raced in the 90s.
Oh, there we go. Classic Car Friday.
There we go.
I knew you'd solve that problem.
There we go.
Clifford, love your ideas.
I don't know you so well, but I think you know a lot about cars. Right?
You know. I want to try to find out for you how much this thing weighs.
There's more rain, guys.
Oh, no.
There's more rain.
But
no.
If we stay tuned to this camera, maybe the windscreen wiper won't come on, and then we can have a little bit of hope, because at the moment it's just playing with us.
Yeah.
So here's a question on your Suzuki Swift Sport. Which one do you prefer on the modern ones, the turbo or the 1.6 naturally aspirated?
They're quite different cars.
Okay. If you had to pick one?
The turbo.
I go with the turbo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's our windscreen wiper.
So that's the bad news right there on the screen, is the windscreen wiper working. Thanks a lot, Canon.
Yeah, we love you, but
you guys really know how to shatter our dreams of a dry Classic Car Friday.
Yeah.
I until this very day did not know you could get a camera with an automatic windscreen wiper on it.
To this day, I didn't know you could buy a BMW with a sock as a windscreen wiper.
Well,
yet here we are.
But if you come to
this day, I didn't know you could get a Suzuki Escudo with the rear wing the size of a dining room table.
We're going to try and get the Escudo up on the screen for everyone, actually.
Yeah.
So it had 1,000 horsepower, and it weighed 800 kgs. Oof. So it was more than a 1-to-1 car.
Yeah, that's part of the weight is
which
lethal.
Is absolutely mental. And then obviously it had some downforce.
Okay, so there's no traction action at the moment because they have found a little bit of oil, which they're going to try and sort out now. But those drivers who were so amped to get out because the rain had sort of dissipated, all of a sudden this rain has come back. Now you've got to rethink. Do you go out? Do you sit there and take the gamble that in 20 minutes the rain is going to stop? Very tough for a lot of these competitors. Only 27 have gone out, so it's only half of the complement of drivers have gone out in the session.
I don't think you can gamble now. It's too late in the day. But the worst part, like you said, is that Oaks were amped to go out and race. Now you're sitting on the grid waiting, so you're losing that adrenaline that's pumping. And where are you going to find the oil? Because if you're the next one out, I mean, yeah, sure, they're going to try and sort out the problem, but it's the oil that they find that's cool, but the oil that they don't find is the problem. So now, in the back of your mind, are you going to push that hard? So I think now the mindset's got to be is like, you treat this like a class final the first run, and you've just got to treat everything like it. And if you crash, so be it, because it's too late in the day now. If you're going to start second guessing yourself, you're just going to go do half of nothing. That's my thoughts. What do you think? You've been there, so you.
I was very lucky. My first time out on the hill in a Jag E-Pace was more of an exhibition drive, really, and for video for YouTube. Totally dry. And then my second time up the hill in the BMW i4 M50, only the first hour or two of Saturday was wet.
Okay.
So I didn't have to make that calculation, thankfully. Look, if you're out there right now in an all-wheel drive car, you're smiling. Because now your chances of winning just went up probably 20-30%.
Okay.
And if you've got the right tires on you as well, that also, as you know, as we were talking about bikes earlier. So the ladies and gents down pit lane who have the right tires and have all-wheel drive setups are now in serious contention to take podiums. But you know, I made that joke about Cape Town weather. If you don't like it, just wait 20 minutes. It feels like in Knysna, if you don't like it, just wait 5 minutes. Maybe it will change.
The only thing is, I don't think there's one car in Classic Car Friday that has
all-wheel drive.
So everyone's
very
sort of
possible.
Yeah, everyone's sort of in the same boat. I think the majority are rear-wheel drive.
That's a very good observation. I
So-
actually don't think there is one.
So everyone's got to go, and 27 out of the 52 so far that have gone out.
Yeah.
And will there be dispensation for those who didn't go out in their order for them to actually go out in the session? That's up to the stewards.
There is a front-wheel drive car out there, the Superbus.
Yes, the Superbus. Yeah.
That highlights what was so good about Group N racing was you had front-wheel drive Superbuses versus rear-wheel drive BMWs and Alphas.
Yeah.
And then when you got those changing weather conditions, it actually favors the front-wheel drive slightly. So Craig Zank is probably out there. Well, he made that hilarious comment about how he's never had so much time to take in the hill on the way up.
He's noticed trees and...
So I didn't know that was there. Yeah.
I didn't know this corner actually went that way. I just go straight.
So he's with a shout in his class, I would say, in these conditions.
Yeah.
But no, Sasha, absolutely. I actually think that there are only rear-wheel drive cars out there. So it's look, it makes things more exciting for everyone. And we hope that we maybe get a little bit of dry in the very last session in the Conqueror shootout. Would be nice.
So yellow flag, oil on track, fastest time 52.4 from Rui Campos. But you've got to say, Clifford, that was when the track was at its best during the session.
Yeah.
I would say so, yeah. Because, I mean, at that time, we didn't see any drops falling from the sky at any part of the track then. It has done before and after. So, yeah, his time is good, but also he takes the confidence and sort of the moral edge over everyone else mentally, because if you're looking at your timesheet and you've got to think, oh, I've gone as fast as I can go, and you're 2 seconds off the pace, you're already thinking, where am I going to find 2 seconds? Whereas even if the conditions are in his favour or not, he's sitting there with not having to do too much more, where everyone else now has to try and catch up and try and find time, and that's also a dangerous place to be. So, yeah, I mean, the mental warfare in racing is just, it's exhausting for me sometimes that you overthink it, but that's part of the game, you know, like it's all down to the mental edge and how you play your game. And racing is, I mean, I argue this with my wife and I lose these arguments all the time, but racing is a smart man sport. Well, I claim it is, because you've got to think of so many elements. But I haven't won that argument yet. So
I just want to go back to the fact that you lose just that argument with your wife.
I don't think I've won one since I've been
Okay,
married.
no, I just wanted to just check that maybe there was something I didn't know.
5 years I've taken hiding.
Sasha,
Yes.
sorry, you want to go ahead there? Are we back? Are we back on track?
No.
We're not yet. I just talking about the mental aspects of racing. It was fascinating for me watching Rosberg and Hamilton, because I think the only way Rosberg actually beat Hamilton that year in the same car, if I'm not mistaken, was through the mental games. I don't think he was actually faster than Hamilton, in my opinion. What do you think?
I mean, listen, we could discuss it for days and days, but I totally agree. I agree. Eventually, Nico had to beat him mentally.
Yeah.
Because on track, Lewis probably was the better driver. So
Interesting.
listen, a couple of messages that are coming through here. Jeppe Anderson says, Skol. Thank you. We've got hello from France. Big hugs to the KSF family. That's from STP De La Haye.
Cool.
Rob Pierce, great stories. Loving some of the new cars this year, especially 8.7. Hopefully back next year in the Power King Golf. Nice, Rob. We hope you're there. Giulio Quartero, who's streaming us all the way from... He's in the Netherlands. And I bumped into his mom and dad last night. It was so nice to see your mom and dad last night, Giulio. But they told me where you're staying 3 times. Natalie told me 3 times where, and it's in the Netherlands. Okay, so good one. And then Simon says, I just did the Illumina 9-hour. Okay, so it is changed at Kalani this past weekend. We did a 1991 Audi S4 2.2 5-cylinder turbo. I think the 5-cylinder sound is missing from Simola. Perhaps I should bring it next year. Simon?
That's a good idea.
Yes.
That's a good
what
idea.
a great idea,
We
Simon.
have had...
Start preparing. Come on, Simon.
We
Bring
have
it
had
in.
an Audi inline 5 at some point. It was an RS3 a few years ago.
I can't recall.
I think we had an Audi inline 5. It's a great engine. Little bit of trivia for you. What was the first road series produced car with all-wheel drive?
I'm gonna say Audi.
Yeah.
I thought it was that square quattro that they used to. Yeah. What was it called?
Jensen Interceptor.
Jensen Interceptor.
Exactly what it is.
Okay, we are back racing, and it looks clear, but the track is definitely going to be damp. Here is the stunning Cooper Climax. Rodney Green, 15 out of 15, Rodney. The car is immaculately prepared. I mean, it was a Formula 2 car in its day. It's 1957, a 1500 4-cylinder. And just waiting for the marshals to let him have a go on his run. And
so Sasha, Rodney's the driver.
Yes.
He said something quite interesting, that at one point in F1's history, Formula 2 and Formula 1 were on the same track at the same time.
Correct.
It's quite interesting. So
Yeah.
would that have gone? That would have been on track with the F1 cars, but obviously, keep
classified
competing.
in a different kind of way. Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
When did they change that rule?
That I think changed around about the mid 70s.
Okay.
Around about the mid 70s, where they eventually had the 2 categories, and eventually Formula 2 did fall away.
Have you been keeping tabs on what's happening locally with the SAES, the South African Endurance Series?
I watch a lot of it.
Is it?
I do watch a lot of it.
You see, they're letting LMP3 cars in now.
Yes.
3 cars. Yeah, there's 2 Le Mans cars which are competing this year.
There's some incredible
so
cars.
exciting.
It's so good.
Oh,
I think the last.
That's
this is
a
going
lot
to
of
be difficult.
sawdust.
I think the last one was at Aldo Scribante. It was magic.
Next one's Kalani, June. So the Janetta prototype in the hands of young Troy Dolenchek.
Okay.
Wally Dolenchek's Junior's son, and Wally Dolenchek Senior also raced. So Wally Dolenchek Junior raced against Dion Hubert and that crowd. And now Troy just won Formula Ford and then got the drive in the Janetta. He just set the all-time lap record at Kalani ever in the history of the track. 106.7.
So that's faster than Stewie White.
Yeah, he did a 106.7, which I heard got pipped the other day, but Troy was on old tires.
Goodness.
So there's SAS is going to be very interesting this year. Yeah.
This is going to be interesting.
This is going to be interesting. Yeah.
Okay, Franco's back.
Have you seen the lines up the hill?
It's incredible. Just sawdust.
If you're coming off a crash, where's your mind now going up this hill?
That's tough. This is that mental fortitude.
This is going to be interesting.
Okay, it looks as though the race marshal has also just told him that there is oil and where it is. So let's see what Franco can do. He wants to just put in a clean run.
Look, racing drivers true to their hearts.
Yeah, look at him. He's
that's not the condition
not
to set a lap. Just get it home in one piece and try again next year, in my opinion.
Listen, it's Franco.
You can still do it. If anyone can do it, Franco
He's
can.
182 k's through the speed trap, also backing off. There's a little bit more of the sawdust. He avoids all of that. That's
He actually ran a nice clean line through there.
Very good.
Look, I did say true racing drivers, which excluded me. That's why I said that. No, Franco he only knows how to give it beans. Oh,
okay.
Little squirrely through there.
It's okay.
A fairly gentle run. I'm going to say 48, 49.
No, 53.
Yeah.
53, eh?
53,
So,
yeah.
okay, there we go. 53.
There we go.
Well, close to 54.
Yeah, he was way off there.
He will be delighted with that. He'll be delighted with that.
It's just about banking a lap now, you know.
So that car won last year with a 46. So the course is currently 8 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, so he's capable.
Of last year.
Just the course isn't.
Yeah. Amazing car, that the Can-Am. It's a Can-Am B19, I think.
Yeah,
the Chevron.
I
think at one stage they were quicker than F1 cars, I think, and then they had to actually cut back they were starting to get dangerous, I think. Yeah.
Spectacular. I remember a good few years ago there was a whole lot of controversy because these cars have to be period with certain certain aspects of them, and there was something about his gearbox or the diff or something, and it was a minor thing, but eventually it was like, no, you can't race with this specific part, which made it gave no advantage performance-wise. However, it was not a period part or whatever. It could have been an electronic gadget or something. However, they fixed it up.
Actually reminds me, there has been a rule change this year, which Franco told me about. I think they've ruled out tire warmers for his class. And his tires that he has on that car, which are the only ones left pretty much in the world because the Avon factory is closed, the tire factory. He said he can't run them cold. They're just not designed for that. The compound's wrong. And I wonder if that's what's hampering him as well, is he's had to change to maybe an older set of tires. I'll try to get a word with him, or maybe Colin can ask.
Maybe Colin can find out. Okay, so weather looks
bright.
You know what? Forget about the weather.
The weather looks the way it looks.
All we can say is it is daytime. It's daytime in South Africa.
It's not night.
Yeah. Mr. Blitz says Troy is insanely quick.
Yes. Okay. No, Troy is probably one of the best talents to come out of SA in his age group.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he's that 1067. I mean, to a V8 Masters car around Killarney in good hands is probably doing 117, 118.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we cross to Colin, just an Audi RS2 5-cylinder used to do Simola Hillclimb.
There we go.
Thank
RS2,
you.
yeah.
All right, Colin's in the pit lane. Colin, tell us what's happening and why half of the cars didn't go out.
It's to do with the wet stuff, essentially, Sasha. In qualifying, it doesn't really, once you've got a reasonable time, it doesn't really help going out and risking wrecking the car. Franco had to go because he missed Q1, so at least he's in the top 10 for the shootout this afternoon. He's not in the top 3 for the class final. So the next qualifying run that Franco does, and by the way, that run he did on rain tires, wet weather tires. The dryers are still lurking in the pits and ready to go for the next one. And during that delay, it was actually quite interesting because we had some wet stuff from the sky and got wet, but then we had a little bit of that strange thing called sunshine here, and it warmed the track up and dried it out a bit. So next run, it puts a bit of pressure on Franco if he wants to make the class shootout, which no doubt he absolutely will want to make them. Interestingly, check out these Castrol cars. That's Lance Woolridge, the South African cross-country driver in the I don't know what it is. It's a Mustang with a whole lot of horsepowers that Ford South Africa have brought here along with Castrol. So Castrol have got a new arrangement with the Neil Woolridge Motorsport car, which is absolutely fantastic. The noise that you can hear is, I mean, nothing speaks like horsepowers, and we've got proper. It's a big exhaust pipe. It's about that fat, which is really lacquer. The drifting cars, which are a whole lot of fun. So Franco will come back down the pits here. Let's go and have a quick word, and if we can talk to Quibus and find out whether he's happy with that. And Quibus is not here, but he'll come back. Don't you just love it when you go looking for somebody and you expect to find them, and then they're not here. So let's take a walk down while we're waiting. Scotty Temple, love the Ford all over the place, Scott. You happy?
So far, so good. I think we faster than we thought we'd be. I was hoping for like a half 58. We down to 54 there. So look, for an old girl, she's doing okay. So yeah, we missed the quali 2. It was just a bit wet. So yeah, no, we're happy.
Are you going to go out in quali 3 now?
I think so. You know, we've done a lot of work to get the car ready and down here, so we might as well do it for the show. Yeah, so I don't expect big things times wise. We'll keep it on the black stuff, but yeah, as I say, a lot of hard work's gone into it, so we must show it. You know.
Awesome. Well, thanks for chatting to us. Keep having fun. So Rod Green's come back, and he's a little bit worried about being caught up in the pits. He hasn't got air going through the car. They've got no fans or anything on them, and he's worried about the Coventry Climax motor overheating. So they'll get the car back in there and get it sorted out. You'll see on the front of the car here, on Scribanti's car, they've ducted it up, covered it up a little bit, try and keep it together, but more importantly, keep the temperatures up because it's so cold. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Franco. Gets his helmet off, and as I said earlier, wet weather tires. Franco, that was a bit of a pressure run, but you're in the top 10. How did it go?
Oh, Colin, we keep on getting bloody wrong footage here. I mean, the session before that we missed, the guys were on slicks and they went quicker. We missed it now. Just before our run, they put oil all the way up to the top.
Was it really bad?
No, it was very bad. I mean, I was driving inside to outside to avoid all the oil that was put down. So I don't know what my time was, but at least we're on the boards for now. You know what I mean?
You got one more to have a go, and then that, and then it gets into the real thing.
Yeah, look, the next one will be the same on whatever, same tires and same conditions as everybody else. So we'll start to see where we are then.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us. Cheers. But a pressure. I tell you what, these guys thrive on the pressure. I want to see while we're waiting for the next session to start. Charles Ayrton is just chilling out, like Mr. Calmness himself, Charles.
Yes,
I mean, you're happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy. The car's going nicely. I've still got 1 second between me and Andre, so I've got to find some time. But I mean, the car's going well. I've got a 2-litre motor this year. Last year, you might recall, I had a 1600. So I've got a 2-litre motor, BDG, which evens it up a bit. But it's going nicely. I've got nothing to complain about. That's for sure. It's lovely.
It sounds beautiful as well.
It's going great. It's going great. The motor's taken a lot of work to get it right. These things are tricky motors. You know, we've rebuilt it twice, I think. This is the second time we've had to rebuild it to get it to work properly.
Not the cheapest motors. I've just heard something. Come with me. Come. This is unbelievable. From 1973, Jody Scheckter's Tyrrell. Patrick, come and have a look here. Into the... Just listen to this intake. That's the sucking, the squeezing, the banging and the blowing of a Cosworth DFV, a proper 3-litre flat plane. I'm speechless. I have goosebumps. Just listen for a second. We'll wait for him to get it warm. If you're talking to me in my ears, I can't hear a word. And I don't care because I'm absolutely in heaven. I just want to, We'll wait for it to warm up. Patrick, come and have a look on the inside here. I'm going to come around this side. And this is Jody Scheckter sat here. Tiny little rev counter, beautiful gauges, all Smiths, mechanical stuff. And when Steve revs it, you'll see the rev counter, gunk, gunk, gunk. This is as he drove it. Out of the Franschhoek Motor Museum. God, I love that. Now I'm proper deaf. Right, let's see what's happening. Apparently, there's by a donkey. This ongeluk, what is that? Striking, popping candy. Thanks, my boy. The bad news. It's not raining. Well, it is, but it's enough to make things wet. Let's have a look and see what Margaret's got going. Margaret, that smile is still there.
Yeah, but we wish it didn't rain every time I start up. Every time I come up, it starts raining. So our times are a lot slower this time than the previous one, but still
It's better value.
fun. Absolutely.
And you can see, I mean, the dust and mud and stuff comes over and
Getting a bit of a redo here. Yeah.
lovely stuff.
Yeah, there's a bit of a wind up the top too, so it's for braver people than me to go fast today.
Well, you're
fun.
having fun.
We are, absolutely.
I think that's really what it's about. Let's go and talk to Giro. We haven't spoken to you yet. A little bit different to your Model T.
Very different. So it's a lot more cramped in here. I had to lose a few kilograms just to get in here, but I'm in. That's what counts.
And you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's just a pity about the rain. It seems every time I pull out of the pit, it starts raining.
But it can slip and slide a bit, and it's more fun.
And it does slip and slide. I've definitely felt it slide. So all I want is a dry run. I might get it if we can get going here, but yeah, hoping for a better time. Yeah.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you so much.
Right, while we're at it, we'll go on a roll. Little kid gave me it's some watermelon flavored stuff, and now it's wet.
Sorry?
And now it's wet.
I know. So the key thing is just to be safe so we can win tomorrow.
Awesome. It's always a good day when you can drive your race car onto a trailer.
It is.
Have fun.
Cheers.
Let's go back and see. It would be really cool to talk to Peter. Ford GD40 is a replica, but that's also okay. And now they stop. Thought I saw somebody else around here. There's Ian Schofield. This stuff.
Yeah, exactly. This stuff.
You having fun yet?
It's certainly keeping my attention.
You put up a pretty good time, and I think things are going to be really competitive if it stays wet.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lottery at the moment because it dries up and then the wet comes again. And when it does rain, then you get a bit of mud coming onto the track. So it's really you just don't know what you're going to face at the next corner. Certainly grabs your attention.
But it's lovely, isn't it?
It's good fun. Yeah, good fun.
Awesome stuff. So the difference between wet and dry tires. So these are period correct wet tires with the grooves in it, and you've got the slicks on this side which don't have the grooves in it. So the idea is to be able to clear the water. It's got a much softer compound, so if you race this in the wet, in the dry, it would just chew it all up and not be so lovely. And now it is, I think, in the terms of the weather gods, shall stand out here. Officially, it is bucketing down. It is complete horrible. If you're a duck, it's great. I'm not a duck, so I'm going to try and stand in here. But let's go and see if we can interview somebody in the rain.
74.
Because 74. It's raining. But we know that. So let's go and see if we can find somebody else to talk to while we have this little delay. The Tyrrell has shut down now. Just the sound of that is absolutely fantastic. Let's see if we can talk to... but you can't walk outside, can you? Because the raincoat... Well, let's just go around the back here. Guys, can we come through? There's Rick Morris. This is a great story. Rick.
Yes.
Rick Morris.
Yes, hello.
1981, you drove a car just like this.
Yeah, this is a replica of my 81 Works Royale.
And that one over there?
Oh, hang on, no, this one, no, got it wrong slightly. This is an 82. Very similar was my 81. That one there was the replica of Ayrton Senna's 81 car. I've got it wrong earlier. This is an 82. This is a development of our 81.
So you raced Ayrton Senna?
Yes, indeed.
In his first year in England as the next superstar hot shoe from Brazil. You were a little bit older and had a full-time job.
That's entirely right. A little bit older. I was about 9 years older, and I was a sales manager for a car sales company. And he'd been karting since he was 4. Came over here and made somewhat of an impact, don't you think?
Yeah, it was the start of good things. What is it like racing against him? What is his attitude towards somebody, a competitor who beat him on occasion?
No, he wasn't. We weren't at all friendly. He didn't want to know. He wasn't one of the group of sociable people. It's not like Piastri and Lando or anything like that. He hated me, and I didn't like him particularly because he was extremely arrogant. Came from a very wealthy Brazilian family and expected everyone to just get out of his way. And that wasn't the way with top drivers in England. I mean, it was a very competitive 200 or 300 cars at a race meeting, all trying to win. And you had to be fairly ruthless. And he was the top of the tree when it came to being ruthless. It changed a lot in 82 because I was still in Formula Ford and he moved on a bit and we became firm friends. One of these guys that's mercurial. When he's on the track, he's an absolute you-know-what. When he's off the track, he's very kind, very nice, very sociable.
It was, 30-something odd years ago. Yesterday was that fateful time in Imola. This weather we've got now, is you used to this in England?
You say that, but it's been 30 degrees in England in the last few days. It's not so warm today, but yes, but I mean, in England, of course, we use the same tracks all the time. There's the same maybe 8 or 9 different tracks we're racing on, and you know what to expect. I've done 2 runs up the hill here, and I'm still trying to figure out how much grip I've got where I've got it.
What's your impression of this event?
It's fabulous. For me, at my age, being 78, half the battle is getting fit. The other half is enjoying the social life. I mean, I meet so many wonderful friends I've known for so long. I've been coming out here for 20 plus years. People who have helped me and my son a lot. People like the legendary Peter K. Eddy.
Yeah.
And you meet the Rui Campos' friends I've known for years, the boys. A whole load of people I've known for years and years out here. So it was great. And of course, Stevie, my son's fairly well known out here. It's great. Love it to bits.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much for chatting with us. Enjoy the rest of today.
Yeah.
It's going to change, and it will be wet.
Yeah, okay, but the way I've been told it is your best time, which was one dry run, is your qualifying run. So there's actually no point at the moment in going out for the third run unless it's dry. Is that right?
Yeah. So on the 3 qualifying runs, the quickest does count. The man at the sharp end of the field who's in a little bit of a pickle, ultimately from a class point of view, is Franco Scribanti. But his time is quick enough to get him into the top 10, which will get him into the shootout this afternoon.
Okay. And where are the boats?
Just down the hill there.
Down the hill.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we are going to have a boat race a little bit later.
Good.
Also, legend, the American swamp buggy racing. We're going swamp buggy racing just now.
I hope that the guy in the helicopter, the Turbine Robinson I saw earlier, has found somewhere to keep safe.
Yeah, well, that thing's not really rated for this kind of weather, is it?
I don't know. I've got a rating for this kind of weather in the UK. I don't know what the rules and regulations. I've got a South African flying license, but not a helicopter license.
Yeah.
Flying in South Africa is another challenge.
What's challenging about flying in South Africa?
Well, I fly from Grand Central, and you start off at 5,700 feet altitude. Then you get the fact that the weather's often very hot, 30 degrees plus, so you get a high density altitude. Add to that the engines are all about 40 years old and only got about half the power they used to have. you've got to be quick on the throttle. You've not got to know what you're doing. Race. And of course, the other thing is the weather can change very dramatically down here, very dramatically, and there's so many hills. So you've got to be careful, but it's fun.
That's what life's about, having fun. Rick, thank you very much for chatting to us.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Read Bernie Eccleston.
Love these stories. Right, so for us to move around in the pits now is a little bit virtually impossible. The rain is bucketing down outside. It's beautiful inside here. So what we're going to do is, or what I'm going to do, is find a nice, another dry spot and hand it back to the boys in the box. Later.
Sasha, it's not looking good out there, is it?
I tell you, these are very difficult conditions for everybody. And the person under the most amount of pressure is Franco Scribante, because he's not even in the top 3 in his class. He's fast enough for the top 10 shootout, but your class final is very, very important as well. Very, very difficult conditions for all of the drivers. Margaret going up. She doesn't matter. Well, she's going to go. That's for sure. But I mean, it's been bucketing down, and it just it comes down and then it stops, and then it comes down and then it stops. So difficult for the drivers, so difficult for the teams to figure out what to do, because it's just changing every minute. Yeah,
that's an impersonation of the racing driver sigh heard across the pit lane many times in the last few hours. Because shame, as Margaret was saying, and Gero, my colleague from Cars.co.za as well. Hey G, here he goes actually up the hill. G-Man usually races the Ford Model A belonging to Brian Bruce. This year is in something a little smaller and a little lighter, but still having the same hair in his wind in your hair effect.
Yeah, and I mean, just shooting up these whirlpools behind him, and you know what? It's still an experience. You still got to go there. You must be getting covered in water with these old style cars and those front tires just shooting water as he does his run. So also it'd be interesting to see how many actually go out. Because there are people who want to chase that top 10, but the weather conditions just don't allow it.
No, I did that fantastic commentator thing that all commentators warn you about doing. And I remember, I don't know if you remember, Sasha, I don't know why I'm bringing this up, but I got back to the studio after my little swim to the loo, and I said, guys, I think that's it for the rain today. Do you remember that moment?
Yes.
What a muppet. I'll just let myself out, actually. I'll just
drop the mic.
See you later.
There we go. Drop the mic. It's one of those where we go, can we rewind, Peter, and just eliminate that phrase, and then it all will be forgiven.
I apologize to everyone, spectators, racing organizers, racers, Sasha, to commentary team. I will not comment on the weather again, at least not in such finite terms.
Yeah, we are not going to discuss what is happening in the skies. We're going to enjoy whatever action. This is the final qualifying run, and it's going to be difficult to better your time. However, if you're not in your top 3, you are done for the day. That's it. And then it goes to class finals, and of course the top 10 shootout, which will be the classic Conqueror, which will take place after lunch. But the times are significantly slower from what we have had during the course of the day. And I mean, that's just understandable. For GT40 going out, Peter McPherson, I mean, he's been in the 58s, 59s.
It's a brave person pushing a car up the hill. It's tail happy at the best of times. Tires are cold, and the GT40 built for circuit racing as well. Famously, obviously, in the tussle with Ferrari.
Yeah.
No, you're going to kill me, Sasha. I actually haven't seen that movie yet. Ford versus
You
Ferrari.
must see it. Yeah,
I've got to see it.
It is special.
Is it good?
Yeah,
Did they do a good job?
They do a
good
super job.
Good
It's a very special movie.
Because quite often when you take on a historical subject matter like that in the world of motorsport, it doesn't get done right.
You can get it. You can get it horribly wrong, because there are so many elements underneath elements. So it'd be very interesting to see what happens with the Brad Pitt movie. You know, the one that Lewis Hamilton is also involved in. But a movie that if you haven't watched, you should, is called Rush. The Lauder and
James Hunt.
That is just, it's as correct as you can hope anything to be.
There's that wonderful moment where the actor who plays Lauder drives a Ferrari for the first time, and he gets back to the pits and he says it's an absolute pig. And the guy looks at it and says, you can't say that, it's a Ferrari. And he's like, it's still a pig.
Yeah. And Enzo Ferrari didn't quite take to that.
It ended well.
Yes, yeah. It did. But that was a really good movie, Rush. And the Ford versus Ferrari is, it's just magic, and some of the footage, the way that they put it together, very, very special.
So the Gran Turismo.
Whoa, there we go.
Oh, there
Jennifer.
we go. Hey,
she got it the right way round.
Pirouetted again on her favourite corner. Well done.
Yeah, well done, Jennifer.
Well, well done for catching it.
Yes.
That's impressive. And those Porsches are worth a pretty penny these days as well, so good to go home.
Yeah, and the Abbots have one or two, I think. Fortunately she got it facing the right way, the angler on the track as well. Jennifer, that's her last run, probably for the day. This is so tough on the competitors, where you just...
No, it's tough out there.
Yeah, there's always that thing in racing, and this is something, and I always have to go back to the world of Formula One, and you look at drivers like Max Verstappen, you look at drivers in the past like Schumacher. From lap 1, they went out and stuck it down. And that's what guys like Max does, and a guy like Schumacher. They went in and stuck it in and said, okay, there I am, now you guys chase me, and then from there, of course, they improve. And there's something significant about it. You hear at Simola, if it's your first time, yes, it's a little bit more complicated. But those who have been here many, many times know that it's interchangeable weather conditions. Go in there, stick down the lap, because you don't know that all of a sudden, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours from now, you get completely different weather conditions.
It's racing in Knysna this time of year. If we were here, 2 months ago, probably a different story. And I suppose this is part of that makes this event so spectacular and so unique. And look at that shot down pit lane.
Beautiful.
I mean, for some context, if you haven't been to Simola, and I highly recommend you do, but what you're looking at here is a public road. This is the Simola Road, which goes up to the hotel and the golf course. And those pits are marquees, which I erected in the preceding week before we all get here. And the commentary team gets set up. None of what you see on your picture right now exists before or after the Simola Hillclimb. Everything is built for this event, bespoke to the event, and it's a simple public road which you can come and drive up when everyone goes home if you want. Just be careful. But it's just such a beautiful event, and cheers to Ian, Emma, Chick, the team, Mark Hutzer. You guys have done a fantastic job once again. 15th year.
Yeah, kudos, Ian and the whole team. Just incredible how from a vision that they saw 15 years ago or 16 years ago to year by year, that every year that I have the privilege to come down here, it's just better and better. So amazing. We're not discussing anything about the weather. Here is the last remaining Fiat 131, unless the other one has been repaired, but it did seem to have a mechanical issue. Yeah, going to be very low traction getting off the line. Change those gears very, very quickly, and of course get into turn 1, and you got to sit there and work out, okay, where do I brake now? Because in the try, you're braking in a completely different area. So it is the last of the qualifying runs, and the weather seems, well, we weren't going to talk about the weather, but it's not raining at the moment, and a person like Franco Scribante is hoping that every single car goes out there to create a potential drier line for when he goes out in probably 15 minutes from now, 20 minutes from now. 20 minutes on a racetrack can make a huge difference. I mean, there's sunshine, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I was actually now out in pit lane, and I saw a guy that looked a lot like my grandfather, but it was Colin. But anyway, when we were walking down pit lane, the sun was shining, but it was bucketing down. I don't think I've been that wet in ages, but the sun was shining at the same time. So, yeah, it's very iffy out there. So, anyway, the sun is out now. It's the best it's looked in terms of sunshine in the sky, but let's see how the track looks. But good luck to Franco. The stars need to align for him right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Here we've got the stunning Cobra that is out there. Fastest time at the moment at 106.
I think it's like what Giro said earlier, the rivers that are going to run across the track, because with all the rain that's come down now, it's just sort of gathered up on the side of the track, and eventually the water's got to seep down from somewhere. So we're going to see that become a lot more prominent as the day goes on as well, and potentially into tomorrow, because the ground is very soft and wet, and we know we've been sliding through mud for the last 2 days. So yeah, that rain's going to be around for a couple of days, and that's going to keep seeping through the track. So yeah, interesting times. Motorsport is never cut and dry. Excuse my weak pun.
No, it's, totally unpredictable. Great message from Craig Kidgel. Hey, guys, loving the coverage. Pity about the weather. My dad, Stuart, is there. He's a wonderful guy. Stuart Kidgel, man, salt of the earth. So I'll definitely look out for him. I'm stuck at work watching in the background, hoping to be there next year competing. Well, early on, Craig, we had a little chat with Davy de Villiers, Stuart did, and mentioned something about, putting very fancy Alfa Romeo together for next year. Stuart's and yourself love that as well. So it'll be amazing. Philip says, as a local, I was always taught if you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes. There we go. We get four seasons in one day. See, in Cape Town, it's 20 minutes, Giro.
Yes.
Over here, it's 15 minutes. Thank you, Philip.
They're more efficient up here.
Much
Cape
more
Town
efficient.
is Slabstad.
Yeah, did Stuart bring the Ultima? He didn't, not for this year, but that Ultima, we're definitely going to twist Stuart and Craig's hands. Bring that Ultima next year for the hill climb. That would be amazing. The Opel Manta out on track on your left-hand side of your screen. Great to see it up and running and actually doing a fabulous job. Grant Kramer has done a 103. So I mean, listen, the track is getting better, but it's not going to be very, very different. Well done, Ivan in the Cobra. First time racing, brilliant. That's from Letitia. Stunning. Yeah, he's had a fantastic run today in all of these conditions as well.
Derek Truscott exiting turn 3 in the Berliner. What a pretty car.
Yeah, beautiful. Oh, listen to that Porsche.
Good for you, Derek. Hope you're having a blast.
Oh, I really think he is.
Gosh, guys, I'm sitting here like next year. I think you guys, you cover for me. I'm going to send something up the hill, something old with a roll cage.
I don't know if Rodrigo is still with us, but I just wanted to, if he is still with us, because I know he's going to be.
I am here.
Oh, he's there.
For the whole weekend. Rodrigo, I mean, listen, it's been very, very complicated for all of the drivers. A guy like Franco Scribante, does he go and let it all hang out in this last run, even in these conditions, to try and get into his class final, or does he just sit there and say, listen, I'm just going to go for the classic conqueror?
Knowing Franco, I am sure that he will spend it, and he will be gunning for that spot on the final shootout. Is it the sensible judgment for given the conditions? Probably not, but then again, these are racing drivers for a reason.
Yeah, they are racing drivers. And you know, the amazing thing is you might sit there and think, but come on guys, surely you can see exactly what's going on with the track. We are in a locked-in booth where everything is blocked out, so we cannot see the outside. The first time we will see the outside is after this, when we take a little bit of a lunch break. So we are what you are seeing on your pictures, we are seeing exactly the same. So yeah, we are a little bit blinded otherwise.
I see some of the sawdust has gone missing from the last cleanup, so
I'm not surprised.
You know, like now it's I mean, it would probably give you more confidence not seeing it there and not worrying about it, but same as the game is it still there? Has it been washed away? Because this rain for me just sort of brings the oil to the surface. It doesn't wash it away. So is it making it worse or is it making it better? But so far the times seem a little bit slow. I mean, only Gavin Rook getting down to the 56s. Everyone else like high 103s, you know. So, well, it's actually a low 103. But yeah, there's still a lot of time to make up. But we're seeing probably the slowest pace as a group so far for the weekend or for the day.
So Mace just sent me a picture. There, have a look here, guys.
Yeah.
Where would you think that is? Blue skies.
10 meters from the commentary.
I was going to say right next to our hotel.
That's in Ireland. Who would have thunk that they would have had the sunny skies and blue? Yeah,
could
and
be
sunshine.
Sea Point as well.
Could be.
You never know.
I mean, look at us.
That looks quite clear.
Okay, let's not go there.
Yeah.
For those tuning in, those are the Knysna heads. Okay. Seems to be another little bit of a delay. Not entirely sure why there's a delay on track. This is the final of the qualifying runs. Thereafterwards, we are going to have a lunch break, all running a little bit late because of different weather conditions. And then we will have the class finals, and then, of course, the Classic Conqueror and the prize giving that'll take place this afternoon. And then, of course, we line up and get ourselves ready for the King of the Hill, which starts tomorrow.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
Ready?
Because it's so unpredictable at the moment, but you just want to try and buy as much time as possible. So if it was me, I would just take my time trying to get out of the pits and try and delay as long as possible because it can only benefit you. So
do you know who I feel so sorry for at this stage is Maggie White, because as she said herself, every time I pull up to the line it starts raining, and literally every single time she's gone out. The last time she went out, remember we were watching, Sasha, we said red flag.
Yeah, I said, yeah, exactly.
But now look, now that Turbo's out and the heavens of the sun's out, so poor Margaret White.
Yeah, poor. Listen, only her second run this morning was actually in dry conditions. She must be drenched.
And you know, when she had her second run, she was quite chuffed when it ended, but now we know why, because she actually got through it without the rain stinging her face as she goes up as well.
Here's the Fiat Uno Turbo, Eugene Herbert with a 1700 1.7 litre engine.
What displacement motor came out in the Uno Turbo?
1400.
Oh, it was a
1.4,
yeah, 1.4.
So this has been,
it's got a big kit
board, or it's just not a Fiat Uno Turbo engine.
Well, maybe we'll go and have a look. We'll have a look during the lunch break.
1700 makes me think Nissan engine. I could be wrong. I think that's it's a common Nissan, well, an older Nissan displacement, but let's see. But weren't they made by Nissan for a while in South Africa under license?
They weren't made.
Yeah.
They
assembled.
Okay. Assembled.
Yeah.
Flat pack, yeah, they were assembled together.
So maybe there is a Nissan motor that bolts in.
Well, we'll go and have a look. According to the spec sheet, it's Fiat 1.7 Uno.
Okay.
1994. So we'll go and do a little bit of inspection.
We can play Fiat engine bingo later. And then whoever's closest to what's actually in there pays for dinner.
Good idea.
There's that beautiful line. Ooh, slowing down
Oh,
quite a lot.
no.
And now Craig Zank's coming up behind him, so he's going to have to be yellow flagged. Oh, no, he's back. He's making progress again.
Yeah.
Just
What do you think happened there? Probably missed a gear or something?
Maybe.
It's tough to say. Maybe just distributor as well, just not getting spark. But
Because that would have hurt Craig's time as well if he had to slow down there. Like, luckily now he's none the wiser and he can keep pushing through.
There's that Super Boss.
Yeah, there's a Super Boss and the stunning sounding Nissan.
Yeah, Craig is flat. You can see he hasn't he is not lifting. Brilliant to watch.
106 for Craig Zank.
You know, it's actually for the youths listening. I think I'm old enough to call people youths now. What do you guys think?
I
I've
think
got enough grey hair.
if you've got grey in your beard, you qualify.
I got salt and pepper. I can refer to the youths now. Anyway, but if you were not around or you're still a bad idea, in the 90s, Group N Racing with the Superboss, the 325 AS is the Alphas were in a different class, Sasha? Yeah. So a lot of that is on YouTube. And head over to YouTube, search South African Group N Racing, Superboss 325s, all the rest of it, and do yourself a favor, watch that racing. Some of the best racing in the world is happening in South Africa.
So good lap there from Brent Watts, a 101, but I mean significantly slower from earlier. But let's see what his friend and a case of Windhoek Draft can do for Rain Berry. He's next up in the next Nissan. I think there's a slight pause. They just want to check on that Porsche 924 that everything is okay, and then they'll get everyone out again.
Looking at who's gone up the hill already, and you guys would know better than me because I just did pop out of the studio for a few minutes, but a couple of guys deciding to stay in the pits. Not everyone's there. Most of the faster guys feel like they've done enough.
I think the people who believe that their time is fast enough for the class final probably won't go out.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Why gamble now?
Yeah. So the others sit there and say, well, it's probably going to be my last run.
Yeah.
So I might as well go and have fun to go and do it. But as we surmise, people like Franco Scribante has to go out. He's got to go and try and put a lap in for the class final.
Sure.
But
Campos,
and go for it.
Campos, he's probably sitting pretty.
He's probably just
don't take
having a chat with some of the people there. Yeah. So Franco's ready, and he's loving the sunshine right now. He's saying, stay like this and delay as long as possible, just as you said a little bit earlier, Clifford. And he's just got to hope the sun just stays up.
One modification they could maybe consider on that car is, like on your open and close automatic gates, you put the brushes underneath, is put a couple of brushes in the front of that bumper just to sweep it clean. Because you'll be looking for any advantage right now, but I mean that's a face of a determined man, hey?
Yeah, exactly. He's a real racer.
Yeah.
I think that's one of our cameras on the left of him there.
Yes.
Let's hope that makes it back into doesn't make a break for freedom somewhere up the main straight.
And also, Franco and his team spent so much time preparing these cars for never mind just for Simola Hillclimb, but for everything else. But I saw him at the airport yesterday, and this is the event for all of these drivers, and him and his team spend a lot of time preparing and making sure that everything is ready. So he's going to go for it. He knows that the incident that he had let them down a little bit, but there's still a chance, and go for it. So we're trying to get to see what tyres he's got, although they could be covered at the moment. It'd be interesting.
At lunch,
he's got to go on.
At lunch, I'm gonna. Here's Colin.
Yeah, he's got to go on wet.
Yeah,
he's got to go on wet.
It's
way too slippery out there.
I bumped into Franco he was in the Cape 1000 again, and we had this conversation, which I'm gonna go try confirm just now. I'll go chat to someone in his team, but there was a rule change this year around tire warmers, and it seemed to have affected Franco particularly badly, or negatively, we should say. And he's had to have a few workarounds. So I think that's what he's up against as well, trying to defend his title and claim an 8th at the Classic Conqueror.
And also, as you mentioned earlier, for those who didn't hear, the tires that are on that Chevron are purpose built, and they're meant to be warmed up. So that's a strange regulation.
Yeah, the Avon. So a lot of these racing cars, you can't obviously go into high Q and pick up some tires for a Chevron
you
for a B19
at a premium. Yeah.
So a lot of these tires are made by a company called Avon, which I think is now defunct. I think they might have gone end of the road for historic tires. Here we go. Avon no longer calling. There's a quiet but major upheaval coming in the tire supply for historic racing, as all production at the Avon factory in Melksham will finish in December. This was April 2023. Oh, look at this. Avon tire production restarts with Nova Motorsport in Portugal. Rodrigo, have you picked up on this story?
Oh yes, this has been big news in the Hillclimb world here in Europe, because as Avon was closed down, they were rebranded as Nova, and they have been trying to put everything working in the same quantity as before, but there have been some delays which had led to some big issues here on the Hillclimb racing series here in Europe, because there is a shortage of tires from them, which even made some guys to switch to other brands like Uzier or Michelin or Pirelli, but even the last year's European Hillclimb champion is not doing the full championship this year, exactly because he did not get enough stock of the new soft tires from them. And the same applies to the historic part, because they were the sole distributor of tires for the historic side of things, and there have been some delays. And in historics things are a bit more relaxed, and people can use the older stock, and it is not a battle to the edge as it is on the modern stuff. But it has been quite a big issue, and it will prolong for, I would say, some more 6 months, something like that. And only for 2026 we will see a normalization of stocks and everyone getting their tires on time.
So, Rodrigo, to your knowledge, how much of the field has this affected in Simola?
In Simola, it's harder to gather, but I would say a much smaller ratio. I would say something like 20 to 30% at most. But mostly it will have to be here on the historic side of things. When it comes to tomorrow and Sunday, the modern stuff can rely on other brands for the super soft tires. It's arguably the Nova tires, now Nova, could be the better ones. They had a very focused product for Hillclimb racing, but I have seen people having great results with both the Pirellis and the Uziers, the new Uziers. So I would say some people switched to those, even if out of obligation. But there will be some setups would have to be changed, and some people have to get used, because the temperature windows of some of these ultra soft tires can differ quite a bit. And when you want to have a tire warming up in the first 2-3 seconds of your run, things get tricky, and you have to set up a car accordingly to that.
I just realized that Nova is Avon backwards. Also means new.
Yes,
very, very smart you are.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm glad you picked that up.
I've been waiting ages.
But I think it's also very encouraging, the fact that Avon was defunct and now is back.
Thanks to a Portuguese company.
Yeah, and there are a lot of period cars that rely on that specific kind of tire and size. So I think that's very encouraging. Yes, so 25 is going to be a little bit more complicated for a lot of the drivers worldwide. But from 2026, it seems as though things and production will be back up. Don't know still why the delay. It doesn't even tell us. We just know there's a yellow flag. But it's a big howser to also a legend of South African motorsport for many, many years in terms of running teams, owning teams, drivers. Lee Phillips. Great to hear from you, Lee. He now resides by the seaside in a little an island in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
Oh, wow.
Yes, a very, very lovely place.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah, he hasn't invited me over, but, no, he's a good guy. Top class guy. Nice to hear from you, Lee, and glad you're enjoying the coverage. He says, very cool coverage. Wish I was there. You should be here, Lee. You know, if you catch a flight this afternoon, Lee, you could be here tomorrow for the King of the Hill. How's that for a challenge?
For the main event.
That's a challenge.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. And you know what? We've got even a spare bed in Clifford's room.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be spare, you know.
Sharing is caring.
For the sake of Simola, I'll do what I can. I'll take it for the team, guys.
Sharing is caring. 20 cars have gone out, and at present, the sky is clear. That's it. We don't know what the delay is at present, although I can hear something outside, so hopefully there's more action that is going to take place. And this is the final of qualifying.
There we go.
There we go. This is the next of the wonderful 2.8 six-cylinder Nissans. Car number 18. And that is Rain Berry. His good mate Brent Watts is sitting second on the timesheets at the moment. The two of them are doing the Simola Hillclimb for a case of Windhoek draft. That's what you call mates.
The ultimate prize.
Oh, it's glorious sounding. These are the bumps that you're going to see in significant effect tomorrow with cars that will be coming through there at significantly faster speeds. Nico Nicolaides going out in a Toyota Supra. His first time running this morning was the first time he'd actually driven the car after all of the preparation, and he's just here to have a tremendous amount of fun. Really, really charming young guy, and just loves his motorsport as well. Ooh, 59.3. Okay, 1.4 seconds. That is significant because that means that the track is ramped up, or the run is ramped up by 1.4 seconds just in the little bit of time that the sun has been out. If you consider that Rain Berry and Brent Watts were within a tenth of a second on their previous run. So maybe this helps, Franco.
It does. That delay, I wouldn't be complaining if I was lined up in pit lane waiting out, because it can only get better, and we're seeing it now. Let's see how these two guys finish their runs as well, but they'll also be pushing water off the race line, which works.
This should be an interesting run. Enzo Kuhn, the rally specialist, in his Ferrari 348, and should be enjoying these kind of conditions. Oh, pretty wild.
On the track there.
Pretty wild over there.
Ferrari seems to move around a little bit on the brakes, going into the left-hander, so it's not hanging around and taking a slow cruise. He's pushing.
Goes in the 58s.
To push a car like that Ferrari up that hill in that condition is just mega talented.
But look at that time. How smooth was that? 56. Yeah. It doesn't look fast, but holy potatoes. What a great lap time to put in right at the end. But this is the one we want to watch, isn't it?
This is it. Doesn't look like anybody else is going to go out. I think, Rodney Green is going out in the Cooper, but this is Pretty tense.
I won't lie, I've got sweaty palms here.
Yeah, this is tense.
And it's only qualifying.
It's only qualifying.
Let's see what Franco Scribante can do. He's definitely fast enough for the classic Conqueror, but can he get into his class final?
A good start, nice off the line, nice and smooth. I mean, you can only keep building momentum from here, but he's got to make it happen.
This is the tricky part. So much camber going into this. Tell you, that is a super.
Oh, 54.7.
54.7. I don't have the timing sheets from the previous runs, but I mean that's an incredible lap. Brilliant lap from Franco Scribante.
.54.7, so he's still,
out?
8 and a bit seconds over last year, over his winning time.
Yeah, but the thing is that fast enough for the?
Well, for this year, yeah, it could. Didn't we have some 49s in the dry? We had a 48 and a 49.
Yeah.
No, we had a 44 and a 45. Sorry, in the dry. So
okay, 54.
So that there's a lot more in it.
Yeah, incredible. Listen, that's I suppose as fast as he can go in those conditions on wet tires. Outstanding lap. Whether or not it's fast enough to get him into the class final, we'll have to wait for all of the times to be given to us a little bit later. But that is the end of qualifying 3 for everybody. Only 26 out of the 52 competitors going out on that run. The others comfortable, Clifford, that they can still compete for the class final, and then of course we have the top 10 that'll go for the classic Conqueror as well.
Yeah, look, I think with the way the conditions were in this last run, I don't think there was going to be anyone that was going to change things dramatically. Obviously, Franco had a bit of work to do, but everyone else that was comfortable, I think they could take that gamble, because I didn't think we saw anything that was going to change anything too much. But yeah, apparently my grandpa's in pit lane with a few things he wants to tell us. Colin, what can you tell us down there? Sorry, we jumped the gun on my granddad that side.
Yeah.
But, he's doing good work out there in his umpire's outfits.
I must just tell you, there could be some boxing this afternoon. All right, Colin, what's happening down in the pit lane there, my friend?
We're not getting him just yet. It does look like there's some sun on him, though. That's a good sign. We'll go to Colin in just a little second. So Sasha, you said only.
he is not in the same class. It's a racing sports car as opposed to a racing single-seater. So he's in H10. There's two of them in H10, so he'll make it through to the class final. So that's, I suppose, the biggest shock. And it's one of the things that we probably learn. And oh, behold this glorious orb I see in the sky. It's one of the things that we, I suppose, learn from Simola Hillclimb about opportunities and taking the opportunities as and when we get them. The weather conditions were totally changeable, and Franco had that issue in the final practice session, which he didn't get out into Q1, which ended up being the quickest of the qualifying sessions. There were at times when Q2 and Q3 had some dry weather in it, but he wasn't able to run. It wasn't his turn to run. So it's that luck of the dice as they smash down the table and bounce off the wall, and then you see what you got. He threw the dice, he got nothing. He got a incredible time in terms of the conditions that were there. But other guys went faster when they had their best conditions. So the sad news is it looks like Franco Scribanti is out of the shootout this afternoon, but in with a good shout in the class finals.
I think it's the other way around. I think he's in the classic conqueror, but out of the class final. But under correction. But maybe your information is far more up to date than
I was looking. Well, hey, let's have this debate, because unless, in the more immortal words of the great late Murray Walker, unless I'm very much mistaken, Gavin Rook.
Everything is forgiven.
Gavin Rook did a 53.677. The time I heard that Franco did now was a 54 something.
But in the first qualifying, he did do a 40 something. I think. But listen, I'm going to wait for clarification.
In qualifying 2, he did a 53.8, and he didn't go out in qualifying 1.
Okay, then you are spot on. My apologies.
I hope, according to my information, I'm right. But I would say that, wouldn't I? So let's have a quick word with Andre. Andre, you end up qualifying. Genre, come. The whole the Bezuidenhout clan is here. Genre, you in with a shout with your class?
Yeah, it's going well so far. I was just focused on keeping it straight, but the car feels great, and it's great experience as well. First time in the rain, so I'm happy with the time, happy with the performance, all good.
You got to be very happy with your time. You struck while the irons were hot and whatever, the track was dry and all those other things that we can say. You got to be happy, Andre?
I'm happy. Knysna, you never know what happens, and I've seen sitting out the first or a second run, you just never know. So we got it right this time. We had 2 nice wet runs, and then I had one lovely run where it was actually dry, and then it started raining again. So luck is on our side now.
Yeah, it's an amazing gambling game.
Every time you come here, you think you've seen it all. You haven't. You're just learning.
Lovely stuff. How many of these things have you done, Andre?
I've done every one from 2015. 2015 I didn't finish. The car broke down. I think I won it the first time in 2016. 2020 was COVID. So, but that one, I think it must be my 8th event.
And of course, you the ultimate record holder, 200 and a little bit kilometers an hour. You're not going to be able to defend that tomorrow.
Yeah, very disappointed. The car broke down last year and I couldn't run it. We've sent it away to Nicholson McLaren. They've had the engine for a long time. But unfortunately, they couldn't find parts, and they notified us a week and a half ago that they won't make it. So we have to respect that. So hopefully we'll be back next year. But I mean, Robbie has got equal machinery now. So I'm going to watch him carefully as to what he's doing. And the year thereafter, God willing, we'll all be here and we'll give each other horns.
But you didn't get going super fast immediately with the Gould. It took some time to develop it. Now, Robbie doesn't have the traction control on the car either, so It's interesting times we live in.
It's interesting times, but Robbie is a national hero. He's won more championships, what I probably can count, and he's got the youth on his side. But still, you know, on the day, you have to win it in the last run, and he must take it away from me.
So now, father and son, how cool is it that as a father, you can go and participate in something as a father with your son? I'm going to get to you now.
You know, it's when you share with your children things that are passionate for the family, it just means so much more. In the first part of my life, I always thought that I'm crazy and that they're a little bit normal. I'm glad now to see that we're all a little bit crazy and they've joined me in it. So I'm very happy that Jandre is doing this and we're having great fun together. What a privilege.
Jandre, how crazy is he really?
Oh, you have no idea. The track is an easy playground. No, it's extremely special to be able to do this with him. Grew up and you always see the cars and understand and learn about them, but until you actually get involved in motorsport and get to meet the people, learn the characters, you don't really have a full appreciation for it. So it's my third time here. I plan to be here still for a good few years. Don't know what car we're going to be driving next, but...
Notice how he looks at you.
That looks to me like driving a Lola.
He's looking over the Lola over his shoulder.
Yeah. So, as a son, you come into your father's realm, his other realm, and see the respect and camaraderie and that people have for him. How does that make you feel? How do you feel when you see it?
Extremely proud. It's funny how, and he shares the story often, it's something that just started as a passion when he was a young boy, and eventually it turned into a career, it turned into friendships, whether it's here in South Africa or abroad. Motorsport is a very funny way of bringing people together. So, it's extremely proud for me to be close to it, just see it sort of firsthand.
Family members, part of a bigger family. Thanks a lot, Bezuidenhout Senior, Bezuidenhout Junior, for talking with us. It's
always doing this job.
I love it. This is my passion. Thanks, guys. Good luck. Let's see if we can have that difficult discussion with Franco. I don't think we will right at the moment because I think that he's not here. On that note, we don't know exactly what the qualifying positions are at the moment, as I just have to take my hat off and stand and stare at the sun because it is absolutely beautiful and it's beautifully magnificent. I trust that it shall hold for the rest of the day. We don't know exactly what the qualifying positions are. We now go and have some lunch, as I hope you do. And then we come back and we've got class finals. And then the classic conqueror, the top 10 cars from today shall shoot it out for the ultimate crown of classic conqueror at the 15th Simola Hillclimb event. Join us later.
There we go, Colin giving us the insights. Of course, we were all waiting to find out what the final qualifying shootout will be. We've got, as he mentioned, the class final and the classic conqueror. Yesterday was the parade around the streets of Knysna. We've got some highlights of that. And then after the lunch break, we will be back for this afternoon's edition and final shootout. So please join us in a short while.
Mr. Tuck, an Alfa, that makes it exciting and there's a bit of passion on the hill, but 15th annual Simola, what's the thought process going into tomorrow? Oh, gosh, yeah. 7th one for us in an Alfa, so, you know, we're Alfa people, we enjoy it. Simola Hillclimb, always a great event. The weather's a bit grim, but hopefully it'll clear up. Doesn't really make a difference if it rains, but I think it's going to be a fabulous event again. It always is. You know, whether it's rainy or sunny, it's the same for everyone. So, and anything can happen. It's Simola. Anything can happen. So we'll give it our best shot. The old girl hasn't run. Last time she ran was almost 2007. So you know, it's got to be a bit gentle with her and get her up the hill. You know, this event we've always taken it quite seriously with the Alfa. So we've always put in serious prep into the cars, and we still do. Last year we had fun with our Julieta Sprint, which was a great car for us to run up the hill, really old car, 70th anniversary. So this year we thought we'd celebrate Alfa's 115th anniversary, which is a worldwide celebration. So we thought we'll bring the 69 GTV up, one of Alfa's iconic shapes and things like that. So we're hoping to do well, but you know, I have never driven the car. The furthest I've driven is from the trailer to here, so we'll see how it goes. You know, nothing can be won in the practice rounds, but a lot can be lost. So it's important to just make sure that you get up the practice runs okay, and then the qualifying runs is where it's most. So hopefully by the time qualifying arrives, we'll sort of have an idea if she's strong or if she's okay. You know, we'll see how she goes. The Alfa's have got personality, so we'll see how she wakes up in the morning. The 15th annual Simola. It's a big one. Yeah. Classic car Friday tomorrow. Obviously, we're here for the scrutineering. Yep. And yeah, we're getting ready. The weather hasn't quite played ball, but what's the thought process going into tomorrow?
I think the main thing is weather. I mean, you know, it's going to be cold. We know that. And there's some rain forecast, but, you know, we're Knysna, so anything can happen in Knysna.
So what's the expectation? Because obviously this vehicle's been prepped and getting ready for Simola. What are we running under here? What sort of power are we pushing out? And what's been done to the car? And what are we expecting?
I built the car. It's got a 2-litre Ford Z-Tech motor that's been worked on a bit, getting approximately 200 horsepower. I'm hoping to get below 60 second. If I get below 60, I'll be happy.
Look, we compete in the classic day, so it's more about, you know, displaying the vehicle. So a good example of the era. These vehicles are classic vehicles, often stand for years on end. So you need to really look at the dates on the tires and change the oils and look at the cooling system. Look, I'm a rally driver, so I'm hoping it's wet and it's difficult and it's slippery. The more rain, the better for me.
It's cold today, but are we ready? This is quite an exciting car to take up the hill.
Yeah, I want to play around with this tomorrow and see if it works, but I'm ready with it, yes. It's tomorrow or the day thereafter. It's a Saturday, that's the challenge, eh?
So this is the 15th annual edition of Simola. Mindset when you line up at the bottom of the hill?
Yeah, that's not easy. You never know what it is like. It is daunting, doesn't matter how it is, because, you know, the mountain is not easy for anybody. And you need to try to do the best out of what the car can do. So, yeah, you need to take a couple of deep breaths and see if you can settle your nerves a bit.
In a world where every second counts, one man stands on the edge of destiny. Will he make it on time? Out here on the streets, anything can happen. every move counts. When the odds are stacked against you, one man finds the will, the drive, the passion to steer his path to destiny.
Wow.
It's a Swift.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP. Everyday brighter.
Until Q1, then it's going to be dry. You're a genius. I mean, genius.
Weather is definitely my passion about
finally back out to bring out the big guns.
The way people pick racing numbers is interesting, you know, like there's all sorts of lucky things. Like I'm a firm believer, don't ever pick a number. It's just a number. Yeah, so like, I mean, I've had guys tell me turn your number around or whatever, but everyone I know that have had numbers in the 50 men either have bad luck or bad things will happen or whatever. So I'm always 50 altogether. It's my own issues that I'm dealing with.
That's all right. We'll give you some counseling. Stay with us. There's no traction at the moment, and we will be back with you very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, South Africans, and of course motoring enthusiasts around the world, welcome back to the 2025 Knysna Simola Hillclimb. This is the Speed Festival of South Africa, the largest motoring event of its kind anywhere on the African continent, now in its 15th running, and it is a pleasure to be back in the studio with Sasha Martiningo, who is currently not in the studio, but he will be soon, and Stuart Grant from Classic Car Africa. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thanks, Chira. It's good to be here.
Yes, no, it's always a lovely weekend. I call this my pilgrimage, my yearly pilgrimage. I make my way to Knysna along the garden route. And where have you joined us from?
Yeah, we brought a bunch of 9 classic cars down Joburg and Cape Town to De Rust last night, and then we shot 3 this morning from De Rust.
Nice. How far is De Rust from here?
It's a good question. I think we went past Uniondale, so we added a bit. It was about 2.5, 3 hours.
All right. Well, welcome. Glad you made it safely. Cool. Also did a bit of a road trip. 5 modern classics from Cape Town as well. Yeah. We only ended up with 1 pair of socks stuck to a BMW M3, but that's a story for another day. And what we have in store for you for the rest of the afternoon, we are running slightly late. So if you've been following the timing on SimolaHillclimb.co.za, we're about 20 minutes late, mostly due to the rain. And we are now running the class finals. So there will be a class final. The top 3 in each class, or top 2, will race for class honors, which will be handed out at prize giving at about 3:30 this afternoon. But between prize giving and the class final, we have the classic conqueror, where the 10 fastest cars of the day go head to head for all out glory in Classic Car Friday. Sasha, how are you?
Chiro, couldn't be better.
That's good.
And you know, it's so deceiving because you look at the track and you think, oh no, it's dry. And just chatting to so many of the drivers that have experienced what they've gone through during the course of this morning, through all of the runs, even when this track is dry, it hasn't been fully dry.
Yeah.
Nobody has had a proper full dry run. So kudos to everybody who's taken part so far. This young lady, Margaret White, firing up the hill. I mean, she's just divine. Divine.
She was hoping for a dry run the whole day. Shame.
She got it.
The rain came out just for her most of the time.
There we go. So 143 for Margaret. Fantastic. So well done to her. I think that's, it could be a second off her fastest time during the course of today. But it's been just tremendous fun. There are some disappointed drivers in the pit lane, of course, due to, I think, circumstances out of their control. However, as we said earlier, you know, you've got to, if you've got the chance to get out, you've got to go.
Yeah.
You've got to go and do your lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally dry when we parked up the top of the hill coming in from De Rust today. By the time we got down to this booth, it was pouring like no idea. So you got to put the banker in earlier rather than later, especially down here. You never know.
So Stuart, tell us a bit about Classic Car Africa and your role there, the history, and what led you to sitting in the seat in this Italian meatball sandwich that you landed yourself in.
Careful what you say.
I think it's about 2005 I started with Classic Car Africa. It was at another media house. It was a monthly...
sorry to interrupt you, Stuart. We do have a sliding board.
Jacques Picard. I mean, he's been going so beautifully.
It's a gentle parking there on the side. Thank goodness. To fight another day. There we go. Self-rescue. Those are the best. Those are the best kind of accidents where you can rescue yourself.
Yeah.
I think that, look at the muck on the track. A lot of guys are going to be seeing that coming into that corner.
Yeah, sorry, Stuart.
Yeah, so it was a Classic Car magazine, and we went monthly eventually, and I think we stopped printing just before end of 2019. Just the game changed in the print world, and now it's a website that has auction platform, sales, that sort of stuff, road trips, anything cool, car storage. We do that up in Joburg.
Well, you're in the business of making dreams come true, and you helped me make one of my dreams come true. Sasha, Stuart, and I met. The first car I ever filmed with my uncle's Handycam, and without a microphone or anything, was a Subaru ProDrive, which is a South African special. And I was 19, and I thought to myself, I'd love to own one of these one day. And then one came up on Stuart's website. I happened to be in Joburg, and he very kindly brought the car to my hotel for me to test drive. And it was the right car at the right price, and we made it happen. So thank you, Stuart.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I was worried when I saw him today in case he wanted a motor plan or warranty.
I'm throwing the CPA at you, Stuart. Get ready. So that's the classic car game, though. Well, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And cool. Your interest in Classic Car Friday, I'm sure, goes back many years.
Yeah, I think I've done about 10 myself, competed.
Oh, sorry, of course,
yeah,
yes. Sorry, forgive me, yeah.
So I've done it in some of the stuff we've just seen, the sort of pre-war stuff.
Yeah,
and I can
beautiful.
tell you the straight is the scariest part on those cars. Some of the play in the steering is a little bit, and those bumps you sort of...
A little wafty.
You go up there. But yeah, so I've done it in a few MG, Fat Man Special, F-Type Jag, Renault, what's the little Twingo Sport.
Have you raced in King of the Hill? Not to my memory.
I've only done in the F-Type.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah,
I do remember
in a
that.
class thing, yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, this car I know quite well. He comes in quite a few of our tours and runs. So he normally drives us down from Joburg.
Number 48, he drives us from Joburg.
Yeah, not this year.
Deadly Whitehead.
But he normally does. It's a pretty hot little Mini. It's got a cross-flow head, so carbs are normally at the back of a Mini. Now these are at the front. But still very road usable.
Wow.
A little bit uncomfortable.
Well, Sasha was telling us about a car where the spark plugs were at the bottom of the engine, so it's not like that, is it?
Doesn't sound right.
The traditional Fiat 131 Mirafiore. I learned through trying to take it through a couple of puddles because I thought that would be quite fun.
Yeah.
And then it all just stopped, and I realized not a good idea. Spark plugs in the wrong place.
Well, the Minis have a similar. The Dizzy's at the front of the engine, so you go through a puddle, and if you don't have the right cap and cover on that,
same thing.
It gets wet. But yeah, it's a really quick car. I mean, I remember coming down towards Graaff-Reinet. You come down the pass, and you got that nice straight road.
Yeah.
I was in a Cooper S, normal, standard, and this came past me quickly.
So here we are in class finals, and I tell you, Jacques Picard must be kicking himself with that mistake that he made. Because he had been running so beautifully during the course of this morning.
I think that, the wider the tire as well, the greater the risk of aquaplaning, and then you're probably pushing it a little harder, so you're getting on the power a little earlier. Should maybe wait till a little bit past the apex, get on the power, but you give it a bit of boot, and then the backside comes around on you. So yeah, it's tricky out there.
And I think that's the coolest part of a hill climb is that you can be top of the list all weekend.
Yes.
And then you fluff a gear change off the line or something like that. So it's a big BMT game.
Yes.
A lot more than endurance racing or circuit racing or anything like that.
That's actually a good way of putting it. But you'll notice that, this is turn 1, so that's where the Porsche went. That's sort of when you get back on the power.
A little bit of a squiggle there.
Now, one of the scarier aspects of this course is turn 3, right? Because it's blind entry, blind exit, basically, and you don't know when to brake most of the time if you're a muppet like me. But just watch the Porsche now on exit of turn 3, which tightens on you. Look at that water there, standing water there. That is tricky.
Well, let's see what Peter McPherson can do. He's done very, very well during the course of today. Can he beat Headley Whitehead? I think the track is a lot drier.
Looks like
right now. So that first part seems a little bit more tricky. Got close to one of the bull noodles. Let's see what McPherson can do. Finishes second.
Wow. Seemed like in the middle of the run there, something wasn't quite right.
So Headley, there we go. He takes the honours in Class H2.
I think it's that view of the little stream coming across from that ditch.
Yes.
It plays big in the mind, like you see it, or the mud on turn 1. What is it, turn 2? The right-hander.
The
hill. There's quite a bit of mud there, and it's all in the head. I mean, there's not much traction off the line for that.
Yeah, very difficult. Jandre Bezuidenhout has been one of the stars of this morning, Chiro, without a doubt.
He's driving particularly well. I don't think I've ever seen a 944 turbo go that fast, if I'm honest. They were quick, but they weren't that quick, so he's doing a very good job.
Yeah, you see, that sort of stuff puts doubt in the mind, that patch of muck over there. So I think they just got to have faith.
So I think you're referring to, there was a huge oil spill there.
Okay, is that what they put
drives
down?
it down. So there is a little bit of earth there from the Porsche accident, but what you're seeing in the center of the track was the dries it. I think it's known as to soak up the oil. But your point remains, when you see that, and you see a changing surface condition, there's just that moment of hesitation, and obviously in the hill climb, you're coming down to thousandths of a second, so you don't want any moments of hesitation, really.
It's a solid lap from Jean-André Bezuidenhout. Also, don't forget, the water has to go somewhere, and it goes down. 57.4. This has been the most consistent from Jean-André Bezuidenhout, no matter what conditions. Maybe he's just been lucky in getting all of his track time at decent times, but that's a super lap from Jean-André.
Opposite of Margaret White this weekend, Sherman.
Yeah,
Jean-André got all the sunshine.
I hope she's got a new overall or a dry overall, because she must be sopping.
That Fiat is. So this is quite an interesting car. So this is the 131 Racing.
Yes.
Homologation special, built here. Pop Diedrichs was the driver. So I'm guessing this is a son or a family member. But they won the championship in Group 1 racing against Alfetas and RX2s or whatever it was.
Amazing.
But they lost it, I think, because you were meant to build X many
homologation.
to homologate it. They did it on the assumption that the parts from Abarth were going to arrive.
Oh, so they made a racing.
Supposedly the ship sunk.
What?
So they never actually built. So these are like a dozen or a handful compared to the BMs and those homologations that got to the 200 number or whatever.
Incredible.
So I think their championship was taken away.
That's That's the third most Italian thing I've heard this today.
Jeez, that's a super lap.
Yeah, quick.
Gabriel Diedrichs,
and they were trick. Those cars were trick.
So that was a 19. I had the date here. That was a 77.
Probably 77.
But a 131 racing, not an Abarth.
So and that was a South African-made homologation special. The what we just saw on our screens
1,
now. Yeah. Wow. Amazing. That's so.
And super quick. They were against some bigger competition, and they trick with all the Abarth, but.
Yeah.
The parts for the building, the whole. I think there's a bit of Alpha stories in the GTV6s and stuff that also a little bit
dodgy. Yes, I hear you.
I'm not sure what the Italians were up to.
There were only so many GTV6 3 liters built.
Yeah.
But then that number changes week by week.
Or with this spec, and then who knows.
So here we go in Class H4 on his own. Ivan Lerm, he's had a fabulous day in the Cobra, 5.7. He'll also feel as though he's been swimming with that open car. This is a tricky little bit there, because that water, the streams are now flowing across the track. Because we had quite a significant downpour just before the lunch break.
Yeah, it was a big one, that. And you see those little rain ducts on the left, those cobblestone things
coming across.
I've actually managed to pull up this story. The truth of the matter is, the ship that was bringing all the special Abarth parts for us to convert the standard 1312 two-doors to 2000 racing specs sank off the coast of Kenya, says Luigi Finciati, who was Fiat's motorsport manager at the time. We lost 200 component kits consisting of the special Weber IDF carburetors. Fiat took the decision to instead concentrate on manufacturer's challenge. Wow, that is exactly what happened.
And the manufacturer's challenge was a Dino Ferrari engined Silhouette 131. Dave Charlton and I think Basil van Rooyen.
That's a fascinating story. Wow.
That's in Kilburn, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Also races historics up north. It's a pretty quick little car.
Sorry, Sasha, you said the rain coming down again.
There was some spots on the screen.
Yeah, at the top of, more towards the top of the hill.
Yeah.
The Datsun's quicker.
Very quick. Yeah.
It's obviously all the driver, but I mean the Datsun.
So this is, don't forget, this is Grant Kramer. And then Kilburn, it's Kilburn and Tuck.
Yeah. Last year they were added together as well. Yeah.
So Kilburn and Tuck, they're definitely going to be going for it. But this is also, I mean, this is a fabulous Datsun, beautifully presented.
Are they running slicks? Do we know?
It's been very changeable.
It's exactly. It's been so difficult.
I think those who have them, maybe
great lap.
Maybe
59, guys.
Wow.
Wow.
That Datsun's quick.
That's a massive improvement. Yeah. So,
Ian,
so I tell you, you've got Grant, you've got Ian, and you've got Trevor.
Yeah.
And they've done
all sub 1
57s,
minute.
58s, all sub 1 minutes. And 59.5, I tell you, that is a super time in these conditions. So it's going to be very, very
Car number 38,
tight.
Ian Kilburn. This is, so the first Datsun running is not a matching numbers car. This one does seem to be potentially not matching numbers, but both Datsun engines.
I think he lost some time there.
Yeah.
Definitely lost a couple of tenths.
But we always say if you can't win, have the best
Yeah,
start in front of the VIP section.
Ooh,
It's all over the show.
Little tank slapper there.
It just is so deceiving where you sit and think it looks dry. It definitely. I mean, he's got to. You're going for glory now. You've got to push. You've got to go. He's held on to it well, but I think he has been a little compromised. This is going to hurt.
He was tiptoeing a bit there. I think he knew that. I'm sure they can see it on the screen in front of the pit. That there's and that's quite visible on the screen.
This was one of my late dad's favorite cars that he ever owned. One of these little Datsuns.
It's twitchy, huh?
It's very twitchy.
He's wrestling out there. That's not electronic stability control helping you out there. It's right foot.
I mean, that is hundredths of a second.
59.6.
Hundredths of a second behind Grant Kramer.
There's Trevor.
And I mean, listen, his fastest time in, we got to say, pretty dry conditions was a 57.
Yeah.
And you called it, Stuart. He lost the time off the line there.
Yeah.
And that's what probably cost him his little internal battle there between the Datsuns.
Well, listen, this is Tuck's best time so far has been a 58.2. He's got to match that to beat the
59.2.
59.2.
Yeah.
That'll still beat them.
Yeah.
But I think it was slightly better conditions. So this
start.
is for H5.
This car last ran in 2007. They recommissioned it. Used to be a guy, I think it was Eric Bell in Historics. It had some stripes like a bumblebee. But they've de-bumblebeed it. It's going. It's looking smooth through there.
He's looking very good through there.
Oh, live onboard footage. Beautiful.
Nice. Coming up to the bridge.
Well done to the tech team. That's very cool.
Oh! Jeez, that's well held.
And he used the road. He's using all of the tar.
That is a super line through there.
It was all planned.
It's Tuck. That's for sure. No, this is super solid.
It's Tuck. If he's paying for the tar, he's going to use it.
He's going to use it. No, this I think is a very strong lap.
Rand per square meters has been the best lap of the.
Yeah, this is super strong.
There we go.
Ooh,
58.
58.4. That's his fastest time.
Well done.
By 8 tenths. So he takes it.
In class H3, it's
H5, yeah.
H5, sorry. Gosh, I really shouldn't have broke my spectacles.
The 7-liter Corvette. Brute force.
That is the only car today we can feel in the commentary. You actually feel that car in there.
Yeah.
That's
got to be so. I mean, you got to have big kahunas to drive this thing. Jeez.
That's the old American no replacement for displacement. That's the poster car for that. See what else? Suzuki Speed Gun.
Yeah, 135.
B 135. Stand to be corrected. Something on the line is making vibrating the commentary booth. I'm sure we'll get a shot of it shortly. It's Paige Lindenberg.
Yeah. Richard Evans coming up.
Paige Lindenberg, who brought her skipper's license for the weekend.
Yeah, he's driving a ship.
And it's also in perfect conditions for a skipper.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
That's a Daytona, but I think Paige is on the line and she's off. Yeah, there we go. Slight delay in the feed. So Stuart, correct me if I'm wrong. These cars were built alongside the GT40 replicas in PE, high performance.
Yeah, Price high performance.
It's also where they built the Noble, the M400.
M400.
Yeah.
At one stage, I don't know, it might have been some of the Lambos.
Oh yes, there were
There's a
some
whole range
the
of
Jolper.
Yeah.
I forget the name.
I can't remember if that was at Superformance or that Intermaker Motors or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
and what's
Cobras and the Daytona Cobra, the normal Cobra, the GT40s. At one stage there was talk of doing a Corvette. Stingray. It had a wide body. I think I can't remember what it's called, but it's they also sort of made 6 of them in period where he got the license to do that. And these obviously licensed products.
There's a beautiful one for sale in Cape Town at the moment. Oh, a little bit squirrely there. I think 2.5 it's going for. Or they're asking at least. So
very good.
They've appreciated it nicely.
Yeah, and then I think that was hairy.
Tell you, 57.2 super lap.
That was well held.
Stuart de Bighausen from Keith Moister.
Keith. I know him from slot car racing when I was a kid.
Oh, amazing.
And he comes from GTI Challenge in the founding years, way back when they raced their road golfs.
Amazing. Nice to hear from you, Keith. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Car number 31 going out shortly. James Temple, that's H6. He's topping that. H3, Jandre Bezaidno has won that category. Trevor Tuck has won H5. Headley Whitehead is one H2, and H1 is Jero, your good friend. Yeah.
G-Tech. You know, there's Rodrigo on the other side of the Atlantic, who also now has electricity, which is good. Because there was a short period where Spain and Portugal. How was that, Rodrigo? That was an incredible story that we all read about in the news, but which you experienced.
I experienced it firsthand and in almost quite dramatic fashion, because I was on the plane arriving in Portugal. I arrived, everything all right, and 1 hour from that point, it was when the breakdown happened. Had it been 1 hour earlier, and I would be stuck on the airport for pretty much one day, which was what happened with everyone else. Then I got on the city where I was supposed to land, and I had a very relaxing trip of around 200 or 300 kilometers, where I knew there were no speed radars at all because there was no electricity. The rest I leave to everyone's imagination.
Rodrigo into the finals of the classes at the moment. We've just seen Gavin Root go 4 thousandths of a second faster than his fastest time during the day. It's amazing that when it matters, one can make 1 or 2 little mistakes. We saw it with Jacques Picard, but the rest... Hold it! Oh, that's amazing. Can we have a replay of that? Well held.
Front wheel drive, when it goes, just floor it. Well, he's got some power in that Golf to pull it straight.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
But these changeable conditions be very difficult for everyone, Rodrigo, today.
Yeah, and it seems like it is getting wetter again. It seems, at least it is very windy up top. You can look at the trees and you can notice that there is way more wind than this morning. Look at the flags. The flags.
We're seeing on the weather apps gusts of up to 46 k's an hour, so that's gale force gusts, and you're right, Rodrigo, you can see the trees moving on the side of the screen there.
I tell you, Kurs Barnard, hats off for, gotta say, save of the day. That was fantastic. Really, really good.
But it could be a tailwind. Could be.
Could be. I went to go and look at this during the lunch break. I went to go and look at this Porsche 924 because I've been talking about it during the whole of the commentary this morning. And it's just beautifully presented. It's just something unique. I've never ever seen a 924 look anything like
the GTR body kit.
Yeah. It's like the Carrera. What do they call it? Carrera GT as well. That they Lamarred.
Rodrigo, do you know, is that a factory kit?
It is a factory kit. It is the GTR body kit. I think real units were only built 3 in total.
Wow.
One it's in private hands, and the other 2 are with Porsche. This one lacks the rear wing. It's keeping that lip that they have pretty much stock, but the wide body is from the GTR unit.
Wow.
Lovely.
Fantastic. So nice to see something so special out a Classic Car Friday. And I did notice his windscreen wiper wasn't moving, but then at the top I saw I think the Daytona's windscreen wipers were going.
Okay, so
it seems like there's maybe a bit wetter at the top, but let's see what happens with the 924, 158 k's an hour into the Suzuki Speed Trap.
A little bit back off there. He went in a little hot. Now it's difficult to get up the rest of the hill because Stu, just explain. I mean, that is
it's
very
super
severe.
steep. I mean, if you know Kailami at all, or you've cycled it, you're going right up the mine shaft the wrong way. In the wrong direction. It's steeper than that. It's seriously steep. So if you lose any momentum, especially in the lower horsepower cars, in exit of turn 1 and 2, you start galloping uphill there. So you really got to keep the momentum up there.
Super lap. Just under 57 seconds for Roy Aubery. Farouk Dangor coming up in the stunning 320 M3.
Yeah.
Chiri, you were saying that probably one of the only racing spec cars like this.
What we're seeing at the moment in the E30 market, and Stuart, I'm sure you comment with more knowledge than I do, but because the IS, the 333Is, the E30 M3 have become so valuable, there's now an enormous market in either building a replica for yourself, but unfortunately there's a fair bit of a market in building replicas and selling them off as the genuine article. It's quite an interesting story which is developing, and that's, as far as I'm aware, Farouk's car is a genuine E30 M3
Yeah,
racer.
that was his, he raced it in period. There was Yellow Pages sponsored events in the 80s with all the 190 DTM Mercs and the BMs. Tony Viana was in a Winfield BM, and some of the, I can't remember if the Audis came, but definitely the Mercs and the BMs, and they all came, and Farouk was in one of this actual car back then. He's had it since
on local soil.
Yeah, Kailami.
Okay.
Kailami, yeah.
So
and
the
we had
DTM cars.
we had Klaus Ludwig and all of those sort of guys out here.
And he's kept it going since then, since the late 80s, early 90s.
It was parked up for quite a while.
Yeah.
But it was restored in that by Evolution too. And since then he's used at events like this and the odd BM track day and that.
Wow, so that's a real piece of history there about to go up the hill.
Yeah, I mean it's a proper M3.
Wow.
Four-cylinder.
Yeah.
And those are the wheels that we all wanted. But we couldn't get the center stud, so we all bought TSW Evos. I don't know if you remember Evos.
I remember that.
It always makes me chuckle a bit in the BMW world where purists say, oh no, BMW must be a straight 6, but quite possibly one of the greatest M cars ever was a 4-cylinder. BMW guys love engine codes and that sort of thing. They don't like to think about the 4-cylinder.
But I mean, and the 4-cylinder here, it's all M10 based, which is 2002 BM, 1968 to whatever. And then they went the turbos, and Formula One in the early 80s, when they went to 1500 turbos, and you had the BMW, it was also M10 based.
Oh, yes, that was the 4-cylinder 1500 turbos. Yeah.
That's the M12-7.
Is it? Okay, yeah. But it's a sort of derivative of all that 4-cylinder thing. Is brilliant.
Yeah.
Very, very special car.
Seems to be a little bit of a hold-up.
Car number 23, they're saying it hit the track marker, so probably just replacing that. That was Kobus Barnard. When he caught it so beautifully. So it looks like his time has been deleted.
What is the penalty? Is it straight deletion?
Yeah. Probably get a 10-second, although it could be deletion.
No time recorded.
No time,
Hitting a policeman,
So it's another pressure point. You want to get it close, but you don't want to touch.
Exactly. I mean, he was only half a second off Roy's time in that class.
Yeah, it's interesting in the pit lane what happens when someone gets told they hit a pool noodle and they don't think they've hit a pool noodle.
Yes.
And then it gets
we have cameras.
Gets a bit feisty down.
We have cameras. Yeah. We've had that in the past. There's no chance I hit that. I promise you I turned. I gave him enough space.
It's easy for us to say sitting here in a nice comfy commentary booth, but I suppose when you're doing 250 up the hill, you maybe see things a little differently. Rodrigo, the policemen, the sort of pool noodles we call them, do you see those in European hill climbs?
Not at all. Not at all. Here, the the consequences are very dire when you dip wheel outside of the track, given the nature of our courses compared to Simola. Simola, it's very dangerous in itself in its regard, but it's sort of flat where the outsides of the tarmac. Here in Europe, you either have a rock face on one side and a big drop off on the other. So the game is a bit different.
So no need for a pool noodle there.
choose
No,
your.
no.
Oh, how's that
worst
live
enemy.
shot?
Brilliant, Farouk Dangor.
Riding live right now with the legendary Farouk Dangor in his E30 M3 race car from the late 80s, early 90s?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Well, I mean, it must be mid-late 80s.
Very special moment. Let's actually take a look. I'll do my research.
So 91.
91.
1991. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
there. He's going for it.
He's going. He's definitely sending it.
See the standing water there, but that's not really on the racing line. So.
All right. H7
57.
57.4. Half a second off Roy Obery in his class. Super competition. Rui Campos. Here he is. He was fastest in his class, significantly faster in his class, ahead of Enzo Kuhn and Craig Wessels. Rui, I don't know, I think he's won it 5 or 6 times on Classic Car Friday. And don't discount him when it comes to the Classic Conqueror as well, even though he's up against the single-seaters. Anything can happen in motor racing.
Yeah, and he's got lots of track time in various cars from Shelby Can-Ams and that, so he'll be used to deciding if it's wet or dry. But then again, Enzo, just behind, he's used to gravel and dirt in rallies, so...
Enzo's probably sitting there going, I wish it was wetter. Probably, you know...
I needed Enzo this morning when I beached my car.
You did?
in the mud. Been helpful. Go Rui!
Yeah, this is solid.
This
looking
is
good. Super fast.
He's looking good. Cross the line in a straight line.
Sure.
51. Wow. I think that's his fastest time. No, did he put a 49 in?
Pulled a 49.4.
Yeah. So it just shows you the track is still
it's
slippery.
Perfect, yeah.
But where that one puddle, you can see a sort of dry line at the painted white line on that bend. If you just outside by another 30 centimeters.
For me, it is so spectacular to see a car like this be driven like this on a racecourse like this. This has got to be a rare sight around the world. To take the risk with this car.
Listen, that's Enzo Kuhn. That's it. Rodrigo, do we see a lot of Ferrari 348s, 458s, 488s in hill climbs?
Yes and no. If you start going from the 430 and older, no, because their value just rocketed to some stratospheric values. But from the 430 and upwards and newer, we see a lot of them, because the challenge units sold by Ferrari are also are prepared for hill climb racing, and there are a lot of customers. I would say that right now in the Italian Championship we must have something like 10 to 15 units running.
Wow.
Sure, that's incredible.
And that's a factory car.
Pretty much. Yeah. Of course they are run by private teams, but yes, they go to Ferrari, they buy them ready to race, pretty much. And ironically, it is pretty much a cheap way to do hill climbing at the top level, because you are buying a turnkey car that you pretty much enter and race as hard as you can, and it will withstand it.
Wow.
All right, let's see what Craig Wessels can do in the RSR IROC. So Rui Campos was 3 seconds slower than he's been. Enzo Kuhn was 2 seconds slower than he was in the last run. So a net gain for Enzo, but he's still behind. Let's see what Craig can do.
Sounds good going up the hill.
Oh, beautiful. Slight lift. Ooh, double lift. Enzo sort of tapped the brakes a little bit.
The more I watch Porsches, the more enchanted
Oh,
I am.
brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant.
How does that work? How do you put the engine behind the car and then still get it to drive like that? It blows my mind. It's so good to watch. I mean,
I can tell you, I don't want to like them.
Yeah.
Because it's the obvious choice. And so I buy other scraps, and then you drive a Porsche, and you're like, shit. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
I know why.
I have the same feeling. Well, I told Sasha earlier that I have tuberculosis, and the only thing that can solve it is a 996 turbo manual. And then he gave me a dad joke warning and said, Chiro, that's your last dad joke of the day.
Ian Schofield,
Schofield
in the Nols Niemann.
It's a Formula Atlantic.
The live drone shot.
Beautiful.
We can finally get a drone up
There's
in the air.
Drone. Beautiful.
There's a great saying. You can fly a drone in the rain once. Drone guys love that saying.
Is this not a Chevron?
No, it's a March.
It's just
It's
the
a
March.
March.
I think it's the March.
77B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
He's
Chev-
going. He's going.
Yo, no, he's not holding back. Come on. I think the March came second last year.
Wow. Whoa, 47.9 for Ian Schofield. Yeah, that's definitely lifted things up. Now we've got Charles Ayrton, also in a March.
Yeah. This one we all know is the one that burnt just outside of Knysna on the way back from the Hillclimb, and there's a lot of magnesium parts in here. So it was a huge restoration done down in
This
Cape Town.
particular car burned.
This one, I don't know if you remember on the transporter.
Oh, yes, when the transporter burned. That was horrible.
So there's lots of unobtainium parts that they've made or found. I don't know how, but it's amazing that it even came back. I don't think anyone put money on that coming back.
That's true dedication.
And he has been a conqueror in the single-seater series 1 year.
Went a little bit hot into one.
That's quick.
Yo, he's going now.
There's always a little bit of spray behind the cars on the beginning of the uphill there. Seems to be a bit of standing water there, but
it's wet there, eh?
Yeah, it's very wet, and you know it's just streaming down,
and this car's still canted over around there. It's not in a straight line.
I immediately lose concentration when there's a live drone shot. I have to be warned, that Mr. Director. So we're going to a live drone shot, Chira, focus. I think that's just the most amazing thing.
Let's see what Charles can do. Oh, he goes quicker.
47.1.
47.
By 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, he wasn't hanging around there.
He's a few seconds, 2 seconds off his earlier time.
All right. Andre Bezuidenhout. Andre did a 44, so more than likely we're looking at a 46.
Stuart,
all things being equal.
Do you have any updates on Andre's Gould, the engine? Sasha was saying that.
I spoke to him a little earlier, and he, they sent it over to McLaren, and he said they got a message 2 weeks ago just saying that there were certain parts they couldn't get, and it's not going to be ready in time.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So what, is Andre campaigning in something else tomorrow?
No,
or is he sitting it out?
He's unfortunately not going to be there, but he says he'll definitely be back next year.
Well, let's see what he can do today. He's looking good. He's gone purple in the Sector 1 and Sector 2. So he's on a good run. Now just the S's left.
No, he's actually lost.
Oh, sorry.
Half a
I was
second
looking
in
at
Sector 1.
No, sorry, you're right. I was looking at Ayrton's times.
Yeah.
Forgive me. Where is Andre going to place?
Oh, he just
by
took
a tenth
of a second.
Wow.
Less than a tenth of a second. I tell you, Charles Ayrton will be delighted but disappointed. And Stuart, it's one of those where, man, I was so close to beating.
Yeah. That's quite interesting, though, because their sectors are purple and green in different sectors.
Yeah. Shows you.
So Andre was faster in Sector 2. Wow. That was fantastic.
This Davy 66 has
Isn't
the coolest
this
story.
amazing? It's the most beautiful story.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant. I first saw the car when they pulled it out 10, 12 years ago after it last ran in 64, I think.
Yeah.
But, and Brian Davey, who designed it, I was with him and he showed me his slides, and he worked for Lola.
Okay.
So that's why the chassis is yellow. you look at Lola single-seaters, the chassis are yellow. And the reason they're yellow is so you can see cracks. With a black chassis, you can't see a crack.
Wow.
But he worked over there in the Formula 2s and that, and up to Formula 1. But he took a camera with him and color slide. And you got to see the photos. We're talking Le Mans, Spa,
really,
Nassau down in the West Indies. Everywhere he traveled with Lola. And he is a super engineer and developer. He was involved in the Ratel development here as well.
Okay.
So
what a time, Scott.
And Temple driving it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't hang. He just lets it all hang out.
It's a Ford Zephyr 6 engine in there with a Raymond Mays head, that was the Lani head if you had a Zephyr 6.
Mm-hmm. So Sasha,
Cool.
I stepped out quickly to swim to the loo when you were talking to Colin about Scribante. So what was the conclusion? He's in the class final, obviously.
He's in the class final.
He's not in the conqueror.
I don't think he's in the conqueror.
Okay.
No.
Shame. Tough day at the office for Franco, but his car's going in home in one piece, says he, so far. And it's going to be, is he going to take the class finals?
This is going to be close. This is going to be close.
You can never count out Franco Scribante. Oh! 47-2.
47-2.
2 tenths off. Wow.
Well, he's 2 tenths off Andre, but I mean, Andre's in a different class.
Oh, sorry.
Different class. In a different class.
So
he's 8 seconds faster than anybody in his class.
Okay. So
but unfortunately, this doesn't count to going into the Classic Conqueror.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that was tight. That was fantastic.
That was a super
look
lap.
at the top four. The top four are spread by less than a second.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, less than a second.
I mean, the top three are by 2 tenths. All right, let's cross over to Colin. He's in pit lane. I tell you, been tremendously exciting here in the commentary booth. What's the vibe like there in the pit lane, Colin?
Well, I'm with Headley Whitehead, who's just beaten the Mini Cooper S, beats a Ford GT40. Headley, you've got to be really happy with that.
Very, very happy. Very, very lovely, great event, well organized. We had some challenges last year, but this year ran like clockwork. We had great competition. GT40, D-Type, Porsche. We had another 2 Porsches and an Anglia. So the class I was in, the category I was in, was very competitive, and we managed to win with a bit of help from the rain. The larger cars with all their power struggled a bit in the rain. But just come with me out here.
Yes.
And look what's shining on Headley's face.
Yes, that's right.
Awesome sunshine. You brought sunshine to our lives, Headley. Yeah. Congratulations on the class win. Well done. Yes, thank you. It was great fun. Great event, well organised, rain like clockwork. We had a change in the driver's briefing yesterday, which saved time this morning. It was good, well run. Despite all the rain caused a few hiccups, as you know, but it ran like clockwork. Plus some electricity outage, but everything was managed. Fantastic event.
And when you win, it's even better.
It's even better, sure.
See you next year.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, cheers.
You will be here next year.
Certainly.
Lovely stuff.
Okay.
Number 8, Crossflow Mini. Headley, thank you very much. Pleasure. Next one we're going to go to is Jean-Ray. Bizarre note, but he's not here. Also class winner. And Ivan Lerm is... Where's Ivan?
Yeah, hold on.
We've got a runner has gone to find Ivan. And then Ian, right at the end, you got tuckered.
I got tuckered and beaten by the other Datsun as well. Yeah, it wasn't a good run, but conditions were really, it was a luck of the draw who was going to get a smooth run up there. I think we were all only a second between the three of us, so yeah, it's just one of those things.
What a lovely class this has been with the Datsuns and the Alphas and the Lone Manta.
Yes, it's been absolutely great, and especially little Datsuns against all these Alphas and second and third, so we'll have to come back next year again to reclaim the Datsun crown.
And how many years will that be that you've been here?
Next year it'll be my 7th year.
Lovely stuff. Out of 15, very good.
Yes,
Ian,
absolutely
thanks.
great.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's go to Trevolini. Trevorini Tuccolini. You tuckered them.
Buonasera. Yeah. No, we got lucky. That was anybody's game. The rain was coming down. I could see some spots on the window. I thought, oh, God. Third in the queue. I thought, when I got to the hill, I wasn't confident. When I got to the top, I thought, you haven't done enough, Trev. But, when I got down, we won. So I'm chuffed. I'm bewildered, actually.
Absolutely fantastic. And thanks for running with our camera on the car. We got some, during your class-winning run, we got some lovely footage.
Yeah, I think it was a bit squirrely here and there, but...
it was terribly untidy. Yeah. Missed apexes by miles.
Yeah.
The gear changes were a little bit sloppy. Brake application a bit rough. Yeah. But hey, it was fast.
An absolute novice.
Trevor, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us again.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Right, that's Trevor Tuccolini. Who else have we got here? Gavin Robinson and James. Where's Gavin? Gavin. I haven't got him. James is missing. Page didn't make the... James is changing. We've got to get him while he's changing. James? No, we love it when part of the strip show, we've had somebody in their underpants. Now we've got you second, but you had fun.
Had fun out there, not so fun anymore when you come second, but I mean we gave it a good go. The car's it's just not suited for that condition. Yeah. Too much power, I never thought I'd say that. The tyres also, I mean, we're limited with it, so it's difficult. It's a wide tyre on the wet, it's difficult. But we gave it our all, and that's where we ended up.
How many Simola Hillclimbs have you done to the 15?
5.
Awesome. We'll see you next year.
Awesome. Thanks, Colin. Take it easy.
Thanks for chatting to us. Right, we're going down this list. Prof Barnard got disqualified because he did that thing to the cat. Roy Obery wins his class. Who would have thought that a Porker 924... It looks like a 944. It's so modified. It's an IMSA version, am I right?
No, it's a 924 GTP, which they did. They ran them at Le Mans in 1981 with a very, very wide body. So it was a prototype. So we've built it as a tribute to the car that ran there.
And how do you feel now, Roy? You must feel like Roy Rover. You've won, you came, you saw, you conquered.
Yeah. So I've been chatting to come for 10 years, and I just haven't got my shit together. And this year I said, I'm going to get it together. I raced Passion for Speed, which was the first time we raced that car, and I said, I'm coming to the hill climb. But it's been epic. I mean, the weather makes you like really nervous. I mean, I still think I'm owed a proper dry run up the hill, so I'm going to have to come back next year.
Awesome stuff. We'll see you. Congratulations. Class winner, Roy Obery. In his Haval 924. Right, who else do we need? We need Rui Campos because he won in his class in the Porsche, and Rui will be... There's his car. It's all beautiful, but we don't see Mr. Campos. Right, we're just doing a quick walk before we get to the shootout. Then we have Andre Bezuidenhout, who wins it overall. And we'll find him now. Franco Scribanti won his class. Ian came third. And Andre is class winner.
I think.
Andre, let's go to the machine that did the thing for you.
Charles says the same. He's just worried about the waterworks running across the track.
Of course it
will
be the fastest.
I'll force it in, but it'll be the fastest, he says.
If you can keep it on the track. So
what are we doing?
I think we're going to go to slicks. It's dried out. I don't think there's now rain. If we've got 20 minutes, it's fine. There's 2 little patches which is still got water. But, the track is 1.9 kilometers and it's got probably 70 meters of water. So I think we're going to slicks.
Awesome. I love a brave man who has the courage of his convictions.
If it's the right decision.
We shall know shortly.
We shall know. That's true.
Class winner in the single-seaters, Andre Bezuidenhout, thank you very much. We now move to the place where the big boys, the top 10, they come out and they fight for victory. Jeff Goddard, you organised the sunshine for the classic Conqueror?
Right now, here it comes, guys. Sun, exactly as we ordered it. I was watching it on a weather app I've got, and here comes the blue sky. But clearly, it's unlikely the track is going to dry out sufficiently. They're going to stay on wets, I would imagine.
Well, we've just spoken to Andre. He disagrees with you. They're busy putting slicks on the car because he's got 20 minutes. The sun is beating down. In my eyes, I shall worship the sun for 30 seconds because you arranged really bad weather. Jeff, you've told me you've been competitor liaison on this event for how many years?
Sporting director, to be correct.
Director. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, great one. How many years?
Yes. This is my 15th year, but essentially if we didn't have COVID or anything else, then it would have been 17. I'm getting too old for this. It's been magnificent. Coming from being in a racing car to being part of the organisation team, I thought it was a good idea in the beginning, but it's been a magic ride for me all the way. And
who would have thought that a hot rod driver from rural England would end up being the world champion hot rod driver?
Correct, from the Royal County of Berkshire.
Berkshire, that's where they are barking mad. And you now come through production cars, many bits of racing, a world-class sailor and sporting director for this magnificent event. Jeff, it's been an absolute privilege and honour working with you and being with you through these many years.
Well, thank you for that, and it's just been a pleasure for me now giving back to motorsport. It's been a nice ride for me. I'm fully rounded.
What a man. Thank you, Jeff. Right, that's Jeff Goddard. What happens now? The top 10 qualifiers come out and they fight for the title of Classic Conqueror. Gavin Rook is the first of the guys that goes up the hill. Beautiful 3.8 litre carbon fiber for days, leather. It's a stunning machine. He's got the proper sticky slicks on it, so it looks like sticky slick weather. Did you have fun?
Yeah, enormous fun. I'm going to have a bit more fun now, I think, as well, Colin.
Yeah.
Because we're putting slick tyres on, so I don't know where that's going to take us.
Oh, I love that move. Let's see what Charles is doing. Charles, what's happening with the rain tyres? Why aren't you slicking?
No, we're going slicking. We are slicking now. We're changing. We're going to slicks from the wets.
Oh, the brave and the bold. And did you feel that drop in temperature?
No, I didn't.
But there's no more rain? Don't worry.
But let me go back a step. I've just come second to Andre, which is very well done to him by 5/100ths of a second.
That hurts, and it's lovely.
It hurts.
To be that close is great.
It hurts. No, it is good to be that close. It is good to be that close. But I think it's dried up enough. There's still it's dampness like this on the track, but most of it looks like that, which is dry.
So that's dry and that's sticky.
Like that, but there are lots of bits like this, so we just got to be careful when we hit these bits, that's all. So
beware of the slippery patch.
Beware of the slippery patch, exactly.
And it doesn't have to be wet. A little bit of moistness can also make it slippery.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, beware of the wet patch, indeed.
The wet patch. Let's see what Schofield's doing here. You're going to put slicks on it?
No.
Why?
Just run with the wets. It's quicker with the wets.
Quicker with the wets. Right. Who else is... Well, there we go. I'm not going to talk anymore because... Mr. Rook. Gavin, the plan is just to absolutely pin it.
There's no other plan than to pin it.
I see you've got the nice sticky slicks on.
I do. It might be dry enough. Let's see. Be great.
When will you know if you've made the right choice?
By corner one, I'll know. I'm hoping.
Love the nervous laughter. Thanks for chatting to us. Right, so he's on stickies. We got to go back to the studio now because this is starting to get real interesting. It's sun has gone behind a cloud. It is dry. Everybody's going on slicks, apart from Ian Schofield. He'll know whether that's the right decision. For now, we'll leave the moist spots on this pit lane and our beautiful sunshine and go back to our boys in the box.
Thank you, Colin. The beautiful Knysna. It is the 15th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. 15 years. This is classic Conqueror. And have you made the right decision? Going on to the slick Schofield, deciding to stay on maybe a semi-slick. I suppose we'll know by the first runs, but because it happened so quickly, it's not as though you got time now to all of a sudden change those tires if you see that those slicks are working.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one. I think I'll go with I don't know if there's a semi-slick.
Yeah.
But for those, I'm sure they probably just got a wet and a dry setup. But I just think that one patch looks quite hairy at the top, and from a confidence level, I'll probably stay on the wets just in case I hit that one patch, and then maybe I'm more committed to the run up the hill than I would be if I was just double guessing my choice.
It's such a tough call. I mean, you've done this numerous times.
Yeah, and I've got a little bit out of shape on that left-hander, right where that water is. I know exactly. I mean, I almost reversed a Jag back down the hill there. It had electric stuff that helped me not. But that patch of water really scares me. Well, it's because it's suddenly wet.
Well, Gavin Rook will be the first to go up the hill on his final run, and this is the classic Conqueror. Big shout out to Jim McFarlane, of course, the drifting champion of South Africa. He's down here as well, so it's amazing just the caliber of people that we have here. I mean, besides Chiro, you know, lots of other famous people as well. Schofield taking that decision. Is it the right decision? Is it not the right decision? We'll know probably in the next 20 minutes as we get into the classic Conqueror. Sad that we don't have Franco there, but that is the nature of racing. You know, if you don't get the time in, you are going to suffer the consequences. And unfortunately, he did have the incident as well, which put him out for 2 of the sessions.
The gentleman who said the wets are faster, which car? I don't think I saw which car you.
No. Andre Bezuidenhout said his mechanic actually, his engineer said he wasn't sure. And Andre,
right at the end, there
that
was
a
gent
Greg
in a
Canny.
black,
That's
in a black.
So that's Schofield.
Is that Schofield? So
Yes.
Schofield is going out on the wets then.
Yes.
From what we know from the last word.
Yeah.
And then his competitors are going out on the dry.
I just like the way the advocate told his engineer, "It'll be faster," in a very advocatorial way. Don't argue with the advocate. This is going to give us an indication as to what the track conditions are like. Of course, you've got those streams that are running down the track, and we've had a lot of rain prior to the lunch break. So those streams are still dealing with the laws of gravity. Here we go. It is the classic Conqueror. First out is Gavin Rook in the Porsche.
No, it looks pretty dry there. It's not too bad.
He said
just
turn one.
Yeah, just the one under the bridge at the lefty. Is it this one? Or?
It is.
I think it's the S's.
Looking pretty good up there.
Yeah, there's no roosters or sprays or anything.
It's this part. That's the part.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what his time is.
What did we have him last?
So Ian Schofield's March retired last year with gearbox troubles. This isn't the IROC. No, this is not the IROC. IROC was 9th last year.
I said 52.3. That's rapid.
Gavin Rook, I cannot believe he gets that car up that hill that fast, to be honest. It's an incredible feat of driving.
So he's taken a second and a bit off his
here's the
quali.
IROC. Yeah.
So maybe slicks.
Maybe slicks. Here we go. We got Craig Vessels.
So Craig Vessels was 9th last year in Classic Conqueror.
Okay, and he's in 9th position at the moment.
And he's off. His time last year was a 51.179.
God, it's beautiful. Wow.
markers.
Drone
It's a
shot.
song. Drone shot. Coming under the bridge.
I'm going to have to get better at not just saying drone shot.
That's a
every
great.
time.
It is cool, though.
That is
That's a
very
great drone
cool.
pilot.
That's some
Those
good-
are the two little patches.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I promise I'll get better at not just shouting the word drone when there's a drone shot on the screen at some point. Right, here we go. He's chasing a 51.179, and to be better than 9th place in the 2024 Classic Conqueror Shootout, Craig Wessels is about to cross the line, which he does so in a tidy fashion. 52.375.
Hundredths of a second slower than Gavin Rook.
And 1.2-ish slower than last year. So we'll see where that puts him. Right, car number 4.
Great to have Metal Magic Restoration watching from Whitefish in Montana.
Yay, welcome.
Welcome to the show.
All right, Rick Morris, who I don't remember racing last year. I don't think he was.
So, Rick comes in and out the country.
Okay.
He's a long-time Formula Ford racer. And
Okay.
I think raced against Senna in Formula Ford
That's
back in
correct.
period. And did he back him in the
back
championship?
back in 1981.
We did. Yeah, Colin did get him on our screens earlier. So.
But he's over the years has come out and raced our local championship, and his son has
And his
also.
son as well, yeah, Steve.
Brilliant.
And
Right, so he's the third competitor in the top 10 shootout then. So far, 52.375 Craig Wessels. Drone shot. Followed by 52.355 Gavin Rook. Sorry, Gavin Rook rather leading slightly by, gosh, what is that, 0.02 of a second.
Yeah, half a second down on Rick's split time.
What can Rick Morris post? Remember, in the
This
top
last
10,
bit should be good.
in the top 10 shootout, your time is your time. There's no second chances. It's all for glory here. One lap. Well, not really a lap. One run.
One run.
Sounded like he came up a bit early. Was that a delay?
No, it just sounded like he did. Yeah,
53.
So second off the pace, but a solid run from Rick Morris. Enzo Kuhn in the Ferrari 348.
What was that great Sega game? Outrun, I think it was called. Where you raced that
I know
Ferrari.
exactly
It was
what
the F355 though, I think.
Yeah.
What was it the...
maybe a Testarossa.
Yeah, Testarossa maybe, yeah. That's what, I don't know, I just go straight to my childhood when I see Enzo Kuhn in this car.
Hey, Jean-Louis Maratz, the Swartkorps Raceway clerk of the course. Nice to have you along, and he says hope to see you in November. Good. Oh, listen to this.
And the manual chain.
So Enzo Kuhn was not in the Classic Conqueror shootout last year. So let's see where he...
Giro, just listen to it. Shh, listen to it. Ooh. Okay, sorry, Chiro.
No, all good. I was mesmerized as well. Nothing quite like an NA V8 Ferrari from 1989. And what can Enzo Kuhn do? He goes third.
Tell you, 52.7.
Well, there's 0.4 between
0.4.
the top three. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, car number 2.
It's Josh Dovey.
Josh Dovey, 1973 Chevron B20 Formula 3 car.
Yeah.
And last year he posted, don't have his time, but
It's
he
going to be
came
quick.
8th last year.
Might have to go back again. Got to go forward.
Hopefully the clutch likes it.
Yeah. Steve Tarrant, watching all the way from Kingstag in the UK. Former marshal who worked Gerston Down and Goodwood Hill at their climbs. Also visited Kyalami 4 times in his career. Great to have you along, Steve. So I tell you, Josh in his runs today was rapid. He was very quick.
And it also looks like slicks. I wonder if Schofield guys aren't quickly jacking the car up. Take off those wings.
Has he got 17 guys around that can't do it in 2.1 seconds? No, he doesn't need that much time. He's got to surely go with the slicks. He's got to have seen what's there.
Rodrigo, if you're there with us, if it was your call, would you go slicks or wets?
Slicks. This is pretty much the European way. As soon as things start eating up, everyone goes for the slicks, even if at a slight risk. But you have to risk it, because as soon as someone has that advantage, you have to follow through.
So, in your opinion, as soon as one of the competitors went slicks, then everyone sort of had to rethink their decision.
What can Robbie Walk
Sort of,
do?
yeah. Of course, it is a bit of a gamble, but you can leave all that advantage to one person only. Living and seeing the sky, seeing everything getting warmer and drier. I think it points to that decision. I have seen races where people have gone for the slicks when it was even a bit wetter than this. So it seemed like the normal conclusion, although still a risky one.
Whoa. Using all the road.
Should do some Googling. I think this Formula Ford is the same model that Senna was racing against Rick in period.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
No, so there's this
Van
one.
Diemen or something?
Yeah, it is a Van Diemen. There's this one, and then there's Simpiwe who didn't make it into the shootout. She's in the Senna replica. She's in the Senna replica. Yeah. Robbie Walk, 49.2. He's set down a little challenger for the likes of Rui Campos, the likes of Andre Bezuidenhout. Super time there from Robbie Walk.
So, Rui Campos definitely has some time in this car, because last year he placed third with a time of 46.730 in this car. So, it's in him, it's in the car. Is it in the track?
I tell you, that is a super launch.
Yeah, off the line well there.
Now you can see, anything that seems to be moving over those bumps, you can realize that they're really pushing it. Get the setup, beautiful line through there. Now it's got a slight negative camber into this right-hander.
Rui Campos has just gone fastest in the first sector, 30.8 versus 31.3 for Volk, 17.8 in the second sector for Volk. Will Rui go purple in the second sector? Well,
you're 500ths of a second. 500ths of a second
so
slower.
He lost it. He was 0.6 seconds slower in the second sector, and that was it. That's what cost him. So it was a good launch.
He's still on the wets, Ian Schofield.
Oh, Rui will be gutted.
Well, this is
500 slower.
This is bold.
Is it? So this March is on the wets.
So if you go, Rui Campos was 3 seconds quicker last year.
Interesting.
So that track might not be nearly as dry as we think.
So Ian Schofield unfortunately retired last year and did not set a time in Classic Conqueror with the gearbox trouble. So he will be wanting to forget about 2024 and make it all about 2025.
Let's see what. Oh, he's quicker than anybody. Anybody in the first sector.
He's in the 29s in the first sector. So maybe the wets were faster.
Wow.
He is very much on a good run here. Yeah.
By 4 seconds.
Huge. 45.139.
That's quicker than his own qualifying.
Yeah, he definitely felt he knew something.
So now we have a very similar car on slicks. This is actually fascinating because we've got like an A/B test here happening here. Charles Ayrton, second last year. Charles Ayrton, sorry, he was runner-up to Franco Scribante last year in his 1979 March 79A with a time of 43.586, which would take the honors this year. So here's 2 seconds in the car. But is there 2 seconds in the track this year, and was the tyre choice the right choice?
Well, so far, Schofield's banged it right on. Right on. Because, I mean, everyone else has been quick, but as you say, Campos was 3 seconds faster
He's
last
got
year.
a second there.
So
0.7
he's
of a
gone
second
purple.
in
He's
the
gone
sector.
purple. Yeah.
Ooh,
He's
that's-
20.
I mean, that's nearly a second.
He's 8
8
seconds.
tenths.
8 tenths faster.
Yeah.
This tyre decision is going to be discussed at Bryce for many years.
44.
He's got it.
So it's half a second, 6 tenths. That's a lot.
And that was. So the slicks were the right call, it seems, in the end.
Yes, I was right after all.
But you're fighting for thousandths here on the hill, and that was probably a fateful decision there by Andrew Ian Schofield's engineer. But that's how they read the situation, and that's racing. That's why we're all sitting here watching this fantastic entertainment. Thank you, everyone involved. And the last run of the day.
That looked a bit hairy from the inboard camera off the line. Did he get squarely?
So this is it. Andre Bezuidenhout. Will he be able to beat the current reigning time? 44.436 by Charles Ayrton in the March. Charles Ayrton was at about 182 into the Suzuki Speed Trap. That's 181. We're about to get a first sector time for you.
This is another 500ths of a sec. Ooh, 6 tenths. 6 tenths slower than Charles Ayrton. Could there be payback from Charles Ayrton? The final runner, it's Andre Bezuidenhout.
Andre is fast at the top. He's good through the S's. This is going to be extremely close. Second, 45.034.
So there's a bit of revenge by half a second.
And you see, interesting.
Wow.
Schofield, where's the sectors? Because Schofield's second
sector
was
59.
quickest.
Yes.
So is that where the river patch was, or?
It's off just
So it's
at the
after
river
that.
patch.
So maybe he carried a bit more confidence out the corner and the speed up the hill.
Yeah.
Because it's quite steep at the end there.
Oh, that was
What,
good.
I tell you, that was phenomenal.
That
So
was
Charles,
really good.
Charles Ayrton might have lost in the class final, but is the classic conqueror. Well done. Andre Bezuidenhout and Ian Schofield in third, just going through the rest. Robbie Walk, Rui Campos, Gavin Roux, Craig Vessels, Enzo Kuhn, Josh Dovey and Rick Morris lining up. Rounding up the Classic Car Friday, the 15th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Sure, that was tense.
Yeah,
that was tense.
I've got adrenaline. Imagine going up the hill.
And Schofield's time was not far off. I mean, he's less than a tenth off Andre Bezuidenhout. One on slicks, one on wets or road.
I'd like to see
wet tires.
the outside shot of the start, because I think that Bezuidenhout looked
Bezuidenhout
like he
actually
was doing
squirreled a little.
pulled across to the inside wall a bit. I don't know if he lit it up a bit.
So Charles Ayrton second to Franco Scribante last year in the Classic Conqueror. He was second last year with a time of 43.586. He takes it this year with a time of 44.436 in the same car, the March. Congratulations to him. Andre Bezuidenhout in third, Andrew Ian Schofield. Andrew Schofield in third and Andre between them in second. Robbie Volk, Rui Campos. Amazing to see some tin top cars there competing with the single. Although there is a big drop off in the time. So Robbie Volk in the 49s, Rui Campos in the 49s, then you jump to a 45 and a 44 for the single seaters. Oh, fantastic racing!
Yeah, brilliant. Really, really good. Rodrigo in Portugal, of course, from Hillclimb Monsters. Rodrigo, everything you expected. A couple of little moments towards the end there, thinking maybe Ian Schofield had got it right, but eventually it proved that the slick was the right choice.
Well, it was very, very close, and the action delivers, and then some. We had a very uncertain day. The weather certainly plays its role here. We saw things going back and forth. We saw a surprise in the end, and I think having sort of this A/B test where we saw directly how the wet compared to the slicks in the final run allowed for some added drama. And this is all we can want for a race like this. We want a decision down to the wire, with two very fast cars, with two very good drivers, and we just hope that the all this action ensues for tomorrow and for Sunday without the rain. possible.
Yeah, I think that's what we would all hope for. Stuart, I mean, if you're in racing, you'd rather that you have one or the other. It must either be wet or it must be dry. Today was very difficult for everybody.
That's the biggest problem. That's why I was pretty chuffed that the last run got a consistent, even though it was a bit iffy on the surface, it was the same for all of them,
Yeah.
But dry ideally.
Dry, definitely.
For the spectators as well.
Yeah, for
Trust
all the
me, it's muddy out
spectators.
there.
What we should say, if you are coming tomorrow and on Sunday, probably don't wear white shoes. Probably not a good idea.
I know who you're talking about as well.
I would suggest wear something that is robust. So here's our drone shot. There we go. Have a pause. Have a pause, Chiro. These are all of the cars that are going to be making their way back down.
Drone under the bridge, guys.
Wow.
Now that is production quality.
That's just stunning.
And back under the bridge.
Piloting. So all of the cars, of course, making their way down the hill, and it's quite incredible. You know, you go up that hill and then you've got to come down and you realize how steep it really is.
This bit from what you're seeing here now, from the bridge, under the bridge again, very, very fancy pilot, down to the bottom, this is possibly, I would say, the steepest bit. And it actually, for some reason, from the sky, it looks quite flat.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at it from the ground up, that is properly steep. And you were saying it's steeper than the mine shaft at Kyalami.
Yeah. To my mind, yeah. I mean, we ended up missing the shuttles last year because we went up to the beer tent. And we walked down it, and it's like poly shorts. You know, your toes are crunching up in the front of your shoes. So, and we were walking on the tar because
I can promise you, I wouldn't know anything. I know of poly shorts, but I wouldn't know anything about.
No, I'm just going what Gert said on the commentary our whole life. But, but it's steep. It's steep.
I should have provided you guys with some hats at some point in the broadcast. Didn't you had a nice hat this morning, Sasha?
Yes. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit over my headphones. Yes. You've had a tremendous array of.
No, the trick is to put the headphones over the hat. You see.
Mine doesn't work.
Doesn't do that either.
No,
unfortunately, you need a different hat. I can help.
You're right. It was a poor selection this year. Very poor selection.
We're going to go back to Colin in the pits to chat to a couple of people, a couple of the racers who are coming down the hill. Well, if you're just watching and just joining us, the 2025 15th running of the Simola Hillclimb today was Classic Car Friday, or is Classic Car Friday. Prize giving about to happen. And then the next 2 days, King of the Hill. It's going to be utterly fantastic. Stay tuned to your internet for the next 2 days.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very special. Of course, Rodrigo also joining us as always tomorrow and Sunday. He will be with us. So, Rodrigo, rest that voice because you're going to be in full voice tomorrow. We're going to cross over to Colin, and he's going to take us through all of the prize giving.
Sorry, guys.
Well, before we get to prize giving, we've got to interview our top three. Charles Ayrton made a decision to go with the sticky tyres. Turns out that was the correct decision to do. We'll wait while he sticks the steering wheel on. Andre Bezuidenhout second, Ian Schofield third on the rain tyres. That tiny little difference. How's Schofield going to feel about that now? We'll check it out. Come.
For you.
Charles?
Oh, my goodness, isn't this fantastic? I can't tell you. You know, I last won this event 10 years ago exactly. 2015 I won it. This car burnt in 2017, as you might remember. We rebuilt it. Steve Humble rebuilt it. We've worked so hard on it. It's on its third engine. Yeah. We blew the gearbox up a month ago. And this is just testimony to Steve and all the work his guys have done. And walk quietly and carry a big checkbook is the answer to a lot of the way to get to here. But for me, 10 years later, to win this feels so good. And on Jeff Goddard's last event, this is how I pay you back for all the support you've given this event over the years, Jeff. And
you were sitting on the line.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind in terms of preparation and what you had to do to win this thing?
I mean, this was a tricky one, you know. A lot of the track was dry,
but there was 20%, there was water on the track, and you had to go. But if you got it wrong, it was going to end badly. So what was on my mind was just give it a full go and just hope it all sticks. Because Andre, who came second, he wasn't going to hold back. He was going to give it a full go as well. He beat me in the class final by 5/100ths of a second. So I knew there was only one way to win this, and that's give it everything I had. And this beautiful car delivered as well. I mean, that's what it's all about as well. These things are just such wonderful things, such wonderful machines. They're just brilliant to drive, to experience and be with. And so I dedicate this to the car.
Awesome. Charles, congratulations. Get ready for a beautiful cool drink.
Yes.
And we'll see you at prize giving. Congratulations again and well done.
Really, thanks very much. Thank you very much.
Of course, well done to Steve, aptly named Humble, for doing his job. Let's see if we can find Andre Bezuidenhout. We just got to go down from the start-finish line there. Everybody's going to start coming up for the prize giving. But let's see if we can find Andre and Ian. There's Andre in the pit lane there. I'm just going, Patrick, I know you're coming with me. Ian, interesting choice with the tyres, hundredths or whatever it was, in a little tiny bit. What do you think now about the choice?
Still think it was the right choice. I think it's in that sort of area where you've got to try something different. Yep. The other two were going on slicks. I didn't think there'd be a massive difference, and as it turned out, I nearly pipped Andre for second. I was just a little bit cautious through the last section. I left something on the table, and I knew as soon as I went through, I've left something on the table here.
And in a shootout, you can't leave anything on the table.
The first part was really good. Up to the bridge, under the bridge was good. It was just in the last section I knew I'd left something on the table there.
There's always next year.
Next year. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thanks, Ian. Let's see. Andre?
When you went.
That was interesting, wasn't it?
It was interesting and sideways. You guys going?
I'm going to go.
Ciao, ciao. See you. We speak. Thanks for coming. Ciao. See you. Ciao.
Sideways?
Well, sideways Schechter, eh?
Yeah.
He could do it. I couldn't do it. No, I lost it on the start. It was we went to slicks, and just a little bit too much wheel spin, went sideways. I held it until the last moment, and then I had a choice: either come off and finish the run, or hold it and maybe hit the wall.
Yeah.
So I came off it, and that half a second. I mean, congratulations to Charlie. He's been trying for many years, and well done.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the entertainment. Thanks always for being available for us. I'm so sorry we're not going to see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you know what? We'll see you next year.
Absolutely. I'll be back next year, and I wish everybody, Godspeed and a safe event tomorrow.
Awesome. Andre,
Cheers, matey.
thank you so much. Right, and that kind of brings back Suzuki are in the house tomorrow. Megan, nice to see Suzuki.
Suzuki's always here.
Yeah, but we should have a proper fast car. The question was today, what car could Suzuki bring to Classic Conqueror?
What car could...
Yeah,
Ooh.
I know one.
I don't know. Let's think about
4x4. Yeah, what about that? Come on.
Okay, no. What, you're pushing me for an answer, but we'd love to look at it. How cool? How amazing would it be?
If you could find, Monster Takahashi's car.
Takajima.
Him. And bring
Yes.
that thing here.
How amazing would that be? How many crowds?
All of them. Megan,
They would all be
goals in life. Goals. Right, Suzuki are going to run tomorrow. And I just have to pay homage again to my son. My sunshine, thank you for coming back. Thank you for being with us eventually. And that's it. I've talked enough for all the talking that I've gone. All the moistness is gone. It's dry. It's cool drink time. So back to the boys in the box.
Thank you, Colin. Amazing atmosphere out there. Oh, careful, gents, careful. Charles Ayrton, just delighted. He got pipped by 500ths in the class, and then just laid it all out on that Classic Conqueror. Outstanding achievement, you could see. And also the history of that car, Stuart. He mentioned, the car was burnt out. Know a little bit more about it.
Oh, it was the same
that
car.
was the car, and
Yes,
there was nothing left. I think a lot of the parts are magnesium and like powder. It's not even. You can't fix it. It's done. So I mean, it's a huge rebuild, and I mean, last year I think was the debut after the rebuild. But
Fantastic.
I mean, yeah. But it's also so awesome that we've got very similar cars. The top three are all in the same sort of series back in period, and it shows that the cars are being driven well because they're so competitive and they're
Yes.
all on the same pace. There's no standout guy. So brilliant.
Yeah, just amazing. Rodrigo, final thoughts before we get into the King of the Hill starting tomorrow. And secondly, I mean, thank you so much for joining us as always.
Thank you for the comprehension, because today I was very much not on tip-top shape. I was saving myself for what will be a very hardcore weekend of racing. So I expect nothing less than the usual Simola excellence that we have seen during the last years. Probably turned up to 11 now. We had a great first day, even with all the weather problems and everything. I think it just added some spice to the event. So I think we are all waiting just for some exquisite action and some proper 4-digit horsepower cars for tomorrow.
Wonderful, Rodrigo. Well, listen, rest well, my friend, and we look forward to chatting to you tomorrow. Also, to everybody who's joined us on the live stream, thanks for all of the comments. The rest of the weekend is going to be spectacular, and if you are coming through to the hill climb in Knysna as well, we look forward to your company. Chiro, it's been a challenging day, but a magnificent day, and that's the beauty of motor racing. Nobody complains. It's just a question. We deal with the elements as they are, and everyone just sets up and goes and does their best. So compliments to all of the drivers as well for just going out there and, number one, putting on an incredible show, and also just putting on incredible expertise and talent.
That was probably the best classic car Friday, I would say, from a spectator's point of view. To be so close to the top, down to the wire, and like Rodrigo pointed out, when racing comes down to a last-minute decision like that's great for everyone watching, of course, and extremely rewarding when you do take the podium after a decision like that. So you love to see it from all angles, and it sets us up particularly nicely for the weekend. I think a couple of the campaigners that you saw today will be in different machinery tomorrow and Sunday. And this is the 15th running of Simola. It's my 14th Simola. Only missed one because I had that pneumonia or something very inconvenient. So no, we're all very happy to be here. It's lovely to see you guys again. Lovely to be with the team again. And I hope you watched it in home. This is now, if I'm not mistaken, the largest live stream in South African history is the Simola Hillclimb. So join us tomorrow and Sunday, where hundreds of thousands of South Africans will be online too.
Yeah, amazing. And Stuart, listen, thank you for your insights and everything you doing in the classic car world as well.
Thank you. I'll watch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm
wonderful.
Going up the hill, and I'll watch the racing and that, but I'll keep an eye on the live stream.
Lovely. We'll join you for a little beverage afterwards. How's
yes.
that?
Perfect.
Vino Verde.
Yeah, and to our magnificent crew and everybody who's involved with Simola Hillclimb, this is number 15, and we are loving every second of it. Please join us tomorrow, bright and early, 8 a.m. We will be on the live stream across the world, and we look forward to your company. So make sure you join us. Let's go racing.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. Look at the stars. Find your more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure, more freedom, more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door, born for more.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
Ready.